Don't get me started. Everything was going well, but you had to go and leave me brokenhearted. Oh, since you departed, I've been working on myself. Now it's time to let it go, cause I've been guarded. Oh, cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. My eyes open wide, I know that you belong to me. Oh, oh, I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Didn't get a warning, no. All of a sudden you were here, feel the fire burning near, hear you calling. Oh, I think I'm falling. Oh, every second that goes by, I can see it with my eyes, then it's dark again. Oh, oh. 'Cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, my eyes open
feel them now. When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud. I can feel my breath, I can hear that sound. I won't take no less, gonna burn this town. I've been so lost, now I've been found. Held me up, never let it fall. Had me roar like an animal, back to the bone. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got, it's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. When the sun goes down and they all come out, I'ma stand my ground, I'ma scream and shout. I'll be where I wanna be, and I'll make my way. Don't make no apologies, 'cause I'm here to stay. I've been so lost, now I've been found. Held me up, never let it fall. Had me roar like an animal, back to the bone. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got, it's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. That's how it goes. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone.
Watch how we flex, kick it real fresh, 'cause we out the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, 'cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 'Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. 'Cause we out the best. Let's go. It's not a test. Watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best. Let's go. Test, gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Let's go. All right.
They buried me deep, deep down at the maximum pressure. I never crumbled, I put in maximum effort. That's how I turned into something so flawless and precious. They gon' learn about my legend like Nikola Tesla. They wrote me off, I wrote a new book. When hope was lost, I know what it took. I overcame all the odds, you could never put me in a box. I am relentless, I will not stop. Follow the scent, I am a fox. Came from the bottom and now I'm on top. And nobody's taking my spot.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down, bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. Yeah, unbreakable, this is a bond. You witness the legend is born. I have created a storm. Yeah, I light it up when I perform. Shining bright in every place that I win. Leave a legacy, believe it's perfect timing. Look up at the sky, the stars are aligning. They tried and they failed, but no, you ain't ever gonna break this diamond. We ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. No, you ain't never gonna. No, you ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this. Tried and they failed and they tried and they failed. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. Yeah, they tried and they failed and they tried and they failed, but no, you ain't never gonna break this greatness.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down, bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. You cannot break me down. I refuse. You ain't never gonna break this diamond.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
My destiny. My destiny. Don't get me started. Everything was going well, but you had to go and leave me brokenhearted. Oh, since you departed, I've been working on myself. Now it's time to let it go, 'cause I've been guarded. Oh, 'cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. My eyes open wide, I know that you belong to me. Oh, I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Didn't get a warning, no. All of a sudden you were here, feel the fire burning near, hear you calling. Oh, I think I'm falling. Oh, every second that goes by, I can see it with my eyes, then it's dark again. Oh, oh. 'Cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, my eyes open wide, I
Now you'll see an image on your screen, and you'll have to tell me what the corner is called. So this is our first one, and it's there are two parts to this.
And Radion. Rouge Radion.
Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, it's easy as that. So yeah, it is indeed Eau Rouge and Radion at Spa Francorchamps. Who's going to do it?
Yeah, the bottom one in the screen is like Eau Rouge and the top is Radion.
Correct, Heike. I tell you what, it's almost like you've never seen it before. Yeah, absolutely amazing.
Depends how you're looking at the screen.
Give me your tape, guys. Give me your tape.
Radion Spa.
Yeah, Radion Spa.
Yeah.
We will be taking the two names, just to say.
Yeah, that's Eau Rouge and Radion.
Correct, Michael Schmidl. It is indeed Eau Rouge and Radion.
Is it Alboreto?
It's an S, right?
Like,
No, it looks like an S, right?
No, the only thing is it up for interpretation? Because, like, you could say a few different names of this, right?
I feel like correct.
Yeah.
Is at Radion, but it's looking at Eau Rouge.
I mean, you can also see turn one. So, like, it's just up for like.
So maybe you have to get all three to get the point, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Can you give us turn one first and foremost?
La Source.
Spot on from Josh. Okay. What's the next one?
Eau Rouge.
Spot on. What's the third one?
Radion.
It's Radion, actually.
Yeah, we're gonna give you that, guys. That is brilliant. Phenomenal. Really what? Okay. What's this one called?
Turn 5 and 6.
I don't know what they're actually called.
I'm not sure what they're called.
It's Nerb turn 5 and 6.
Yes.
We need a German in the team.
Good dog.
I don't know.
No idea, mate. No idea what.
No idea what these are called.
No idea?
No.
This is Ford Curve.
Oh. That's not very German.
What are your thoughts?
T5 and T6.
Yeah, I was about to say
I ain't the name of it though, is it, Ebro?
Oh, I don't know.
This is what I'm saying.
Does anyone know the actual name of that? I don't know.
second sector.
Oh yeah, give me the second sector.
Sector, there you go, that's the name.
Something in German. That's all I.
Something
I can tell you, Ibrahim Khan, that is not the correct answer.
No way. I don't know.
Do you want me to put you out of your misery?
Yeah, we're hopeless at this.
This is Ford Curve.
I was gonna say one brand. I was like, it's gonna be some brand. Fair enough.
Yeah.
No, I only know it's Nürburgring and then. Well, I guess Ulas is Josh's turn.
I think this is the Valvoline curve and the Ford curve.
I could just tell that you've been on Google, Enzo. Yeah. You've been quiet for the entirety of the time. Using your keyboard to type in.
Just giving my teammates a chance to respond.
Yeah.
I agree with Enzo, actually.
Goodness me. I can tell you it is indeed the Ford Curve. So there we are. Technically, though, Enzo, I'm not going to give you the point because you said Valvoline Curve first. So lay it on me, guys. Give me your thoughts.
It's really tough.
It's I think it's the.
It's the S before Dunlop.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the name of it is.
Oh man.
What's the name?
I have zero idea. Like absolutely zero.
It's nothing to do with an S. It's just a curve. But
I think we're in trouble there. I don't think we're going to get this.
I feel like Josh is the only one that might know.
Do you want me to break your hearts right now?
Yes.
yeah.
One of you did say it earlier.
No.
What? No, it wasn't the
No,
S's.
that's not Dunlop. Is it just called the S's?
It's Dunlop Curve.
No, what? Dunlop's the hairpin at the bottom of the hill.
That's the hairpin, is it not?
No,
it's the corner.
No, it's not. This is the corner before.
Corner before it,
Yeah.
Is it? In that case, it's Ford Curve.
George, no, George knew. He just wanted to give us false hope.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Are we all ready? Because it's pedal to the meadow and it's go, 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 go!
Hello everyone and welcome back to ESL R1 here in the spring season as the thrills and spills of the high banks are officially over as we now chop and change and go to something very, very different. Of course, it is the Orchard Road Street Circuit this evening, something very new for ESL R1. It's myself, Lewis McGlade, and thank goodness there's no George Morgan in the booth with me. It's Ewan O'Leary this time. Hello, Ewan. We'll get George back later on in the season, but for now we actually get to have some fun. How's things? Obviously, welcome back to ESL R1 for you. It should be a lot of, should be very, very different, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, very pleased to be back. Thanks for having me again. And as you say, such a different challenge in the offing for everybody here today. The high banks of Daytona are very much past us now, and the speeds of Monza coming up in a couple of weeks' time are going to be pushed to the back of the mind for the moment as well. This circuit is very much the outlier as far as the team's championship goes. It's a tight street circuit where getting up to top speed is not even going to be possible, really. It's about threading your way through these difficult corners, and keeping out of the walls and qualifying is going to be so important.
Indeed. Well, we might have a few people joining us for this round when it comes to viewership. Obviously, we did have quite a lot of new people joining for the first round of the season. So let's talk a little bit and explain what ESL R1 is all about and go through the schedule so you actually fully understand where things are. On the left side, we're in the Teams Championship right now. We've obviously done round one. That was won by Luke Bennett and Team Redline. Of course, we're here in round two at Orchard Road. And as Ewan alluded to, we'll be going to Monza in a couple of weeks' time for round three. Then we'll take a little bit of a break and then we'll begin our run for the Drivers' Championships, round 1, 2 and 3, obviously going in a 3-week period at the end of June to the start of July. The way the evening works, though, is we'll have 7 races in totality across the evening, starting with the knockout races. So of the 12 teams that we've got, they've got 4 drivers. They'll split them up between knockouts 1, 2, 3 and 4 as they see fit. So we'll have 12 drivers in each of the knockouts. The top 6 drivers from each of those knockouts will move through into the semi-finals. So knockout 1, knockout 2, so we'll have 12 drivers in the semi-final. The top 6 from that will go through into the final. And again, the top 6 from semi-final 2 will go through into the final. We'll have that 12-car shootout to see who's going to be victorious this evening at Orchard Road. Again, it was Luke Bennett with a fantastic drive just last week. See if he can do it again.
Yeah, it would be impressive to see if he could go back-to-back. We haven't seen that happen very often, but that format there is very much what we've retained throughout the history of ESL R1, really. But the difference is from 1 year ago when we were in the spring season for 2023, the fact we've got points now for the top 6 as well. Previously, you only got points for where you finished in the overall day, but now you get points in individual races as well. Every single position and point will matter in every single race. It generally keeps things very interesting indeed, and hopefully we'll create some overtaking at a circuit that is going to be difficult to produce that.
Yeah, points mean prizes. Prizes mean cheddar cheese. Let's talk about the money that's on the line for the ESL R1 spring season. Of course, on the right-hand side, the team prize pool is kind of what we're playing for at the moment. 140 grand going to the winner, 85 for second, 55 for third, and so on. All of the top 12 teams will take themselves some prize money. There are 12 teams, so everyone gets some form of prize money, at least on the team side of things. However, on the driver side of things, we've got 48 drivers in totality. Just 12 of them will be taking prize money. We'll be crossing that bridge and focusing a little bit more on that just a little bit later on, of course. But yeah, it's a hefty amount of wedge up for grabs in the team side of things, and I'm sure they'll all be vying for top prize and fighting for every single last little point, which is why we'll see the hopefully the knockout races being a little bit more elbows out than normal.
Yeah, exactly. It's difficult to get that round here, as we've mentioned, but we're hoping that sort of top 6 getting points does sort of create that a little bit, and we saw that there was plenty of racing for the race wins. In fact, there were probably better races for the actual wins in the knockouts last week, I would say, than actually for 6th place. Sometimes it was kind of over very quickly, and in a previous world that would have meant not much action, to be honest. But we saw some great races for the win, some last lap passes. We saw Kevin Lewis Jr. giving slipstream to Dominic Blythe to take second at the end, as Mercedes were having a very, very good day as an overall manufacturer, if you like. And so it just creates these little moments that give us a bit of interest, and we are going to need something to sort of be created, if you like, at this circuit. I don't think it's going to be following the leader all of the time, but you are going to have to work so hard for these passes.
Well, last round we saw an excellent performance from Williams right up until the final. We'll discuss that a little bit more in a few moments' time. Of course, Team Redline ended up taking victory in that final with Luke Bennett behind the wheel. But, of course, Williams sit 19 points clear of Team Redline. Vitality, effectively the replacement brand-wise, or rather R8G being represented as Team Vitality this season. Porsche Command had a couple of wins with Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers in the knockouts last time. See what they can do. Fourth position in their Apex Racing team. Team Falcons, arguably the standout performance from that, one of the new teams for this season, did an exceptional job. Mouse got involved in too many issues, especially that one between Butterhouse and Max Benneker back in Daytona in the bottom half of the championship, along with BS Competition. G2 Esports, despite having two new drivers, obviously in Brzezinski and Wisniewski, of course, Guild. Big disappointments from them at the first round of the season with Virtus Pro and FaZe Clan. But Ewan, let's be honest, whilst Williams did an excellent job basically getting all 4 cars into the final, it wasn't them that took victory. It was of course, Redline and Luke Bennett.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see a little bit. The team that accumulates the most points over the course of the day may well not be the team that has the race winner, if you like, the round winner, as Luke Bennett was able to take that first round of the championship. But Redline didn't have a bad day by any means. Bennett flying the flag for them, though, and they're going to hope that some of those other drivers can maybe move on up a little bit and start to support him a little bit in that role. But if you think back to the spring season of 2023, he was very strong at this time of year as well. In fact, had the momentum going into Munich, to be honest. He just wasn't able to quite produce on the day. It was about Marcel Cintig and James Baldwin back then a year ago. However, he'll be hoping that he can not only take that forward from the online rounds where he's been very good, but take it towards a LAN where I think he still does have that extra level to go to.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, that'll all be dealt with in Riyadh, of course, a little bit later on. It was so fun with Gamers 8 last year. This time, the Esports World Cup, we'll see who's going to be coming out on top there. It's a lot of fun seeing these drivers take to a LAN event. It's a very different style of environment, very different style to kind of racing at home when you're in your own simulator, in your own rig. You kind of got your own comforts there. Riyadh's going to be something very, very different, as what we saw last year, where it was Max Benneker who took to the top step of the podium in fantastic fashion. I believe hopefully we'll be able to catch up with Williams Esports and Jake Hammond, which would be excellent, because obviously they had a fantastic round back in Daytona, didn't they, Ewan? And getting all 4 cars into the final.
Yeah, we've very rarely seen that, to be honest, and to do it in the team's championship where it is about the team and collecting the most points as a team, that's just the perfect moment for them. I think maybe they'll be a little bit disappointed, tinged with disappointment maybe about how the final went, but even when you're all in the final, even if you finished in the bottom 4 or between yourselves, you're still scoring points that you probably wouldn't have anyway. So it was a good round for them generally, and they'll be hoping they can continue that on. Very interested to find out really about the other drivers, because we hear a lot about Darren McCormack, we see a lot of him as well, won twice last week, but what about the other ones? I've been impressed with the way they've settled in for this season.
Yeah, obviously Don Bly being the major part of that. Obviously see the fantastic performance that we had at the end of the full season, with him carrying on basically straight away with that. What are the expectations from this evening for them? Those are how they entered the final. So obviously you can see the 4 drivers there for Williams. That's how they entered the finals last time out. The knockout race, the first knockout race for this evening, though, the Williams Esports Rivals, we'll keep on that topic. Williams will have Dominic Blyer out for them in the session. It will be Kevin Ellis Jr., Ferris Stanley, Ulas Asildarim, Jakub Brzezinski, James Baldwin, Yuri Kasdorp, Dane Warren, Sebastian Job, Thomas Tatler, Danila Sherapenin, Marcel Cintic, and Dominic Blyer out in the first knockout of this evening at Orchard Road. Pretty strong lineup, arguably not the strongest. I think knockout 3 might be the strongest this evening, Ewan.
There's a bit of an argument about that, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure which one I would go for as the strongest, because I quite like the look of the last one as well, actually. Quarterfinal 4, we don't call them that anymore, do we? Knockout 4, sorry, when we get to that lot later on. So I like the look of that one as well. I'll be interested to see the sort of poll times and stuff like that, though, because I'm sure you noticed this during last week. The second two knockout rounds were maybe a little bit slower, so it's always good to compare the 4 knockout rounds and just see where we are. It gives you a good idea really as to who might get through from the semi-final as well, when some of those drivers who otherwise don't race each other very often will start to in those semi-finals.
Well, I do have an excuse from Will Chadwick, who says, kind of leaning into that, basically saying the game drives differently server to server, which is an excuse above anything else. But basically what that means is that as much as everything's equal for all the drivers in the server, it's more just like, you know, conditions and stuff changes. You would expect on a racetrack, you know, temperatures and stuff changing. Just sounds like a lot of hot air to me. But we will see Will Chadwick, who's been behind FaZe as a team for basically, well, for ages, as basically one of their engineers. We get to see him drive and mock, as we'll see Brzezinski. Very serious face. My goodness.
Yeah, last time, by the way, we had a circuit making its debut. Kub Brzezinski was able to get into the final by winning the first semi-final. That was back at Daytona. We've not seen a circuit make its debut in ESL R1 since then, so we'll see if he can repeat that as we look at Sebastian Job, who was runner-up last season. There's Tumas Tatalet, who I'm really on the fence about making it. I really can't decide.
Indeed. I will tell you my 6 drivers, because I said I'll let you know the 6 drivers that I think will go through, because yeah, we've got to keep this up. I think Kevin Lewis Jr., James Baldwin, Dane Warren, Sebastian Job, Marcel Chinchik, Dom Blyer will work their way through. And yes, I didn't say Tumas Tatalet, who does seem to surprise. Did say this driver though, Marcel Chinchik, in a, as you rightly pointed out, very unfurnished room, but that's fine. At least he's got his flip-flops.
Yeah, he used to have a bike in the background, but he's clearly moved that out of the way. So there you go. There's Sharapanin getting ready for the race today as well. So it's all about preparation. We've spoken previously about qualifying being very important. Well, that is sort of feeling insignificant now. This really is the most important qualifying session that these guys will take on here this season.
Yeah, indeed. Saw a lot of screen shaking there for Sharapanin. Also, he stole my Nance curtains, so at least there is that. Going into this qualifying session, expectations when it comes to times, we're expecting something in the 10s, in the 1 minute 10s. It's a very short lap round here, 13-lap race as well. Something in the 10s. I am wisely informed, a 10.6 you might see. Maybe. A 10.7 is like an unreal, like absolutely solid. That's definitely going to be the pole time. A 10.8 is decent, and a 10.9 will most likely be in the top 6, is what I'm expecting. There is Ferris Stanley, obviously. I know he's been in with like the Legion of races and stuff like that, as far as I'm aware, like a few times. Obviously, comes from that neck of the woods. Well, sort of Indonesia. It's all the same, isn't it? When it comes to distances between them. But yeah, Indonesia's got its fair share of race circuits. I think it's the Sentul race circuit, isn't it, in Indonesia? Actually, by shapes, not that different to this. It's a bit bigger.
I've known Zach Sweeney, but I don't know that circuit.
I beat Kevin Siggy round there once. Just saying.
Wow.
Oh,
your claim to fame? Yeah.
Yep. Around a circuit you've never heard of. Great track.
I'm sure you've beaten Kevin Siggy in other places, to be fair, so that's fine.
I certainly have. Austria was one. That's fine. And to be fair, in the race that we did, a lot of other places as well. Let's take a look, though, on track for the first time here around the Orchard Road Street Circuit. This is down the back end of the circuit, coming out through Exeter, up towards the Grange, this fast right-hander, uphill, kind of balancing the brake all the way through, dropping down the gears, and then flicking it through the left-hander for Marcel Chinchik going through the Grange. Now down towards the left-right section, which has no names. I think we need to figure our own ones out. So, ladies and gentlemen, best names in this. Actually, you'll call it Corner McCorner face or something. As we work through the right-hander, this is a terrible lap from Marcel Chinchik.
Oh, no. Oh, Marcel Chinchik. The most important qualifying session of all of them in the knockouts, and he's going to be starting pretty much from the back, not because he's had a slowdown or anything, just because he's gone for a spin. And so we're expecting 1:10s to be the pole time. Maybe we can see a 10.6. He's struggling to make it in the 20s at the moment, I'm afraid. That is a disaster for Marcel Chinchik, I'm afraid, who will be starting last.
I think you could beat that lap time. Second sector was a little bit down on where we'd want, but obviously the first sector was pretty decent. The third sector was absolutely horrendous. Jakub Brzezinski then, I'm pretty sure a 1 minute 20.460 is not going to be particularly hard for the Polish driver to beat as he comes up towards the line with a 10.9. Expectations that'll be in the top 6, but it's certainly not going to be on pole position around here.
No, well, we'll see really, because it is one-shot qualifying, and so even though these guys will have gone faster than that, and everybody will have been able to go faster than that in their practice, we'll see if they can actually do it when it counts in these sessions. This is Yuri Kasdorp, who didn't quite make it to the major at the 2023 fall season, missed out by a few places. What can he do over the line here for a bit of an improvement on Daytona? It's over the line, it's an 11.1. Doesn't look especially impressed with himself after that one, a slight shake of the head for the Miles driver.
Yeah, not ideal for Kasdorp, which car-wise looks very odd in the shadows. It looks black and white. I don't know how they've done that, but that looks fantastic. Ulas Zildjian then, clipping the wall a little bit, going through turn 7 and 8, clipping the wall again, going through Shaw, now through Iron and out onto the start-finish, straight onto Orchard Road itself, as he'll punch a time onto the sheets with a 1:11.653. We're expecting to see some larger time differentials around here, and well, we're certainly seeing it.
Yeah, this is a hard qualifying session as of right now. Very difficult indeed to get to grips. James Baldwin going to try and do that right now. The 26-year-old, third place in the spring season for 2023. It wasn't so good in the fall season, but looking to get back to winning ways. Now back in the Audi for Guild. He goes over the line. What's it going to be? Looking decent, and it's pole provisionally for James Baldwin.
Yeah, and for a driver who started out the season in not so great circumstances, that'll feel pretty handy indeed. On board now with Dane Warren. Ignore that car there. That's just where they start their qualifying lap from effectively. So they'll do the final few corners and then we'll go. Obviously that car ghosted, so there's no contact between them. And the drivers on track at the moment can't also see that driver. So don't worry too much about that. Dane Warren then through the final corner, shake of the head. So I'm not sure this one's going to be great as he crosses the line. Well, I mean, it's still a 9.95, goes a thousandth of a second faster than Brzezinski.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, but clearly feels he could have done better. If you're qualifying inside the top 6 here, I think you're doing okay. As we've had half of them, you kind of want to be in the top 3, really. I think everyone who's been in the 10.9 so far will be pleased with themselves. This is Sherepenin, the Russian, making his way through the final couple of corners as Virtus Pro make their ESL R1 first steps, if you like, out over the final corner now for Sherepenin. And it's not bad. It is at 4th place, 11.1.
Yeah, still 5 more drivers left to go in this session, of which we've got some fairly heavy hitters. Ferris Stanley, don't want to be mean, but arguably the weakest of the 5 to come. Tattler, Ellis Jr., Job and Blyer, all very capable of getting themselves within that top 6, but Ferris Stanley certainly will be one of those. Don't worry, his webcam is frozen. He is not just staring off into Narnia whilst he flies his way through the final sector. Across the line, he's going to go for a 4th place. That's not bad.
Yeah, he says, "How's that, Lewis McGlade?" As he goes, but he's not made it yet. So it's you know, you might be right later. We'll wait and see. Here's Thomas Tattler making his way through the final corners. As I say, always seems to surprise us with the way he's able to sneak into these positions to progress through the rounds. 12th place in the fall season just gone, about through 2023. What is he going to do here? He's sort of okay with his lap, but it looks decent. 2nd place for Thomas Tattler.
Yeah, that was yeah. That was there. I mean, to be fair, that's about as much emotion you're going to get out of Thomas Tattler. Here comes one of the big heavy hitters, though, Sebastian Job, driver who has the highest percentage of race victories in ESL R1, even higher than Josh Rogers. I'll dive into the stats a little bit later on. Working his way now through the final corner, out towards the wall, the penultimate turn, now through the final one. Watch out for that pit wall on the exit. See what his expression's like coming up towards the line. A little bit of a shake, but nothing too major. It is going to be a 1 minute 10.845. So provisionally the fastest time of the session.
Yeah, nice lap time from the runner-up of the fall season 2023. This is John Blyer, who I mentioned earlier on. I've been really impressed with actually through the first round at Daytona. He was able to take 2nd in his knockout race, just in behind Kevin Ellis Jr., who's still to come in this session. Through the final couple of corners now for the Williams Esports new look Mercedes this year. Out over the line for Blyer, and it's going to be 4th place. It's a close qualifying session.
And here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. then, a driver who had a pretty good run the previous round, of course, this season when we went racing at Daytona Beach. His record coming into that wasn't it wasn't terrible, it wasn't great, but it took his 5th victory and managed to get podiums in all 3 of the races. What can he do this round? Going to keep this podium streak alive, going through the final turn now out towards the start-finish line with a 1:10.845 to beat the last time in the session, and it's quick enough for pole position for Kevin Ellis Jr.
That's a very solid lap time indeed, especially the end of the lap. First sector was kind of where you want to be, around the benchmark, around the average, but those latter portions of the lap, Kevin Ellis Jr. able to take the first pole position of the day. Can he take his 2nd knockout win in 2 weeks?
Yeah, indeed, and start adding to the list. Again, when it comes to top 5 percentages, he's, according to my record, is 67.2% on the top 5 finishes in ESL R1. I'm pretty sure from pole position around here, you're almost guaranteed it. The only thing that can change things up is a little bit of a mistake, of contact. This circuit is not easy to drive at the best of times, and particularly with the sliding that you get going through the final sector, going through that left, and then the 3 rights from once you've gone past the Grange from that point on. It's really easy to overheat your tyres. We saw that from Marcel Chinchik. James Baldwin there will be absolutely desperate to get through into the semi-finals after a very disappointing run last week.
Yeah, he will. It's really important to bounce back, and I think for a new team as well, it's especially important to sort of try and build up a little bit of momentum. If your star driver, which you could argue that James Baldwin is not getting into these semi-finals at the very least, it's kind of difficult, you would feel. So I think they'll really be relying on him to get into the top 6 here for knockout 1. There's Kevin Ellis Jr. still looking calm and probably realises at this stage that almost half the job is done, maybe more.
Big congratulations to Kevin Ellis Jr. as well. Obviously, the news coming out in the week, he's going to be a papa. I'm sure he'll be guiding them into the world of sim racing in the fairly near future, Ewan.
Certainly so. This is the grid for knockout number 1, and it's spring champion Marcel Chinchik on the back. Ulas Zilder made a couple of mistakes towards the end, and so he is in 11th. Yuri Kazdrup and Daniel Sarapenin will be on row 5. Ferris Stanley just on the fringes of that top 6 will be looking to move forward, along with Jakub Brzezinski having moved over to G2. Of course, he's 7th. Dane Warren is just inside the top 6 with just a 10.9. So did Dominic Blyer, who's only 7 thousandths ahead. Then it's Tumas Tatsila in 4th place, James Baldwin in 3rd, Sebastian Job, and then Kevin Ellis Jr., the only 10.7 we've seen so far tonight, and it's unsurprisingly given him a pole position.
And I'm okay. Of the 6 drivers that I picked, 5 of them are inside the top 6, and it's Tumas Tatsila who's the one that I might have hinted a little bit towards. There he is. It's Marcel Chinchik was the one that I did pick, but I mean, let's be honest, we can't. I can't take any blame for that, because the other 5 drivers are fine. There's no such thing as the commentator's curse. He looks exceptionally pleased. Does Tumas Tatsila? I'm sure he will look much happier once he crosses the line inside the top 6. I don't think he will actually.
No, maybe not, actually. I'm just thinking, actually, now you mentioned Marcel Chinchik, how does he move forward from there? How do you even motivate yourself to move from 12th up to 6th place? It must be so difficult.
Well, we go and find some statistics on Marcel Chinchik as the race starts underway.
Well, it certainly is. Kevin Ellis Jr. with a good launch off of the line. It's 3 wide indeed for 2nd place as Tumas Tatsila looks down the inside, breaks late. He's going to get into Kevin Ellis Jr. Big dive from the Finnish driver, and all of a sudden the pole sitter is in a bit of trouble here. Side by side still for the lead. There's so much contact. There's a track blockage indeed. Dane Warren goes for a half spin. Dominic Blyer goes all the way around. Jakub Brzezinski's caught up in it. The top 4 are clear, but the rest of the field caught up in a huge crash.
The mediocrity at its finest. What just happened with Sherepedin there as well, coming down towards Killeney? It just drove straight into the barrier, it seems. It seems as though some brain cells not being used from our first race here in ESL R1 this evening. But either way, Tumas Tatsila at the front of the field, probably in fairly questionable circumstances. James Baldwin bumps the rear of Kevin Ellis Jr. I think Kevin Ellis Jr. will probably sit there and be like, right, okay, that's my drama done for this race. Let me just catch my breath for a second, make sure the tyres are in the working window and get on after it. But what on earth happened there? That is not what we expect to see from a grid of some of the best drivers in sim racing. Race control have got a lot to do. Ferris Stanley inside the top 6 as Marcel Chinchik's going for the undercut.
Marcel Chinchik looking for a top 6 as Paris Stanley works his way around the outside. Oh, bit of contact as well. Dane Warren moves to the inside. He seems to like that line, actually, towards the line for whatever reason. Yuri Kastorp is right in here as well as they all fight for the top 6. Marcel Chinchik's down here inside here on our right-hand side as we're on board. He can't get through, though. And here goes Yuri Kastorp down at turn 2 in the shadows. He can't quite make it work. Chinchik hangs on to 7th.
Chinchik's top 6 percentage, by the way, 77.8% in ESL R1. He's only missed in the entirety of last year, and including, of course, the opening rounds of this year. He's only missed the top 6 on, I think it's 19 occasions. Here's a look at lap 1. So Tyler absolutely wrecks Kevin Lewis Jr. into the wall for some reason. But what happens behind? It's a spin. So I think Blyer had Brzezinski down the inside, but couldn't quite give enough room.
I'm not sure what went on there. I was looking at Ferris Stanley, actually. I think he maybe got into Dane Warren to sort of instigate a synchronised spinning competition, if you like, between the two of them. I don't know. That was pretty awkward. It was a whole track blockage. I mean, it could have been worse, actually, but it just gives you an insight into what we're going to see tonight.
It was mediocre. That's all we know. Well, I don't actually know. Mediocre, I don't think it's doing it justice. That was poor. But I hope we don't see that too much. I want to see some actual decent racing. But then again, that might be where all the action is going down to the first turn. All these drivers understanding what they require. What is the bet? The drivers blame the track. Which is one of my least favourite things, by the way, is when people are like, oh, it's the track's fault. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I don't know. I hope that's not the blame, where the blame is dealt, actually. But they may well blame each other in any case as well, which is not necessarily the worst thing in the world, because there were some big dives down the inside at turn 1 and 2 there, and that they probably should have maybe exercised a bit more caution in turn 1. But this is what happens, isn't it, when you know that it's going to be a difficult race in terms of overtaking. It does emphasise the importance of the first corner, and that's exactly sort of the results that we've seen there.
If anyone joined us, or joined me, you went there, for PEC D, Porsche Esports Career Cup Deutschland, where this round was used. There's a few drivers that we'll talk about on this grid, or at least across the evening, where they've actually run in it, including Max Benneker. There was drama in this corner in that, which is exactly where we've got the drama in this race. So maybe it is something to do with turn 2 as well. G2 and Apex are the only teams to put their best ranked driver into knockout 1. Fair stat. Indeed, which is also kind of very interesting. I think are they the same way as they were last round?
What do you mean?
Was Kevin Ellis Jr. was in the first race last round, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Well,
yeah, I think a fair amount of these guys were anyway. Blyer definitely was. But obviously you can change things around a little bit and so on and so on. So we'll look out for that over the course of the season, especially for teams changing their lineup around. What that highlighted to me, though, or reminded me of, was the fact that Kevin Ellis Jr. once again has sort of been flying the flag for Apex, in my opinion, this season already. We saw it a little bit, starting off really at Gamers 8, I noticed it first of all, although it goes back to Munich and even before that in the spring season, doesn't it really, where Kevin Ellis Jr. was the only one at Munich who very nearly made it for Apex. He didn't quite make it. At Gamers 8, he was the only one to make it to the drivers' final on day 2. He's been the real main man at Apex for a while, and it's just making me look around at some really good drivers they've got otherwise. Jamie Fluke, Johan and Jimmy Antunes as well they've got for this season, making me look around and think, when are these guys going to join him in one of these semi-finals? When are these guys also going to get to the final? And when's it going to stop being the Kevin Ellis Jr. show at Apex?
Well, obviously, he didn't win a final last year, did Kevin Ellis Jr.? It was Jamie Fluke who did. Obviously, at Road Atlanta, so yeah, who knows? Who knows, young Ewan? All we know is that he's won a fair few races and put on an awfully good show as Kevin Ellis Jr., particularly back in Riyadh, actually, last year with that shootout between himself and Marco Pejic at Spa, where they had to set a lap time to decide who was going through to the next day. It was very thrilling. And Kevin Ellis Jr. came out on top in that one. Obviously, we saw there a little bit Ferris Stanley closing in on Cherepenen, of course, for the Virtus Pro team, currently running in 5th position, which would be excellent for them. Obviously, Virtus Pro did get through into the final. Was it Oleg Zholobov who was driving? I can't remember. Again, something happens and it instantly leaves my mind. Virtus Pro, though, did get through into the final last round. Sherry Pennant up there in 5th. I still don't fully know how he's in 5th position, considering how hard he absolutely slapped the barrier at Killeney.
Well, yeah, that was a sort of secondary sideshow, if you like, to what we were seeing down at the... And his monitors do rattle, don't they? Goodness me. I don't really know why he went straight on into the wall. He's very lucky, actually, that his car sort of bounced out and pointed in the right direction as it bounced out the wall again, if you see what I mean. If he'd have sort of bounced straight in and gone backwards again, then he would have been in the wall facing the wrong way with about 7 drivers behind him, all looking to try and come through as he's blocking the track. So I'm quite glad that he bounced off in the right way. But I really don't know the answer as to how he ended up straight in the wall there, because he was on his own, completely on his own.
Each to their own. The way his monitor is shaking around, though, it does give me a little bit of a Jim Paresis Formula Sim Racing World Championship vibe, which, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just I think if you go on YouTube and type in Formula Sim Racing World Championship, Jim Paresis, a Hockenheimring, like monitors falling off or something. Basically, he's got 3 monitors that are all set up on his desk, and they all fall over when he gets onto the brakes very heavily, going down on the hairpin of the Hockenheimring. It is hilarious. It has 500,000 views as well.
Wow, does it?
Yeah, it really does. It's very funny.
Wow.
Good on Jim, who I don't know if he does sim racing anymore, but if you are, hello. Either way, we'll keep our eyes focused on this race, because Thomas Taffler, well, he's just leading comfortably. I've not seen anything from race control yet, though.
No, but can you imagine how long it would take to to look through all of that? It's going to be a while, I think, and that might well be the story of today. What I was thinking, actually, while I was watching that that opening sequence, if you like, I was thinking, goodness me, I don't want to be a steward today.
Oh, to be fair, on any street circuit, I feel bad for the stewards. I distinctly remember V8 Supercars at Townsville back in, I think it was 2015, and I'm pretty sure they gave out basically on average a penalty a lap. Around there, which is, because it was like an 80-lap race, it's pretty impressive. And I can't remember how much the damage totaled up to after that race, but it was a lot. It was the highest amount of damage that ever been accrued on a V8 Supercars weekend. That would be what this would be like already after just turn 2. We don't typically see the grid separated by so much, but do remember again the top 6 work their way through. So this fight that we're looking at here, very, very important. And Marcel Chinchik won't just settle for 7th, because he knows that if he doesn't get through, his evening's over.
Absolutely, and he's not very used to that. He often, very often, as we've already talked about in the statistics, gets through. I think he's the most likely candidate, though, of those outside the top 6 to make it. Yuri Kasdorp seems to have been slightly distracted by Dane Warren and Ulla Sazilda right behind him to have lost a bit of ground now. But Stanley and Chinchik are catching Sharapenin here, so I wonder what Stanley's going to do in that situation. It's so awkward for him, isn't it, really? Because he'll want to overtake Sharapenin, but he doesn't want to make so much of a point of doing that as to let Chinchik through.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know how this is all going to play out. That's the exciting part of just sitting here and watching it unfold, seeing Marcel Chinchik, a series champion in ESL R1. So with one of the higher percentages of top 6 finishes in ESL R1, try and work his magic from the back of the grid after drama and qualifying to move his way back inside that top 6. Ferris Stanley, the driver directly ahead of him for BS competition, looking to move through into a semi-final, which would be fantastic for Ferris Stanley. But again, we're seeing overtaking rounds here, not particularly easy. I've seen Marcel Chinchik do that twice now, where he takes a faster line, a faster apex speed at T1 to try and leave him the inside at turn 2. That's a great idea and very, very easy to mess up. Very easy.
Yuri Kasdorp's just been off the road, by the way. Not sure whether there was contact with Dane Warren or not, but saw his car backwards in the background through turn 2, and so Yuri Kasdorp is now down to 10th place. Yeah, I think there's a couple of opportunities on this circuit to actually do that, isn't there? Through turn 2, as you mentioned, you go through Grange as well, maybe go a bit faster through the first part and get down the inside for the second, although I feel it's a bit more difficult to do it through there. There's another chicane very similar to that just after Grange, for which we're yet to name. Suggestions are welcome. And then you get to the end of the lap, so I think that's where Chinchik's going to be looking for this, because clearly the straights aren't really long enough for him to work his way through normally.
I feel like I might have to commit with corner face, but no, I don't think we can. Turn 7 and 8 is the one we're looking at. Obviously, turn 2 actually doesn't have a name, but that could be crashing at crash face based on what we've seen so far in this event. Obviously, we know this turn is Mandarin, and you work your way down towards turn 2, unnamed, and then you've got that run into Killeney and Exeter up towards the Grange. So those 2 corners afterwards, we don't have any names for at the moment. I'm pretty sure when I was looking, like there's a hotel or something around there. This is where an Arjuna needs to jump in because he obviously lived basically in this area. Let's see what happened on replay with Warren. Oh, well, your first guess was right.
Yep. Difficult one to call there. Was Dane Warren alongside there entitled to the room, or was Yuri Kazduk unfairly scooted out? Scooped out wide.
Scooted out wide. I don't know. It's not an easy one. The thing is, the braking zone for it is so short. That incident right there is what I'm worried about happening between Marcel Chinchik and Ferris Stanley. There is confirmation from race control then. A 5-second post-race time penalty will go the way of Thomas Tattler, which will keep him inside the top 6, but he'll pass the race victory over to Sebastian Job.
Yep, it would drop him at the moment to 4th place, so Job, Ellis Jr. and Baldwin would all move forwards. But as you say, it doesn't help these guys, who are still outside of the top, well, or this indeed driver who we're on board with at the moment. Here goes Chinchik again, fast through turn 1. Stanley's starting to get wise to this. This is the problem as well when you don't strike immediately on the back of a drive around here. If you don't get through at the first possible opportunity, it's going to be difficult because the driver ahead, as Stanley has started to do, starts to learn your lines and starts to learn where you're going to try and make this move.
Yeah, indeed. Exactly. It's just very, very difficult to kind of make that pounce. You've got to have so much confidence to pounce immediately to send that move. By the way, for those drivers in 2nd and 3rd, so Sebastian Job and Kevin Ellis Jr., 100%, if they didn't notice it in game or whatever, they will absolutely have been told in their ears, by the way, don't fight Tattler. He's got a 5-second time penalty. Don't worry about it.
Yep. He will. By the way, to give you another statistic, by the way, and it's quite, oh dear, as Ellis Jr. bounces off the wall, Thomas Tattler has never won online before. He won at the 4 Major, his only race win of ESL R1, however, never online. So this could be a first, but he's going to have to pull off a minor miracle to do that here. He's going to win on the road, I would have thought. He's not going to win when the results come out a little bit later on. Instead, it will go to Sebastian Job, who definitely has won once or twice on online and indeed in person. He does a lot of winning.
Yeah, looking for his 18th. I didn't realise, by the way, speaking of drivers with a lot of wins, Josh Rogers, I didn't realise it was his 30th victory in ESL R1 last time, which is just baffling and disgusting.
Yeah, certainly is. So we'll see if we get a 31st a little bit later on when we see Josh Rogers. Dane Warren, the current Porsche Commander representative, and he's looking like he's going to be out at the end of this race. Final lap coming up just around the corner here. Marcel Chinchik with just a few kilometres left to try and work his way through into 6th.
Indeed, got to try and magic something up here, does the Hungarian. Obviously, we've seen him so many times be involved in the top 6 against him before. He's missed it in less than 20 times. Marcel Chinchik has missed out on the top 6. This could be the move going down as a turn 1. Let's see if you can find something. Still, that braking zone is just too short. Marcel Chinchik has to settle being outside of the top 6, as there's Don Bly getting a 3-second time penalty as well. So he's definitely finishing last.
He's even more last than he is at the moment, I'm afraid to say, with that penalty dished out on the back of Cooper Brzezinski at the moment, who looks like he's going to be out, I'm afraid. Looking under a bit of pressure indeed into Killeney here, but it'll be quite an outrageous dive from Blair, who indeed gets into the back of Brzezinski there on the way down on the brakes. Chinchik very close again though as they go in towards Grange. It's looking like Tattler is going to take the win on the road, with Job taking over after the penalties are applied. But what can the Spring Major champion do from here on in to try and take that 6th place away? It's looking like a full-on effort for the moment. Here comes Thomas Tattler though. He's never won online before, and he had the chance to do so today. Unfortunately, a penalty is going to prevent him from doing so while he does take the win on the road. Knockout 1 is going to go to Sebastian Job here at Orchard Road, and he will be the winner and the first name on semi-final 1's roster sheet. And it's going to be Ferris Stanley who gets there in 6th. Marcel Chinchik out after a great effort from the back of the grid.
Absolutely shocking that that Marcel Chinchik is out, but we can't really say it was actually that much of a surprise considering where he qualified though. That was the big thing there. Great to see James Baldwin back on the podium for the first time since the first day of the full major when we did the drivers to figure out which drivers are going to go through into the final there. He got a podium on that day. Really struggled throughout the majority of the full season. But alas, maybe we're seeing James Baldwin finding his feet once more in ESL R1. There he is.
Certainly hope so. He's smiling there and it's clearly very pleased with himself. I always wondered, actually, with these guys in Knockout 1, they've got quite a gap until semi-final number 1. Always wondered whether maybe it's a bit of an advantage to those guys who are in there first to maybe get a bit of a break and get themselves ready for semi-final 1. It's a lot more of a drawn-out day than those who are in Knockout 4 who are starting their day in, 2 hours' time or so.
Yeah, and that basically those drivers that go into Knockout 4, they get a slight break between Knockout 4 and the semi-finals, and only a little one between the semi-finals and jumping into the race. But then that depends on the style of driver that you are, as to whether you want to just basically jump straight into it, where maybe sometimes you do just want to get into the rhythm. Some drivers work better being knocked out of the rhythm constantly. I, for one, absolutely despise doing a race and then being like, right, cool. See you in a couple of hours, lads. I don't like it. I like to just get in the rhythm and then just keep with it.
I would have liked the extra couple of hours of practice, to be honest, between knockout and semi-finals. But I'd need the practice. Yeah, you're right. It's still driver preference, though. You're right, and so I'm sure the teams, because they do get to decide who goes where, they'll factor that into their thinking a little bit. So the driver who likes the momentum of the day, I suppose, can go forth, and those who like a bit of a break can go first indeed. Or maybe it doesn't really matter at all to these guys. They just go in whatever order they want, which is perfectly fair enough as well. But first semi-final complete. Not a lot to speak of, actually, from the top 4 after the opening lap, but that first corner is just such a taster, I think, of what we're going to see later tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Like just trying to work their way through that second turn. It's a real pinch point, a real narrowing point for the drivers. As much as there's only 12 on there, that's what's going to cause those problems, those dramas. Did see it there. Like I said, I do think it was a driver trying to make it 3 wide, which I will give some advice to these drivers, as much as they're slightly better than me. A little bit, is don't make it 3 wide into turn 2. If you're 3 wide coming out of turn 1, that's fine. But if you make it 3 wide into turn 2, someone won't know that. The driver on the outside will have absolutely no idea that it's been made 3 wide, and that's where the crash happens. And because it happened, what was it, for like basically 5th, 6th place, that kind of area, it got everyone involved in it, meaning that the top 4 were able to check away, meaning that penalty really didn't matter for Thomas Taylor. Speaking of that, very quickly, how do you think Kevin Ellis Jr. will particularly feel about this incident here, where he got squeezed off by Thomas Taylor? It wasn't ideal, as we'll see some replays from the race.
Yeah, these are the spins that happened for the 3 drivers who ended up in the bottom 3 not so long after this. Dane Warren, Dominic Blair and Kuba Brzezinski. The side-by-side battling here, though, was... Watch Jared Penn in here, by the way. Bang! Well, how's he managed that? Anyway, side-by-side for the lead it was at the time, and eventually they all managed to filter their way through. Marcel Chinchik then did initially get alongside, then he was ahead of Sherrod... We didn't see this. Sherrod Penning got through again eventually, and so did Ferris Stanley, so that was all sorted out a little bit further down. This is Dane Warren down the inside of Yuri Kazdorp. That's going to be decided upon with the stewards, although there wasn't anything during the race there. I personally don't think Dane Warren did a whole lot wrong there. I think he was alongside, but there you go. There's Dominic Bly getting into the back of Brzezinski, and that was pretty much it. I wanted to ask you actually about the sort of what you would do in the bottom 6 after this next qualifying session. Having seen what we've just seen, is there any advice you can give to someone in the bottom 6 to say, oh, here's maybe where you can make a move? It must be so difficult to advise those drivers.
Well, I think, to be fair, I'll say that if you are in the bottom 6, if you obviously your day's done, I think they will take everything from this round and throw it straight to the bin. That'll probably be the biggest thing segment, because it's such an oddity of a circuit compared to what we see. There's not much that you're going to really learn from this that's going to be able to work in Monza, for example, or even later on in the season when we go to the Hockenheim Ring and obviously Spa and stuff. This information is just not really going to help that. So you might as well just take that information and chuck it and move on, right? That's my advice. Just was it that it says in Ted Lasso all the time? It's be a goldfish.
I've not seen that, so I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll take your word for that.
Watch your television shows. Goodness me.
I don't bother, actually, as it turns out. So they get pop culture knowledge is not my. Is that what that's even called? I don't even know. Cultural knowledge. Absolutely terrible. Anyway, we'll be getting ready for knockout number 2 very shortly, and everybody will have all eyes on qualifying all over again. I have to say, I really enjoyed that first qualifying session, by the way. We didn't really get time to reflect on it at the time because it's bish bash boss straight into the race, but really enjoyed it, actually. It's always so great qualifying on a street circuit, watching everybody get as close to the wall they possibly can. It's so entertaining.
Well, this is why I, controversially, like my top 5 circuits in the world, I do put Monaco in there. Sorry, but it's for good reason. You just have to let me explain. It's not to do with racing, because the racing around Monaco is trash. Great afternoon nap, though, so at least there's that. It's because the qualifying at Monaco, and actually, if you're hooking together a lap, obviously, I only know in sim, but as I'm wisely informed in real life as well, hooking up a lap around there is like something which you can get from absolutely no other circuit. Like, you can't repeat that at any other circuit. You can't just go to Silverstone and get the same feeling of hooking up a lap between the walls. There's something about street circuit racing, getting it close to the barriers, you know, kind of navigating that fine line. That's why I quite like corners like Grange, where you go up the hill to that really quick right-hander and you flick it through the left. Like, so much fun when you're navigating the barriers like that. It's, I say, that's why qualifying around here and getting that flow is really nice. Good lap to hot lap. I had a good fun with it.
Yeah, I know you did. Yeah, it's always interesting getting it hooked up on a street circuit in qualifying. As you say, I'd get rid of Monaco from F1 though, to be honest. But
well, that's because you're boring.
Says the race. Anyway, we'll move on. F1 cars need to be smaller. That's the top and bottom of it, but that's another issue in itself. It certainly feels like these cars are a little bit large at this circuit as well. I think it's fair to say. We're currently watching them get ready in the practice session, get ready for the race. It is always difficult to make your way through. Ferry Stanley did a decent job there of that. I wonder what Marcel Cimcik's going to be feeling after that. He might have just sort of seen that as a throwaway race, to be honest, when he qualified 12th. Thought, well, my day's kind of over anyway, and anything from here is a bonus. He has scored the most points he possibly could have done without going through. So I don't know what he's going to be feeling after that one, but Ferry Stanley must be delighted at the opportunity to have a semi-final. Yeah, indeed. No, great for Ferry Stanley to work his way through. Marcel Cimcik's probably going to step aside and I don't know, decorate the room or something. I don't know. Who knows? It's, that's more you, the one that picked it out. But to be fair, as is known, RHG and Vitality, as they are, they're a proper team. Like they really support each other. So I know exactly what Marcel Cimcik will do, which is pay attention straight away to the knockouts to see what's going to happen with his teammate. Erhan Yovsky is the one that's in this one for Vitality. So we'll have to wait and see. He's one of my picks to go through. One of my six drivers that I think is going to go through. I think Erhan could do it. You always have faith in Erhan, but
of course I do. Patrick Holzman did win round here in PEC-D, so it's a good omen, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so, yeah. But
obscure reference for people.
It is a bit, yeah. But that's fine. But you work it out at home if you want. But there you go. Yeah. You're right about Marcel Cimcik, by the way. He probably will be watching in some capacity about what his teammates are doing. I remember in the final last week, actually, he was cheering on Yuri Toman in the YouTube chat of this stream, actually. So maybe he's watching right now. Who knows? But there you go. He will be cheering on the Vitality team, who I was expecting maybe a little bit more from at Daytona, to be honest. They did okay. Well, more than okay, actually. They were up towards the front-ish of the team standings after that. But, you know, have they been expecting a little bit more? I don't know. Maybe my expectations are a little bit too high because RHG last year, actually, just the whole of 2023 were really good.
Yeah, particularly in the fall season where they just basically dominated all the way through. No, to be fair, I think they will be disappointed. They like 100%. There is disappointment in the team as to how that first round went, because I think like they would probably have gone into it expecting to do the same thing. They're in the same car as they were last year. They've got basically the same team. Obviously, they've still got Thibaut Kazmon in place of Risto Kappa, so they're probably expecting very much the same. Let's take a look at our drivers for Knockout 2. Marko Pejic for Guild. Luke Bennett, round winner last time, of course, at Daytona. Moritz Lerner in third position with De Jong. McCormack, who won 2 races just a week ago. Ibrahim Khan, already seen his teammate work his way through. Obviously, you've got Hanyovsky in there. You've got Isaac Price, Jimmy Antunes, Lamanek, then Sholobov, and Sir William Chadwick. Goodness me. Ooh, getting a full name out. Obviously representing FaZe Clan in this one. My picks for this, just saying. Khan, Lerner, Bennett, Lamanek, Yovsky, and McCormack, obviously.
I can't believe you've gone for Khan, actually. But there you go.
You can't believe it.
Can't believe it, indeed.
Why not? What's wrong? Are you down Ibra?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good shout. No, fair enough. That's all you got to say on that one.
Well,
who was trying to instead of him then?
I was trying to think of a nicer way to put it. I can't really remember who you didn't go for, who I would have done, but there must be someone, I suppose. There's Jimmy Antunes. I was not going to go for him. Did you say Isaac Price? I'll go for him.
I didn't say Isaac Price.
Yeah, I'll go for Isaac Price. I think he's got a chance of going through in this group for sure.
Wish.com, Jack Keithley. Or maybe Jack Keith is Wish.com Isaac Price, to be fair. I prefer Isaac. Jack's not racing this, it's fine, probably isn't paying attention. There is the driver that you wouldn't dare pick in the big red machine. There is Will Chadwick, Sir William Chadwick, who I have said must do a 1 minute 10 in this qualifying session. I'm not going to say what's at stake, but I've put a lot on there. It's fine, yeah, it's fine. Nothing financial, just my whole career, it's fine. There's Marko Pajic, a winner at, of course, the Nürburgring in the spring season last year.
Yeah, he knows how to get it done, that's for sure. But didn't quite have as good of a fall season, I find. There's Moritz Lerner.
That's what facial hair looks like.
That's what it looks like here's what a good one looks like. There's De Jong, not asleep, just visualising this lap ahead of him. He's concentrated, isn't he?
Mate.
Wow.
He's
I'm sure he's awake. Dear me. There's Bennett. He certainly is awake, and he's underway, actually, through the first couple of corners. So he'll kick us off for this qualifying session, will Luke Bennett, and can't wait to see what benchmark he sets. He could set a benchmark here, to be honest, that might not be beaten.
Yeah, exactly, as he works his way out now towards the Grange. Up the hill, again, we are looking for a 1 minute 10 point, ideally 6, 7, 8, 9, that kind of region's pretty decent. Anything in the 1 minute 11's not ideal. Big slide, kissing the barrier just a little bit, going through Grange now towards 7 and 8, the turns we need your input on as to what we're going to call them. Other than corner corner face, please. Down towards the final couple of corners. Ion first, this fast right-hander, into the extremely fast right-hander offshore. Let's see what the face is looking like on Luke Bennett as he once again hangs the rear out. Oh, he's been taking tips from Kevin Siggy, I see. He wasn't particularly pleased.
No, and that could put him in a bit of danger here in this group. I don't think this is the strongest knockout group, as we've already talked about. However, you still need a good qualifying, no matter what group you're in. It's just Primoslav Lemanek, who really impressed me last week as he gets his season underway for Falcons. Now through the final couple of corners for the Grand Prix iRacing Series winner not so long ago. He makes his way towards the line with a bit of a slide in the Audi. Where's it going to get him? It is a 10.9. He goes to the front.
Jimmy Antunes next one up, then working his way down into that 7-8 sequence. Loving the highlights here on the Apex Racing car. Like, you know, it makes sense seeing Jimmy Antunes a little bit pink on the car. Obviously, from his Arnage days. Now down into the final couple of corners. That was a decent lap time from Lamanek. That was actually pretty solid. Shepard will be very happy with that one to set a 10.981. And we know the Falcons team are quite strong. Might well, almost certainly will get beaten considering some of the other drivers in this session. And Antunes behind Bennett as here comes Sir William.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to this one. He says that, you know, he does have the pace, he told me anyway, that he does have the pace to get up there. It's about doing it on one shot though, isn't it? That's the difficult thing. And so that's going to be a challenge for anyone without the experience of ESL R1 that he certainly does not have compared to those around him. Through the final couple of corners now for FaZe, sort of an lap. What's the time? It is not bad. 11.0, right in the mix.
Look, do you know what? That's as close to a 10 as you need. That's a 10 in my book. I'll allow it. Chadwick across the line into third in the session. Oleg Zholobov, very impressive in the previous round of the championship. Obviously back in Daytona, works out towards the barrier. Already seen Sherepenin, teammate, work his way into the top 6 in knockout 1. So Zholobov will definitely be aiming for that one. Definitely need to go faster than the 10.9 though. I'm thinking, yeah, 10.981's not ideal, and Zholobov does an 11.1. So not great.
Not good for Zholobov at all. This is Mitchell de Jong, who just about snuck into the first day of the major of the fall season. Couldn't get it through to day 2. Looking for a good start to 2024. Let's see what he can do for Porsche Coanda now after Dane Warren got knocked out of the first knockout round. Mitchell de Jong will be flying the flag for Porsche Coanda here first up at Orchard Road. Over the line now for the American. It's not a bad time, it's pole for the moment.
Well, I think it might not last, though, depending on how this driver does. Obviously, Dara McCormack had a couple of struggles with qualifying towards, well, throughout the entirety of the full season last season. Started out this season, though, in very impressive fashion when it comes to his qualifying. We've seen struggles, though, for favourites for pole, like Luke Bennett, the winner from Daytona. Let's see what it's like for the final corner and see what Dara McCormack's reaction is going to be. Got a 10.943. I'm not sure he's particularly pleased with it, but I don't think he's too disappointed. I expect to go to the top. Not quite. 9.77 just behind de Jong.
Yeah, that face said to me it was okay, and I think that's exactly where he is at the moment. McCormack will think that he can go a little bit quicker, and we might well see quicker from him later on in the season. Isaac Price now making his way through the final couple of corners. G2 Esports have not had the greatest start to the day, not even to the season, to be honest. I think they'll be disappointed with how Daytona went. They're currently 9th in the team's championship standings. Can Isaac Price begin to improve that? A shake of the head suggests not. He goes over the line, and he is 5th.
Honestly, that was it looked all right. It looked pretty tidy, but I don't know if it just didn't quite click together, as we'll see. Moritz Lerner already saw Yuri Kazdorp getting knocked out, as we'll see Moritz Lerner now into this section. A driver who I suspect should do quite well around here. Obviously, we know Mouse has got a little bit of experience around here with Patrick Holzman, Moritz Lerner himself, and Max Benneker out towards the line. Clips the barrier just a little bit, coming out through the final turn up towards the line for Lerner. Good enough for 4th position with a 9.90. A lot of 10.9s in this session, with just 3 drivers left to go.
Yeah, Lerner was 5th in Pec D round here, by the way, so he's around about that region all over again. Here's Marco Pajic for Guild. James Baldwin got into this first semi-final, of course. Can Marco Pajic maybe join him? He's certainly a driver who knows how to win rounds of ESL R1 online, as we already know, but not in the Audi. Now he's going to be using that towards the line right now. Can he get up towards the front here, Marco Pajic? No, only 11.2.
Well, you doubted this driver here. It's Ibrahim Khan. We'll see if he can or can't get into the top 6 as he works his way through. Could use a little bit more track there, mate. That's fine, whatever. As he heads down now into the final turn. Also could do with potentially centralising his camera. That's fine. Again, more problems. But he's driving. Let's hope that that is the bit that he's been focusing on rather than all of the other nitty-gritty things that I've been talking about there. Khan up towards the line for BS competition. Yush, 9th. Not ideal. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Karna's corner will open out for him.
I'm sure it will. This session, as I say, a little bit slower than what we saw in the first knockout. Sebastian Job and Kevin Hess Jr. would have been top 2 in this session as well, as things stand. And so it's down to Erhan Yoski to see if we can get any closer than that now. Through the final couple of corners for Vitality as they try and get their first driver into a semi-final on Orchard Road. It is going to be for Erhan Yoski a pole position lap of 1 minute 10.8, and Erhan Yoski takes pole.
Excellent drive for the Macedonian up towards top of the session, considering the disappointment that they had with Marcel Cintic. Look at that smile on his face. Isn't he happy? Bless him. Obviously, that's a really nice performance from Erhan Yoski, and I'm sure it'll be sweet relief for him. By the way, I did say Carnage Corner. Horses and Porsches, you might see here in chat, has christened Turn 2 with Carnage Corner, which I think that's a fair name. That is a fair name, considering what we're going to get down there. Obviously, it tightens up a lot down there.
Certainly does. It's the sort of hangover from Turn 1 almost, isn't it? Especially when you're in open play, if I could put it that way. When you're trying to make an overtake, that's very much where it can happen. That's what we saw with Dane Warren and Yuri Kazdorp. We couldn't quite see it for Marcel Cintic as he tried to get past Paris Stanley. But on lap 1, that's really where the chaos is going to ensue. After the first braking zone of the lap, which is on the way down into turn 1, of course, Mandarin, when we saw that big dive from Tumas Tatala. Are we going to see someone in the mid-pack do that here in knockout number 2 as well?
Dara McCormack, obviously a driver who's looking for another victory. Took a couple back in Daytona. Would very, very much like to do the same. There is Shamasev Marek Lemonek. I mean, like I say, his pedigree's more open wheelers, or to be fair, his pedigree's more iRacing, to put it bluntly. What could he do here? We'll take a look though at the starting grid for Knockout 2. Marko Pejic, disappointing qualifying lap for the Guild Racing driver, starts in the rear of the field alongside Oleg Zholobov, not looking quite as strong as he did a week ago. Ibrahim Khan in 10th position with Jimmy Antunes in 9th place. William Chadwick, who does actually have a photograph, hold on, in 8th position. Isaac Price in 7th, and then we'll get into those top 6 drivers. If they finish in that order, these are the top 6 that will work their way through into the semi-finals. Luke Bennett, obviously in 6th spot after a victory just a week ago. Moritz Lerner starting from 5th, which is where he finished in Pec D. Shamasev Marek Lemonek will start from 4th, with Dara McCormack in 3rd. Mitchell de Jong will start from 2nd, and with a great lap time in qualifying for Team Vitality, it is Erhan Yovsky starting this one from pole position with a 10.876. We even saw the dramas in the previous race, you, in that the contact down into turn 1. Are we expecting the same thing in here?
I think we are, because those that are outside of the top 6 right now will know how important that run is down in towards turn 1, and they'll know that that is the best opportunity to make up places. They can't go crazy, of course. Tumas Tatala was punished for his move in towards turn 1, so they are going to have to exercise restraint in that first section of the race.
Certainly so. Like I say, a little bit of some watching on in the background of Mitch de Jong, who was, like I say, he almost looked like he was asleep, but I think he was more just keeping himself calm, getting himself ready for the race. There's a driver who also sometimes does the same thing. Remember that back in Munich, how calm he had to keep himself before some of those races on the finals days. They're going to have a starting grid here, obviously standing start on the Orchard Road Street circuit. They're about to get underway for the second race of the day in knockout number 2. It's Erhan Yovsky from pole position. A poor start though from Dara McCormack from the second row, is going to be swallowed up potentially by Lemonek and maybe even the field. Erhan Yovsky with a solid launch down towards the first corner, being able to pull out a decent gap on Mitch de Jong as he works his way through into that first turn. Down through T1 they go, and now into turn 2. Carnage Corner, it certainly was in the first race. In the second race, much cleaner, Ewan.
Very nice from everybody to get through there side by side, indeed, for 5th place, and important here for Luke Bennett and Moritz Lerner as Isaac Price waits in the wings to see who's going to prevail. They're all in the wall. Out wide goes Mitchell de Jong, and through goes Dara McCormack into 3rd.
Yeah, that's very dicey indeed, and Mitchell de Jong's getting moved backwards a little bit here as there's a big look to the inside as Ibrahim Khan's trying to get down the inside of Will Chadwick, going up towards the Grange as well in the background, side by side between Moritz Lerner and Luke Bennett. Doors open for Isaac Price to potentially work his way through for G2 Esports. They're all going single file now, going now into 7 and 8, but it's all a bit dicey, it's all a bit sketchy, and it's those little bumps, Ewan, that's just causing a couple of problems and hiccups in this group.
Yeah, it certainly is. Isaac Price could have been maybe a bit more aggressive there, I feel, as he tried to make his way through into 6th place, because that is the best chance, after all, that you've got to move forward here. He goes wide now through the final corner, realises his error, and Jimmy Antunes might well have a chance on the way down towards turn 1.
On board with Dara McCormack, you can see Lemonek directly ahead. Well, Mitchell de Jong was ahead of Lemonek. I wonder if there's been any drama between the Falcons car and the Porsche Coanda, potentially working their way down into Killarney, which is the next corner. Obviously, that's where the contact was with the barrier and such. Very, very dicey indeed. We saw obviously in the previous race with Sherry Pennon going straight into it on lap 1. Wonder if that was a little bit of the part of that. 1 lap complete, 1.5 laps complete, and everything seems to have gone single file and calmed down. Erhan Yovsky, though, is running away with this race. 2 seconds clear already.
Yep, he is dominating at the moment as it's side by side for 9th place. These guys are very much resigning themselves to getting knocked out here of the first part of the evening. Will Chadwick and Ibrahim Khan going side by side. It's not going to be 3 wide, is it? As Pejic and Zholobov look up the inside. Oh, dearie me, they avoid a crash somehow.
Ibrahim Khan's trying to go for the move, but Will Chadwick says, you can't do that, as he'll fend him off and hang on to 9th position, causing a little bit of trend. You said about the lack of experience for Will Chadwick in ESL R1. Obviously, he does have a lot of experience, just not as a driver, more in someone else's ear. Now he's got to deal with that one basically himself as he hangs on to 9th position, or maybe he's got himself in his own ear. I don't know.
It's a very different prospect doing it yourself rather than just telling someone else to do it, as Will Chabik and Ibrahim Khan go side by side through turn one in the background again. There is the stats from round one for Hanyoski, who had a pretty decent day out at Daytona, and not a bad points haul for Vitality, contributed by him.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, a very solid third, and a fourth throughout the day, which is pretty solid. That's 4 victories in ESL R1, which actually surprised me that it's that low. To us, I would have thought Janowski would have won more races, but obviously, you know, his teammates have, particularly with Yuri Toman and mostly Marcel Chinchik, have hoovered up the majority of victories for the team, but between the three of them, they've done very well, and chucking a little bit of Thibaut Casbon action into that one also. Erhan Janowski, though, looking to absolutely dominate for his first victory of 2024 in ESL R1, and pulling out a 2.2 second margin in 3 laps is crazy on a field like this. Absolutely crazy. I think once Darren McCormack gets past Lemonec, if he can, maybe that'll be a little bit more settled, but that pass isn't looking particularly easy.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's really the difference between Janowski and Lemonec at the moment, rather than the distance between Janowski and everybody else, I feel, because as you say, I think McCormack and De Jong probably could go a bit quicker than Primoslav Lemonec is going at the moment. There is a little bit of a case of, well, we don't really need to be in second right now. We are making it through as of right now, but that makes it more interesting. Primoslav Lemonec gets a 1 second time penalty for causing a collision. Now, Mitchell De Jong fell from second to fourth at turn 3 on that one. I wonder whether Lemonec was the instigator of that.
You know, I say never trust a commentator's maths, but 2 + 2 does indeed equal 4, and on that occasion, it probably is as simple as that. Lemonec getting a penalty, De Jong dropping down the order. Yeah, you can add that one together as Lemonec will get a 1 second time. It's just 1 second. Basically, what it is, it's a reversal of positions, right? That's effectively what that's kind of doing. In a sense, that's probably not going to be the make or break for Lemonec working his way through into the top 6, even though I know obviously 7th place is only 2 seconds behind, so he's not that far away from it. It's unlikely it's going to be that close at the end of the race.
However, I think the 6 drivers behind him might even be quicker than Lemonec, to be honest, as this race pace is starting to come to the fore a little bit. So if McCormack gets through, then De Jong might follow through, and all of a sudden you've got Lemonec in 4th place, and that second is going to be very, very close indeed. He probably needs to be 5th or lower to have that second actually play a role. So I still think he will be okay, barring a mistake, but it's just something to get a little bit nervous about maybe if he's shuffled down the order.
Yeah, obviously he's already seen his teammate Timus Tatler work his way through in the first of the knockout races. So I say I'm sorry, he's not exactly counting his chickens right now. He's got to keep his eye very much focused on this race. As here we go, a little bit of a look then from McCormack. Yeesh, it is very narrow down here though. I think this is there are a few parts of the circuit where you can actually overtake, if you're brave. Even through this final corner, we saw Chinchik try that section there. I just don't see it ever. It's too narrow.
Yeah, I mean, even Price on Bennett on the first lap couldn't even stay side by side. So yeah, I'd be inclined to agree there, to be honest. It could be very tricky indeed as we go down the home straight again. De Jong pretty close to McCormack on this occasion, but he's not going to make any dive there. Now maybe McCormack's going to go for a turn 2 as he's starting to feel out that line of going fast through turn 1 to jab it down the inside at turn 2.
Yeah, indeed. It's just, I say we saw it a couple of times. Obviously, we saw the drama that came with it in the previous race, and I do wonder if the drivers were paying attention to that. I'm pretty sure they probably would watch the first race here. It's like, it is a real oddity to see how the racing is going to work around here, and that second turn does cause its fair shares of drama, as we saw in that first race. It was slightly calmer this race. We had to wait a little bit more for the drama, but it's fine. Carnage Corner will still remain as turn 2. Thank you to Horses and Porsches for that one.
At least if well, yeah, we'll see a little bit later on anyway. I'll reserve saying that for the moment. As Lemonec continues in second position, it is still very close right back to Jimmy Antunes in 8th for the moment. He's only 5 seconds off the lead right now. Janowski very much cruising, but how can Darren McCormack find a way through here? Is it going to be De Jong finding a way through? McCormack didn't have a very good run at all through the final corner there. Does De Jong force the issue here, or does he stay behind? He doesn't want to take any risks.
Yeah, indeed. As well, I say, it was a bit of a wee look, but nothing too major. Trying to work out again as to the 6 drivers that I picked in this one. I don't know if you remember which ones I said. I'm trying to work out which ones. It's De Jong who's inside the top 6 is the one that I didn't pick. in fourth, because I did pick, obviously, Ibrahim Khan.
Well, that was a bit silly. Although the one I picked instead doesn't work out either.
Exactly.
We should have
on the brakes.
Yeah, we should have placed more faith in Mitchell de Jong. I always find that actually with Mitchell de Jong, I never put too much faith in him, and then he goes and gets through. So he's proved me wrong time and time again, and I'm still not learning, so that's good. But anyway, he's fourth for the moment. You think he'll make it, and the thing with him at the moment is the fact that he's not even trying to get through on McCormack. He's so focused on making the top 6 that he doesn't even care about the points that he could have by finishing in second place.
Well, especially as, and I don't want to be that guy, but the two drivers coming in for Porsche Commander in the next 2 races, being of course Charlie Collins and one Mr. Joshua Rogers. The expectation is that they'll hoover up most of the points. That doesn't mean that you can just sit back and let your teammates do all the work, but it's more like his main goal here is to get through into the semi-finals and to get through into the finals to assist his teammate. That is his job right now. Less scoring maximum or as many points as you possibly can, his maximum points in this race. That's not what the goal really should be right now for Mitch de Jong.
Are you surprised that Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers haven't been kept apart for longer, if you like, so that they'll be going into the same semi-final if they both get through? Wouldn't you have thought they'd distribute them throughout both semi-finals?
No, because I think they can work together. Sticking the two of them into the semi-finals gives you a little bit more that you can control to get them both into the final, right? I think that's probably more the direction they're going, rather than kind of sitting back and hoping for the best by splitting them apart. I think when they're both you're playing a percentage game. In all likelihood, they're getting out of the knockouts and into the semis, and at that point they can work together, especially around here. Let's say, for example, Josh Rogers is ahead of Charlie Collins. Rogers has done something on lap 1 and gets a penalty of like 5 seconds or whatever. Collins can just back the entire field up, right?
Yeah.
Just to allow that gap to be 5 seconds. So they can work together to guarantee both of them going through, because it's not that, obviously, Mitch de Jong or Dane Warren can't do that, but it's more just like when you've got the pace, you're more likely to be in that position to help.
Well, fair enough. I just thought if you've got 2 drivers like that, you'd want one of them fighting for the 6th place instead of 2 of them fighting for the same 6, if you see what I mean. But it's very much neither here nor there in some ways, because they're going to face each other at some point, you would have thought, because they're probably 2 of the favourites to make it through to the final. They're probably definitely in my opinion, the 2 favourites out of Porsche Coanda to make it out of the 4. Dane Warren, unfortunately, already out as a result of knockout number 1. Mitchell de Jong hoping that he can join them, but he'll be alone in semi-final 1 as things stand.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, to at least get 3 cars into the final will probably be, again, bare minimum goal. But then, again, you know how these races go. Dane Warren will be sat there thinking it wasn't my fault. And that's true, but I guess get pole position or something.
Yeah. Interesting, actually. There's not very many, on the subject of teammates, not very many, as things stand, currently going to have teammates at the moment, as we get a stat through. 41% of drivers from Knockout 2 went on through the semi-final in round 1, so that's less than half. So
5.
Is it?
Yeah, 41% of 12 is 5.
Right, okay, nice maths, thank you. I couldn't quite do that on the fly. Now, what I was going to say there was that Erhan Yoshki will be on his own, Darren McCormack at the moment will be on his own, so will de Jong and Lerner. Only Bennett and Lemonek will have teammates there, which seems to me is a slightly low number of teammates through a semi-final, to me.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We've seen it before, especially a lot like last season. Once teams had kind of really got used to the format last season, you would typically see, the 2 RHGs as it was then go through. You'd see the 2 Williams go through. You'd see the 2 Mouse drivers go through. So you would end up in the final, in the semi-final, where you'd have 8 drivers, where they're split across 4 teams, and then there was the 4 extra spots. I don't really feel we're getting that vibe at the moment, just because of how I think that is mostly down to how chaotic that crash was in knockout 1. This might be a move for McCormack.
Does he risk it? I don't think. Oh, here we go. Down the inside at turn number 1. Primasov Lemonek all of a sudden under pressure here for second position as Darren McCormack gets down the inside. He didn't want to take any risks there, though, did he? He knows that de Jong's right behind him to sweep up any positions should he make a mistake. And here goes Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah, I think de Jong was having a bit of a look, but unfortunately just rubbed over the rear end of the Williams Esports driver, and so has to settle for 4th position. And like I say, I think that was well judged by McCormack to try, to at least give a look for Lemonek, and maybe even a little bit more than that down into T1 at Mandarin. but not commit too much where you couldn't back out of it if it was required. So kind of like left it on the line, but not all of it on the line.
I feel as if that has sort of given us some hope for the remainder of tonight, though, to be honest, because we weren't expecting to see very many passes into Mandarin. I thought the front straight wasn't long enough, to be honest with you, but Darren McCormack there has proved that you don't even need that big of an error from the driver in front of you. You can very much get down the inside there.
Yeah, indeed. If you want to know a bit more about the circuit, by the way, hopefully later on in the show, we did have me and Ewan both caught up with Melvin Moe, one of the creators of the circuit, a little bit earlier before this broadcast. So that interview should be on after the knockout. So that'll be very interesting to hear if you want to have any questions about whether the front stretch is long enough or not, and as to why it's the length it is. But fair enough. Ewan O'Leary, track designer. It's fine.
I don't know if I'd make very good tracks, to be honest. I'd try and cause the most amount of chaos possible.
Yeah, and I think a circuit is, to you, you come across as the kind of guy that would make like a circuit which is just straight, and then instead of putting a chicane in like at Le Mans, you'd be like loopy loop.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea to me.
Why not?
There you go. Exactly. Why not, indeed? No, it is a great circuit. Great that it's been created, and yeah, great to get the thoughts of Melvin earlier on that we can play a little bit later on. But it's a fictional circuit set in a real-life location. Looks fantastic in Rennsport, and it's such a great challenge for the drivers as well to get around here as quickly as possible. We've seen that so much, especially throughout qualifying. It's one of the more exciting qualifying sessions of our year.
On to the final lap of the race then. Erhan Yovsky leading by 3 seconds. A 1 second time penalty for Przemysław Marek Lemonek. Not close enough for Darren McCormack to make a move down the inside of the T1 as he was a lap ago. I feel the opportunities have fallen by the wayside. Will still move up into second position, and De Jong will move up into third. But it's behind where all the questions really are. Can Isaac Price potentially sneak one on Luke Bennett at the moment, who seems fairly settled with 6th place?
He certainly does, and for the moment, he's not even been challenged, I would say. Luke Bennett, he's looking like he'll be through, although very nervy times, I've got to say. He was side by side with Lerner on the first lap, you may remember, and Price had the chance to look up the inside as well. He couldn't quite execute, and that's looking like the moment where that's passed him by, really, where he could have got into the semi-final. Erhan Yovsky certainly will be in the semis, though. He has dominated here.
Absolutely, and that's the second consecutive race that we've seen basically a runaway grouping at the front here. Well, obviously just absolutely running away with things right now is Yovsky, and it's not since day 4 of Gamers 8 that we saw Erhan Yovsky victorious for the last time. This time he will take victory by 3 seconds over Lemonek, but of course he'll get a 1 second time penalty, so it'll be Darren McCormack in third, then Mitch de Jong Darren McCormack rather in second, then Mitch de Jong in third. That 1 second time penalty will drop Lemonek back to 4th spot, and I'm sure that is a sweaty RHG shirt that I want absolutely nothing to do with. I've got my own, thanks. I don't want that one.
The opposite, actually, but there you go.
I don't think it would affect a good price on eBay. That is not new.
An Erhan Yovsky worn shirt. That's going to go for somebody. There's Darren McCormack, who did pretty much what he needed to do. Not repeating, unfortunately, his successes from the knockouts, or indeed the semi-finals of Daytona, where he was taking a lot of wins. And there's Mitchell de Jong, who completed the podium. Smart race from de Jong, sort of wanted to make a move, didn't he? But knew that it wasn't the best thing, or best idea to do.
Yeah, but like I say, it was a solid performance from Mitch de Jong and a well-deserved podium, but just kind of couldn't quite make that move. I think he'll be most disappointed, obviously, with the contact between himself and Lemonek, where he dropped back the positions, because I think he might have thought that he had the chance to potentially go after the victory and maybe keep up with Yovsky.
Yeah, I think so, but this goes back again to qualifying, what we were talking about earlier on. You have to be there. Erhan Yovsky was the only one who produced even a 10.8 during that qualifying session. That was enough for pole on that occasion, even if it wouldn't have been in knockout number 1. And so it all goes back to that, and there are the final race results.
Of course, do remember that Lamanek on here will get a 1 second time penalty. So it'll be Haniowski taking victory. Then it'll be McCormack and De Jong, and then it'll be Lamanek in 4th. So as much as they're all going through, it's just basically it changes what points they take from proceedings. You can see there as well, clear as day, the pace differential between Haniowski and that grouping behind. The only driver to get into the 10-8. Moritz Lerner and Luke Bennett will work their way through. If you are a Luke Bennett fan, thinking, oh, maybe he's not going to be up for victory later on. Remember how irritated he was about his qualifying lap. Also didn't have a great semi-final last time at Daytona and still went on to go and win in the final. Isaac Price, Jimmy Antunes, William Chadwick, who did get a 10 onto the board, so at least then my career is not over as a commentator, so that'll do. Ibrahim Khan, Marko Pech and Oleg Zholobov. Probably quite disappointed for the Virtus Pro team to be down there in 12th, especially considering the teammates gone through into the semi-final, but that is what it is. There's going to be a lot of disappointment today, a lot of heartache for our drivers.
Possibly so, yeah, and I don't think there's a lot you can do really in that situation, especially for Virtus Pro, who are sort of new and trying to get used to the ESL R1 world, if you like, get up to speed as well with 4 new drivers. It's going to be very difficult for them in this season. I think, to be honest, to have one guy in the semi-finals so far is a real success for them. It kind of gives the rest of them a bit of a free hit.
See on some of the replays from the race. Ibrahim Khan, Will Chadwick going side by side. There's excellent battling going through under the bridge, out through 7 and 8. Again, just a tight fight between them, but Will Chadwick on debut for FaZe Clan, coming out on top in that one for 9th position. Wasn't the only places on the circuit where we see him battling, of course. Luke Bennett here, who was running around in 6th position, feeling the pressure from Isaac Price, but dealing with it really well, Ewan, as here was the big look of the race.
Yeah, this was the big moment, if you like. Darren McCormack down the inside, but you see the tentativeness that he had there. He wanted to go through, but he didn't want to risk it all in doing so. And Mitchell de Jong, in the end, didn't really force the issue, but McCormack was so worried about if that didn't go right, then maybe de Jong will get through, then Lerner's got the chance, then Bennett has a chance. All of a sudden, you're getting very close to getting knocked out.
Yeah, I wouldn't classify that as like a half-hearted move, because he kind of like his heart wasn't it, but he was just being more logical. Was McCormack, as something I actually kind of got used to seeing from him. I remember when he was seeing him racing ACC back in the day when he was like 14 or 15, and being quick. Not being as wise as the wise old man that he is now, wise beyond his years. But like I say, just competing well. I think the thing is, like, picking off another podium, especially after the performances in the knockouts and semis from last round. And to be fair, the performance that he was so close to having in the finals until basically spun going through the bus stop.
Yeah, exactly. It was a real shame, actually, in the final 1 week ago to see what happened there, and he'll be hoping for a bit better this time around. And I think that this does suit him a little bit more in that respect. I think he is a good qualifier, so those who are good in that session will be those that rise to the fore here tonight. And here is the 3rd knockout group, looking to do exactly that as well. I think one of the star names is going to be Charlie Collins, who heads that group there, 3rd in the Porsche Esports Tag Heuer Super Cup, or whatever the order those words come in, a few years ago. Kevin Siggy will be up there as well. He's been around ESL R1 for a long time now and was the best red line during the full season in 2023. Some other names to pick out down there as well, but I think those top 2 are the main 2 for me.
Who's the 6th going through?
Oh, that's a difficult call. I'm going to go for Collins, Siggy, Toman. Who else am I going to go for? Wisniewski I'll go for. Schoninger and Half I'll go for as my 6.
Ooh, the only one that we didn't see eye to eye on there was Dennis Schoninger. That's nothing. Sorry, Dennis, he's driving. It's fine. We're in practice, by the way. But I do like myself a little bit, Dennis Schoninger. He obviously did work his way through into the final last time, but this, you know, this kind of drives a little bit more in keeping with something like Half-Factor 2. A lot of drivers that are good on Half-Factor 2 are actually quite good here, like Jovski, Marcin Trinchik, etc., etc. So I'm going Schmiedel. So Half, Schmiedel, Wisniewski, Collins, Siggy, and Tome. I think I did pick Schmiedel last time.
Do you know?
But he's a Le Mans virtual champion, so why not?
Do you know who I fancy actually to do very well again here as well, actually? He's Christian Dambeats, who really impressed me at Daytona. Didn't do very well at the full season last time around, but he has had a real improvement clearly over the winter, and he's come out firing on all cylinders now at Daytona. Oh, he certainly did a week ago anyway, and so he's another one I'll throw into the ring as well. Although I'm not picking him, I'm just saying he might get there.
He might do well. He might do well. I can't remember where he finished in Pec D round here. I'm pretty sure he did this round of Pec D.
He did indeed, but finished 8th in the main race, so there you go. Another drive, by the way, did Pekdi at this round was Miel Schmiedel, who finished, I think, 5th that day.
Yeah.
No, 6th, sorry, that day around here. So plenty of these drivers actually having experience, and I do wonder whether that is benefiting them slightly, given they've already got that knowledge and experience.
I just love that you've got all the stats about Pekdi and I don't, and I commentate on it, but that's fine. You just checking it out, it's fine. Obviously, that's the Porsche Esports Career Cup Deutschland that was won by one Mr. Max Benneker. Ooh, a bed made for Johan Hart. He's serious, isn't he?
He is not in the Apex Racing's facility, as you will notice. No, well, clearly not. He's got a bed behind him in France at the moment, I'm going to guess, or unless he's going to really surprise me and say he's somewhere else. There's Miel Schmiedel, one of the few sweatband wearers. There you go. There's Robbie Stapleford. Where are his pink headphones? Is my question.
Nah, see, I think we had this with Eamon Murphy as well. There was no pink headphones out and about, which is very, very disappointing.
Yeah.
In fact, just poor form.
What is he here for, if not for the pink headphones? Sorry, that was a bit mean. There's Nick Wisniewski, who is going to be representing G2 Esports today. Bit of pressure on him now, mounting, you would say, because they've not got one in the semi-finals yet.
Indeed. Oh, he's ready. So excited. So excited is Charlie Collins to be in this race. Obviously, did win last round in the knockout, so expectations are that maybe he's going to sneak one through. There's Matt Emery. Obviously, there is a. I can't remember where I was going to say there was a change, but it's a different team. Because there's Face Clan, which is where it's Will Chadwick, but it's fine. Don't just. I get Matt Emery and Josh Pulane mixed up only because I did British Formula 4 esports. So we're just going to move on from this and pretend I never said anything. That's Kevin Siggy with more facial hair. More facial hair, Ewan.
Yep, not pink hair though, as you were talking about last week. Whatever.
Or blue hair, as I found.
Or blue, was it? Sorry.
No, I was talking about pink hair. Apparently, he's going to have his hair dyed pink. Right. But he also had blue hair, which is where I found a photograph on as well.
Oh, very interesting. Okay. There's Yuri Tobin, who was 4th overall in Pekdi. Also did this round and finished on the podium at Orchard Road. That was 3rd place for him, behind Benneker and Holtzman, the first non-Mouse driver, if you want to put it like that. There's Daniel Tillich, who is driving for Virtus Pro today. So they look to get a 2nd driver into the semi-final. Semi-final 1, by the way, complete in its lineup. This 3rd and 4th knockout represents those that will make it through to semi-final number 2 when we get that a little bit later on. Meanwhile, let's go on board and trackside now as we get this session underway. It's time for knockout 3. It's time for qualification, and this is where it really matters.
Indeed, just getting that flow, obviously riding on board with Dan Bitts, who, like I say, debuting in the Mouse team, jumping in, replacing Patrick Holtzman, who is injured, who won round here, so maybe he can channel some of that energy. Obviously, when Holtzman won in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland, that was partially courtesy of Yuri Toman. Let's put it as opening the door. When he absolutely drove into the side of Max Benneker. He'll be out in the next knockout, but still, oof. Seen him all clip that barrier?
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's the fastest way to go.
Yeah.
Just by leaning on the wall maybe a little bit. You can't obviously just drive around the walls, that'd be unfair. But yeah, just getting as close as possible maybe just means that you're brushing it every now and again. Here's Christopher Dambitz, though, making his way through the final corner. The 23-year-old will get himself onto the board and set the benchmark for everybody else. It's an 11-0. It's rather average for what we've seen so far.
Yeah, 11-0 is all right. I said a time like that was definitely a 10 in the hands of Will Chadwick, but I'm not going to go that far for anyone else. He's the only one that gets the free pass. But still, an 11-0, pretty handy for Dan Bitts. Now, Charlie Collins, the next one to come down towards the line with that 11-0 to beat, obviously, being that race victor from last round in the knockout phase. He'll feel the pressure on his shoulders. Comes through the final corner. I don't know if he's particularly pleased, happy, sad, disappointed, or whatever. Either way, he is going to cross the line. That's an interesting driving position for Schoeniger.
Yes, he's frozen in time, by the way, just in case you were wondering. Charlie Collins goes to the top, though, 10.9, and will that be beaten here? You would have thought so, but he'll be up there, you would have thought. Sonniger making his way through the final couple of corners now, was most prevalent in the spring season of 2023, back again for the 2024 spring season, and he will go over the line for Williams this time round, 11-2. That's going to see him near the back.
Aren't you glad you picked him now? Matt Emery now jamming onto the brakes, going into the left-right section here for the Guild Racing team. Obviously, seeing his teammate Chase Baldwin already put in a solid performance and a podium performance earlier on. See Matt Emery again in the same kind of way as like Lemonek and stuff, being very much more an open wheel specialist, and you're kind of seeing that maybe even a touring car specialist. That he just absolutely clobbered that barrier up towards the line. He's going to go for an 11.194.
Yeah, so third at the moment for Emery, as we see Daniel Tillich making his way towards the final couple of corners right now. Flying the flag for Virtus Pro here in the third knockout group. Still later on to come for them, it's Mikhail Baikov who will be in that final race of the day. Through the final corner for Tillich. Can he get anywhere near to those who do have, I think it's fair to say, a bit more experience than him? It is over the line for fourth here, and 11-2 for him.
My fingers are crossed that Mikhail Schmiedl can maybe pull out something very special here for FaZe Clan. Of course, we have seen FaZe Clan be victorious. It was a long time ago as a team. I wonder what we can see here from Schmiedl. Do you remember that one? I have to go through the record books to go and find that. But either way, Schmiedl out towards the line with a 10.95 to beat. It's not going to be quick, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry, I see that counter ticking into the 11s. I thought there was no chance. 10.94. Decent.
It's almost as if Schmiedl heard that and thought, have a look at this.
Laugh.
Yeah, totally, yeah. 11,000's the current gap, but Kevin Siggy is on his way now. He was the best performing Redline driver throughout the full season of 2023 in terms of pure points at the end anyway. He finished 6th at the end of that long season. Now he makes his way up towards the line and he will go into the front. It's a 10.9 again, but he goes faster than Schmiedl onto the front row.
Yeah, indeed. It was Tim Yarshall, by the way, if you wanted those questions, and that was in the live event back in Katowice as to when FaZe Clan had a victory. But either way, Kevin Siggy, Mustachio up towards the top. Robbie Stapleford will be the next one to come round in the orange liveried BS competition. Love the fact that they've all got different liveries on. Sad that we won't see either of the previous two work their way through into the semis. See what we can get from Stapleford across the line into 5th. He will go. Almost had a bit of a heart attack then about the red line there, but no, it's fine. He's already done his lap.
Yes, this is Matti Siipala, part of the Falcons team, and he makes his way through the final couple of corners at the moment. The 24-year-old, see if he can get his way into the top 6 to join Tuomas Tattila and Pribysław Lemonek, who have already gotten through and into the first semi-final. It'll be Siipala in the second if he can get there. It is 5th place at 11-0 for Matti Siipala.
Indeed. Next one to come then is Yuri Toman, who has done 84 races. This will be his 85th race in the ESL R1, which is just wild. Obviously, it's one of those ones where it's slightly skewed. There's been 182 races. There will be 182 races by the end of the season. There's 180, I don't know. It's fine. It's 170 something race, and he's obviously done 84, but that's because of how it all works. But still, he's done an awful lot. His top 6 percentage is 60%, which is actually pretty decent. That lap time might test that.
Yep, it certainly will. Not ideal at all. This is Nikodem Wisniewski for G2 Esports. He's frozen in time by the looks of things, but there you go. It was very good. Very good last time. We were at a new track, by the way, at Daytona. He won his quarter-final, and so it's a knockout now, I know, but he's going to look to do the same here at Orchard Road, making its debut in ESL R1. He goes up to 2nd place.
Johan Art will be the next one, your best mate in the whole world for the Apex Racing team as he heads his way through into this final sector. Does have a victory in ESL R1, has 8 podiums, 16 top 6. Is that it? No, I'm sure there's more than that. But either way, that's baffling to me. I'll have to go and double check that one. See what Hart can do out towards the line as he crosses over. Good enough for 6th place, Ewan.
Yep, but it's the Kevin Siggy-driven Redline car that takes the pole position. A 10.9 is the slowest pole time we've seen so far today. However, it is enough for knockout 3 pole in another very, very close session indeed. I think Johan Hart was only about a tenth or so off pole, and he's 6th.
I've just gone through and looked. Yeah, it is actually, genuinely, it's only 16 times he's been in the top 6, which is crazy. It's 42%, which is the answer to everything, isn't it? Actually, no. Do you know what? You're the wrong person to test pop culture with. So serious is Nikodem Wisniewski, he can't even move. There is Schmiedel up there as well. So I picked him to go through. Looking pretty happy with that.
Yeah, well, yeah, you look more pleased than him, actually, based on qualifying.
Character.
They're all very serious characters, aren't they? I'm trying to think of the most expressive character on the grid, to be honest, and I'm struggling. Really. It's pretty difficult.
It's pretty difficult. It's not Yuri Toman, I can tell you. It's Kevin Siggy, obviously.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's only expressive in a negative way. As we look at it, well, he won't be here, will he? Because we're looking at the grid and he's on pole. It's Dennis Schoninger and Danny Tillich who will be on the back row together. Matt Emery gets into 10th place with Robbie Stapleford. Yuri Toman with a bit of work to do from 8th place. Bit of a surprise, to be honest. Matti Siepeler looking to get into the semi-finals from 7th, with Johan Hart standing in his way. So Christopher Dambits, they're sharing the 3rd row. Charlie Collins and Miao Schmiedel are on row 2, with Nikodem Wisniewski on the front row, sharing with Kevin Siggy, who will not be particularly expressive right now. He's on the pole position and will be looking to lead the field away in another race of ESL R1. And it's the best possible start for him, I think it's fair to say. Hopefully, for his sake, he will be able to convert that into maybe a race win, but at the very least, a top 6 finish.
Yeah, obviously his exploits have been rubbing off a little bit on Mr. Luke Bennett, Birmingham's finest, in the wheel hitting department. Obviously, we saw that a little bit earlier on from Bennett. He still managed to work his way through in the event. Hopefully, that wheel will survive its way through this evening of ESL R1. But there you can see him as happy as ever, Mr. Siggy.
Yeah, that's Schmiedel as well. It's interesting to me that these guys are trying to get the practice as they're going here with the practice sessions. Somewhat surprising to me, given the amount of practice they'll do beforehand anyway, but I guess every little bit that you can get certainly helps you along. There's Robbie Stapleford getting himself ready, as the drivers have now finished their little warm-up session before, and the qualifying session indeed as well, before this race. They're now ready to go for 13 laps. That run down towards turn 1, oh so important, of course. We've seen incidents in the first race, a little bit cleaner in knockout number 2. What are we going to see in the 3rd knockout? There's the pole sitter, Kevin Siggy, who will look to get the best run possible off of the start on the way down towards Mandarin. He'll have to look down his inside and look in his mirrors, of course, as they make their start. He already goes across to cover from Nikodem Wisniewski, who was trying to get alongside him, but doesn't have the start to do so. Johan Hart goes backwards a little bit here as they're in the mid-pack. It's side by side for 3rd place, just up ahead between Schmiedel and Collins. The 2 Porsches battling things out through the first couple of corners. Hart has got ahead of Christopher Dambits here, who's not had a very good start, and he's alongside Yuri Toman as a result, down in towards turn 3.
Yeah, Schmiedel and Collins going side by side, along with a few behind all that. You're absolutely right with Dambits and Toman. Toman trying to work his way through into the top 6. As there's a lot of leaning as they work their way through Exeter, now down towards the Grange. That's on the right-hand side as we ride on board with Stapleford. That is Yuri Toman, who's now going to have the BS competition car to deal with, going straight around the outside of the Grange. It's such a brave move to try it there.
Nice stuff. Robbie Stapleford through into 7th position, past Yuri Toman in a great pass round the outside at the Grange, and Yuri Toman now has got a mountain to climb.
That was a brilliant move from Robbie Stapleford, who I can't remember, but I believe it was 18th birthday on Saturday, if I remember correctly. So if it was, happy birthday. If it wasn't, I don't know. Good luck.
Happy birthday when it is. I don't know.
Happy birthday when it is. Cool.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
not the best. 7th place for Stapleford at the moment, though. He's going to need to pass Christopher Dambits, he would have thought, to get into the lead, but get into the top 6. In the lead, though, is Kevin Siggy. Decent start from him, and the first pole sitter, actually, to properly cover off the driver in 2nd place by taking a defensive line into turn 1. Maybe he has been watching the first 2 races.
Maybe. That again, it's just it's tough stuff. That was a great attempt. It's Wisniewski and Siggy, 2 drivers who have definitely battled a lot in sim racing. Actually, to be fair, I think like again, I battled with both of them, but I don't really feel because Wisniewski was always more of an endurance racer, and Siggy was a touring car guy. And I think even when they were in Le Mans Virtual, they were in different classes because Siggy, I believe, was always in the GTE class rather than the prototype category, which is where we saw Wisniewski. So I don't, as much as they've raced each other a fair amount, obviously in ESL R1 they definitely have, but in that I don't really think they have much outside of it. DTM Esports did it.
I don't recall seeing Siggy in prototypes very often, to be honest. But there you go. So that sort of narrows the window for them to have raced together, I suppose. But there you go. That's the great thing about ESL R1, as we talk about so often, isn't it? It's bringing these drivers together from so many different platforms, all to race here at once on the same platform. For example, Charlie Collins passing these three up ahead. He won't have done this very many times in his career.
Yeah, obviously, you know, we've seen Charlie Collins race time and time again in esports. Obviously, he did one round last year, as you alluded to. Has done quite well in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup.
That's what it's called.
Yeah. To be fair, you said that the iRacing Open Wheel World Champions, whatever it was earlier. I think last round I was like the Delara 4-star. I don't remember what it's called, but it's something like that.
Yeah,
so it's fair enough.
Complicated. I like ESL R1 for its name.
Yeah.
if nothing else. Simple, great, good name, and easily rolls off the tongue. You know, commentators enjoy that, and so there you go. But anyway, that's besides the point. We're going off track. Robbie Stapleford here is in 7th position at the moment, looking for that top 6 all over again. Christopher Dambeats currently hanging on to that for the moment. He didn't, as I said, didn't have a very good last season, but he made a good start at Daytona, and so far it's all looking good here at Orchard Road as well.
Certainly so. Big gap pulling out for the race lead. Now it's approaching a second year, and Kevin Siggy is starting to light the afterburner as he's trying to pull away from Wisniewski. About the same gap back now to Schmiedel, but not the same gap back from Schmiedel. Collins, Hath, Dambeats, all very, very close indeed. Yuri Toman on the outside looking in at the moment when it comes to top 6s. A driver who did every single race last season, if memory serves. I'm pretty sure he got through into every single one of them. Every semi-final, every final, and of course did the entirety of Jönköping in Sweden. Less said about that, the better though. But still managed to do it. Could he be getting knocked out in just the second round of the season in the knockout phase? That'd be crazy.
It certainly would. Daniel Sillick, unfortunately, is going to really struggle to get through from here. He's not even going to score any points from 12th, unfortunately. At least he's still going. I feel like we may have missed an incident for him because surely he's not 24 seconds off the pace.
Oh, well, certainly not in the greatest number in sim racing, no. 78.
Oh, right. He's sorry. I was thinking 24. That's not the off number.
Well, to be fair, I'm glad he went to 24 and not 69, which is where everyone else would have gone. Which I'm pretty sure is Enzo Benito's number, if memory serves.
Seeing him a bit later, but anyway. We'll get those jokes lined up for you. Don't worry about that. Meanwhile, Miao Schmiedel in third, looking a little bit maybe off the pace compared to those around him. Although we may be getting a similar situation again, where Collins does want to go through, but doesn't want to risk it all to do so.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those ones where it's like you want some more points, especially for the this is the team's championship after all. You want to be assisting your team, not just yourself. But the best way to get more points is to get through into the next race. So it's kind of like risk it a little bit to get some more points, but not too much where you're putting it all on the line where you might get spun round and end up dropping down the order. One thing to know about these races, tyres, they can be a problem. They weren't really a problem back in Daytona. They are a problem more so here, particularly the rear tyres. You burn through them quite a bit throughout the race, at least from my experience driving around here, particularly because of the final 3 corners. Really, you lean on the rear tyres an awful lot, and it can cause some serious instability. Thankfully, you've got a moderate length straight, I wouldn't say it's long, on the start-finish straight to start cooling them down, but still it can cause some problems throughout the race when it comes to overheating.
Thankfully as well, or adding to that, sorry, the reason why you need the rear tyres so much and you're sort of seeing them wear the most as well is because you need some good runs off the corners as well. There's a lot of traction zones around here. It's a lot of starting and stopping. You need the traction, you need straight exits, you need strong exits, especially if you are the driver ahead in any certain battle. That's how you stay ahead, really, by utilising the traction. If your rear tyres are overheating, then you're not going to have very good traction, I'm afraid to say. So it all adds into one, but yeah, these final few corners are very exciting. They're quite fast corners, to be honest, aren't they, for the street circuit?
They are pretty quick, and there's quite a lot of danger with them, especially with the exit of the final corner. Sure, where you've got the wall, it feels like it comes at you really, really quickly. Obviously into the tricky braking zone at T1, flicking in through the left-hander. Kevin Siggy navigating so well. I reckon if we'd have got a pre-race interview with Kevin Siggy, he would have said he was going to win this race. And I distinctly remember, I've said this before, the Formula E Race at Home Challenge, which is in 2020, I think it was, might have been 21, certainly before Formula E Accelerate. There was a race at Monaco where he got interviewed before the race. He got pole position, he got interviewed before the race, again, another street circuit. And they went, what are you expecting from the race? And he said, well, I'm going to take away into the race lead and I'll win the race. And yeah, that'll be that. I think he even said I'll win the race by like 20 seconds. To which my response was, oof, it's a bit egotistical, isn't it? Guess what he did?
Won.
Exactly what he said. He led into the first corner and then ran away into the distance and won by about 20 seconds. And at that point, I was just sort of like, I respect the honesty. Kevin Siggy knows how good he is. That's the important bit to take away from that. He's got the confidence in himself to be able to control a race like this, even if Wisniewski's holding that gap a second.
Yeah, he certainly does have the confidence in himself. Yeah, bit of a fact / joke for you there, but it is true. He does strictly. I remember being on the stage with you at Munich and just generally intermittently hearing screams from my left, and it was Kevin Siggy every time.
He's loud as a driver, which is more important when it comes to LAN, or if you're his housemate, or if he was when he's racing in from a facility like the Red Line facility, or obviously not going to be racing for the Apex facility or Porsche facility, but you know, if he's racing from somewhere where other people are racing, that would be slightly distracting and very annoying. Also, one thing that he's well known for is not preserving his wheel very well.
Yeah. Yes. I think I can understand why, to be honest with you. But there you go. No, definitely not.
Are you the kind of person that throws your controller when you get like someone scores against you in FIFA?
No, definitely not. No, I don't. I barely recall any time I've done that once, to be honest. Never mind multiple times or whatever. No, I don't particularly rage, to be honest. I just turn the game off.
Oh, you're part of the RQ camp. Gotcha. Picking up what you're putting down as we'll see. What?
I don't know what that means. RQ,
rage quit.
Oh, I see. It's not a rage. It's just a
quit.
I had enough. Quit.
Okay, fair enough. Each their own.
Yeah. I'm sure these guys won't be doing the same. Thankfully, they're all still in the race. We haven't seen any retirements yet. We haven't seen any rage quits, RQs, if you want to shorten it. So far today, I'd never heard that before, to be honest with you. So there you go. Yuri Toman, it will be the one trying to make the moves here, but he's kind of running out of laps to do so. 4 laps at the line, and he's got to make 2 overtakes somehow.
I don't see Toman going through here. I mean, as much as those moves are directly at him, that is the one thing, is that the gaps aren't too large where he can't make the move, because you've got Stableford there, you've got Dambits there, right? It's not as if like there's a big gap. Dambits has kind of kept up, Stableford slowed down, and that even if he got past Stableford, there was nothing more to gain from that. The move is there. Bit of a squiggle there from Schmieder as he absolutely slaps, I think, a drain cover coming out of the penultimate turn there at Ion, then through Shore, and then back out onto the start finish straight. Collins isn't going to be close enough. Wisniewski's seeing Siggy disappear into the distance. But yeah, I don't know, right now it's a struggle to work out where the moves are actually going to come from.
Whoa. There might be one here as Charlie Collins gets very close to Michał Schmiedl. There could be a chance into turn 3. How much does Collins want to risk this? It would be a dive, and so he's not going to, but there's a bit of a show of threat, if you like. There's a bump from Collins as well, letting the Czech driver know exactly where he is, and Collins now really beginning to apply the pressure as they all begin to catch. Nikodem Wisniewski, I think he made a mistake, did the pole actually on that last lap, because all of a sudden the gap has gone out to 1.6.
You know, one thing I hadn't really noticed it until this very moment in time, but it's the G2 livery. I'm not a fan of them moving on to a Porsche for one specific reason. Is that it does look quite like the Porsche Commander.
It does, yeah.
The fact that it is white on the same side as the Porsche and black on the same side as the Porsche, they're both asymmetrical liveries. Why would you do that to us?
I can't believe you've only just noticed, to be fair, because I'm not the most observant.
I haven't just noticed.
I'm not the most observant, but even I managed it before you there, so that's quite amazing. But there you go. I know what you mean. I would have preferred a bit more black on the G2 livery, to be honest. That's what I associate with them anyway. A bit of a darker livery, but there you go. It's their own. They've gone with what they've gone for. There's Kevin Siggy out in the lead. He's nowhere near anybody else, and just as well. He has driven very well so far today. I think the only hope for a move inside the top 6 in may well be this one here. Will Dan Beats hold on from Stapleford, who's surely got to try something?
Yeah, exactly. There's surely something hovering around here. There's got to be a bare minimum an attempt, right? That is the absolute minimum. I'd be very disappointed if I didn't see at least a look, a gander, a thought, even just filling the mirrors or something. But at the moment, it just seems as though he's moderately content with the idea of getting knocked out of this competition in the knockout stages, even though obviously he's not going to say that, because I know he's trying very hard to try and do something here, but it's just the opportunities around the circuit, they're not that high. You're not seeing the last to first challenge as to what we saw from Joshua Rogers in the knockout stages a week ago.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, as far as the team's championship standings go after this race, Redline having had a good day so far, and Williams seeing 2 of their drivers looking like they're going to get knocked out anyway, with Dennis Schoninger only picking up 1 point from this round, or this race, excuse me. It looks to me like Redline might well take the initiative and might well take the lead of the team's championship after this race, but we'll have updates later on in the day when we know for sure where the point situation is going to be. But the point stands that Redline are indeed gaining points and looking to gain some of those 19 back from where they were at the start of the day. That's their distance between Williams before today.
You're absolutely right, yeah, indeed. With Redline's strength at the moment, they are seeming to be in a very solid position indeed right now. And will I say Williams losing Dennis Schoninger here? It will not be particularly pleasing for the outfit. They'll be pretty frustrated, such a thing. Shout out though to Dan Bits, who's doing a great job right now. There is Dennis Schoninger, Williams Esports, obviously all 4 drivers into the final. You can see how surprised he is by that.
Absolutely. It would be a real turn of fortune if none of them get in now, wouldn't it? Goodness me. So far, Darren McCormack is the only one who's made it into the semi-finals as we go on to the final lap.
Indeed, 1.8 seconds for the race lead. Wisniewski's dropping back into the clutch this meter, but I think that's more out of conserving things in this race for G2 Esports. He knows that he's going through to a semi-final at the moment. That is the important bit. That's what his job will say at the moment. Just make sure you're getting through into the next race of the evening. You can see how close Charlie Collins was getting to the rear end of the Porsche. Porsche's running in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, which is pretty handy for the Porsche. I will say at the previous round of Daytona, all 4 of the manufacturers took victories. They had at least 1, which is not bad.
Yeah. But I felt the Porsche was a little bit down, or maybe some of the other manufacturers actually, during that. Not that it's any problem with BOP or whatever. I don't want to just open that kind of worms, but you know, I just felt that it maybe wasn't quite the car to have. Just because I thought the Mercedes was the best car around there, but it doesn't seem to be the case necessarily so far today. Kevin Siggy is making his way around the final couple of corners now, as BMW look to take another win. It's going to be Kevin Siggy round the final corner here at Orchard Road, and knockout number 3 is going to go to him. Team Redline back to winning ways as the rest of them come over the line behind. Christopher Danbeats holds on to get that final spot inside the top 6.
Very happy. Kevin Siggy across the line to have taken another victory in ESL R1, just adding to the list. Redline looking very, very strong indeed. But of course, do you remember, you know, coming up next is Jeff Rietveld. He's someone who's won his fair share. They've already got 3 of the cars now through. Can they get it 4 from 4? I mean, to be fair, knowing Jeff Rietveld and his percentages in this competition, Redline as a shock to absolutely no one on planet Earth. They're looking like the team to beat at the moment.
They absolutely are. Yeah, they certainly are. And as I said earlier, they will be edging their way past Williams Esports as far as the team's championship goes. 1 more driver left now, and for those teams that don't have anybody in the semi-finals just yet, I can't imagine the amount of pressure that's then put on to this driver in quarter-final number 4.
It's kind of one of those weird ones, though. It's kind of like, is there a lot of pressure on them, or is there not? Because as much as you'd be sat there being like, oh yeah, it's literally me and that's it. But then also you kind of be sat there being like, look, my teammates haven't delivered, so if I don't deliver, then I'm just, it's just like them. It is what it is. It's kind of 50-50. It depends on how you see it. Really, it also depends on which position your team is in the standings. If you're one of those lower teams in the standings, the likes of FaZe down there, even Virtus Pro and stuff, going through, not going through, it is what it is.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Here are the final results. Kevin Siggy wins by 2 seconds in the end. Nikodem Wisniewski will get through. FaZe have got a driver into the semi-finals. It's Michał Schmiedl ahead of Charlie Collins. Johan Hart is through for Apex, and Christopher Dambeats makes it through for Mouse as well to join Moritz Lerner, but they won't be the same semi-final. They were happy to meet each other in the final. Robbie Stapleton, Yuri Toman, Matt Siepel, Matt Emery, Dennis Stullinger and Danny Tillich will be out and no longer racing here tonight. Once again, qualifying showing itself to be so important, and the race start as well, although to be honest, even compare the qualifying results to those results there, very similar really.
Yeah, you get like a couple of chops and changes mostly on that first lap, isn't it, where things tighten up in that 1 and 2 section going through Mandarin into Carnage Corner. That will stick. That's where like a lot of the chops and changes seem to happen. Outside of that, it's very hard to make a move. Although I will say we have seen at least so far move of the day, which was obviously in the hands of Robbie Stapleton going around the outside of Yuri Toman.
Yeah, it's a very nice move indeed. And here it is, on board with Robbie Stapleford at Grange. Around the outside through the first part, gives him the inside for the second. Hopefully we can see a bit more of that later on, because that was a special move. This was the battle that we were focusing in on throughout most of the day. It's Michał Schmiedl ahead of Charlie Collins. This is the closest he really got. A nice run off of turn 2 that he didn't really decide to push home. Johan Hart was right there in attendance as well. Christian Dambeats had a lot of defending to do with Robbie Stapleford and Yuri Toman right behind. But in the end, if you don't make a mistake, you're likely to hang on to your place.
Indeed, like I say, very tricky to make those moves outside of the first couple of laps. And in fact, we've barely seen any. I think we've seen one move, basically outside of the first couple of laps throughout the entire evening. That's just how it goes sometimes. And it's what we're kind of expecting a little bit here from Orchard Road, just with the difficulties it is to race out. One final knockout, though, to deal with, though, Ewan. Should still be a little bit of a fun one, but then we start to get into the real meat of this, the semi-finals, to sort out who's going through into the final.
Yeah, we were chatting before about which of the quarterfinals is going to be the strongest in a sense of which lineup is going to be most difficult to advance from. We may be, well, I landed anyway on knockout number 4 because I think it's got some of the best names in there. We're still waiting for a lot of the big names of ESL R1 to come, and they're on their way in knockout number 4.
Certainly so. We've got some big ones. It's like you say, you've got a couple of small ones, like Max Benneker, potentially, who's quite good. So I've heard. As we've also got Bunner House, Jeff Rietveld, Oliveira up there, Benito, Fluke, Tormula, Thibaut Casabon is also involved in that grouping. It's a tough one, Ewan.
Oh. It's an unbelievable group. Jakub Masiewski really impressed me, by the way, last week, even though he's not got very much ESL R1 experience. We know what Mikko Bykov can do on ACC. If you can transfer that to Rensport, then he's going to be a very difficult customer to deal with indeed. Bono House has been around for what feels like forever. He will be in and around there as well. Enzo Benito had a new team, but he won't have lost any of his speed. Jamie Fluke for Apex will be looking to join Johan Hart in semi-final number 2. Casabon for Vitality. It's such a stacked knockout number 4. It's unbelievable.
I was going to say, yeah, you almost didn't know what to call it there.
Yeah.
That's fine. No, obviously, to figure out the 6 drivers from here is not particularly easy. Have you got a 6?
No.
Is there anyone in there?
No. I can barely
commit.
I can barely narrow it down to 10, to be honest with you.
I'm going to commit. I'm not going with Benito or Tormula or Helsuf, Matiszewski, Bykov or Pastor. I'm going with Jamie Fluke, Oliveira, because Oliveira's top 6% of this, by the way, is crazy. I've said this before. He's so good at getting inside the top 6. Max Benneker, because obviously PECD champion and how good he was around here. Had all the pole positions in that up until the season finale. Joshua Rogers, Jeff Rietveld, how can you deny him? I got told off by Jasmine for not picking him last week, so I will pick him this week. And Thibaut Casabon, because who doesn't love a bit of Thibaut?
Absolutely. He's been a really great addition to that team, by the way. Throughout the first part of ESL R1, you kind of felt like that team were sort of missing the fourth driver. No disrespect to Risto Caput, of course, who first held that position, but it did feel like there was 3 drivers and then there was a bit of a gap back to the fourth. It's been a challenge, I think, for Kazamon to get up to speed, but he's done a really good job at that. And yeah, he'll be a difficult one to deal with throughout this race. What I am going to predict instead of the 6, because I literally am pulling my hair out trying to even think about it, I'm going to go with the pole time as being the fastest we've seen so far today. Was it Job in the first? No, it was Kevin S. Jr., sorry, in the first knockout, who set a 10.7. I think we're going to go quicker than that. I think it will still be a 7, but I think it will be lower than Kevin S. Jr.'s time.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe. I actually don't know. I think, don't get me wrong, look, I think that time from Kevin S. Jr. is not the fastest time that we'll see all day. Like, I think we're still going to get faster in the semis and, of course, in the final. But I don't know, maybe we'll see a little bit quicker than this. I don't see it's going particularly faster. Do you think we're getting a 10.6 by the end of the day?
I don't think that's going to happen today. It feels like one of those times where you can do it in practice, where you've got not really the pressure of the competition, you've got a bit of a day to practice. You might be doing quali runs, and I know it will be one shot that these guys are trying. They won't be going round and round and round doing qualifying laps, but I think that's one of those things that you achieve in practice, and it's very difficult to replicate that in the actual competition. We've seen it happen before. Remember Josh Rogers at the Nürburgring in Riyadh? That was an unbelievable lap. It can happen, but it doesn't happen very often. That's not something you see every week.
I still maintain, because I remember saying to you and Arjuna after that lap, I was like, you two didn't get hyped enough about that lap. And then I was talking to Arjuna about it. Arjuna had to watch it after, saying, yeah, you're right, we didn't. I'm sort of watching it, and I remember seeing the sector times, and I was sat there in the green room, and I remember seeing it thinking, oh my God, that is an incredible lap. And speaking to Josh Rogers afterwards, he said that that was better than he'd ever done. That was his fastest sector times, better than his optimals, better than any. That is the best lap that he's ever done. And honestly, it was honestly one of the best laps I've ever seen in sim racing. But you know, fair enough. It is what it is.
Yeah, I doubt we'll be seeing that again.
Oh yeah, no way.
In a hurry. Not least because Nürburgring's not on the schedule, but anyway, that's to worry about later on. We might be seeing it again later on in time, but not for a little while just yet. I think he said last week some might be quite pleased about that because it's difficult to overtake round there. Well, we're kind of seeing the same here as well. When we're going back to Nürburgring in comparison to this one, it's going to feel like, well, it's not a bad circuit for overtaking at all.
Well, I mean, you said it, but Nürburgring, I think, has exactly the same amount of passes here, i.e. a fair amount on the first lap, and then nothing throughout the rest of the race. And also, it's just another Grand Prix circuit. I'm just going to say it. I prefer driving here than the Nürburgring. I absolutely cannot stand the Grand Prix circuit at the Nürburgring. It ain't for me, Chief. There is Jeffrey, if we're having a little snacky snack before he jumps into the race, there is Jamie Fluke. Probably, I'm going to say best facial hair on the grid. Just saying. Kaki Oliveira, just feeling pretty cool and calm. See, you had to put Enzo Benito up, didn't you?
That's Yumi Tumler, hiding behind his own face, or his own hand, sorry, not his own face, and getting ready for his lap. I believe this is the start of a new lap, by the way. I don't think we're seeing the end of the lap for Enzo Benito. I think he's just setting himself up to get ready to go and set the benchmark for everybody else. Another driver who performed in PEC D earlier on this season, but not at this circuit.
That is indeed true. Not in the 69 either. I don't think anyone's in the 69 in this season. I don't know. I'd have to take a look at the entry list and find if someone is. But I think he has been in years prior. In this, he is rather boringly in the 23. Either way, see what lap time we can see out of one Mr. Enzo Benito. Again, we're looking for that sort of 10-7, 10-8 kind of margin. That's where your expected pole time is kind of in that margin. If you're in a 10-9, you're expected to be inside the top 6. 11s and down, not ideal. We did see a lot of drivers in the previous qualifying session, though, set a 10-9. What can Enzo Benito do here, working down into that final sector? He'll throw it over the left-hand side. It's looking pretty tidy and clean thus far. from Enzo as he takes it out towards the barrier. If anything, it's not looking that flamboyant, which generally means that it might not be that quick. But they always say that if the lap looks slow, it's quick. So alas, it's looking very calm, cool and collected from Benito, who will take it up towards the line. 10-8, there you go. See, if it looks calm, it is quick.
Yeah, he was decent. Oh dear, Maciejewski slapping the wheel, and I'm not sure whether that's because he's, or why that is, I should say, but he is clearly not very impressed with himself here as he's making his first steps into ESL R1 this season, of course. Daytona was a great outing for him, getting to the final for the first time. Now what can the teenagers do over the line here for the first time at Orchard Road? It's an 11-1, nearly 11-2. He's not impressed with himself.
Lip readers, stay away from that webcam. My God, he was not happy. It's Kaiki Oliveira, the next one to work his way through into that final complex of corners. Again, when it comes to top sixes in ESL R1, he's actually 54.2%, which is not bad indeed for a driver who is still yet to win. You know, he doesn't frequently compete at the top, but does just keep ticking off top sixes. 11-0 for him. That'll put him on the cusp. I think he'll probably be qualifying about 7th or 8th for that one.
Yeah, I think he'll struggle to be back in the top 6 of that. I think that you sort of got to recalibrate your mind a little bit for this session. I think the times we're going to see as a general average are going to be a lot quicker than what we've seen so far here tonight. Jeffrey Ripveld knows how to set a fast lap, set a couple of the best laps all throughout the Riyadh event at 2 of the circuits we had back last summer. That earned him $20,000. Let's see what he can do here with this lap time. It's a 10-9 from him.
Not bad, not bad. Is it going to be good enough, though, for the front row? I think the answer to that question is probably not, especially considering some of the drivers to come, including the next 4. Kazavon, Fluke, Rogers, Benneker. Expectation that they would definitely throw their hat into the ring. Kazavon got really strong towards the end of the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland season, particularly around Road Atlanta. Was all right round here, though, let's be honest, as the Frenchman will fire his way through the final corner and out towards the line. Is he happy with it? Is he disappointed? Oh, I think that's pretty mediocre. 11-098.
Yeah, 4th place, which is where he finished in Pec D as well during this round, but it's going to be difficult to stay there because Jamie Fluke is on his way. Just missed out on the final 12 in the fall season of 2023. Now it's time for spring to come round again and Jamie Fluke to give this another go as he makes his way towards line. This is looking okay for Jamie Fluke. I think it'll be a 10-9. It is indeed. 3rd place for him.
From one facility to another, out of Corby and then over to Germany to Gronau. Of course, it is the Porsche Coanda driver of Rogers, the driver who has the most victories, not the highest percentage of victories to amount of races, but does have the most victories. It is at 30 after a victory last time at Daytona. Couple of slides coming out through the final turn, up towards the line he's going to go. Did qualify at the back of the field for the knockouts there. Not going to do that here with a 10.762. I believe that is actually slightly faster than Kevin Lewis Jr. I'll allow you.
Thank you. Only the second 10.7 we've seen all day, by the way, from Josh Rogers. So it's a bit of a collector's item so far, but will we get a 6 later on? I'm still erring on the side of no. This is Bono House through the final couple of corners now, up towards the line for him, and it will be a 10-9 from him. Good lap, actually, from Bono House. A semi-final winner last time a circuit made its debut last season.
Yeah, pretty solid indeed for Bono House. Mikhail Baikov still got 4 drivers left to go. Baikov, Turmula, Benneker, Pajdur, all drivers that can definitely throw themselves inside the top 6. Then again, pretty much the entire grid can because they're all actually pretty good. As Baikov will head now through the final turn. The Virtus Pro team out towards the line. Is he happy? Yeah, he doesn't seem that disappointed, but then the Virtus Pro team are new, so I think expectations are fairly low for him as he goes into 9th position.
Joni Turmula next up, part of the F1 Esports Teams Champions of 2019. That's becoming quite a long time ago now indeed, but he's always got that to hold close to him. He's representing G2 here today for ESL R1, of course, as he so often has done. Made it to the major of the spring season last year as well, of course. This time round he's going to struggle. 11-3 from him.
Max Benneker then. Let's see what the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland champion can do. The Gamers 8 champion in ESL R1. Is there enough time in his hand to maybe sneak one inside? Let's not say the top 6. We know he's got the pace to do that. Can he go and beat Rogers at the front of the field? Mouse, BMW for the first time in ESL R1 this season. They've always been racing in Audis. He jumps at least onto the front row of the grid with a 10.829. Not bad, really not bad.
And the session as a whole, not bad at all either, by the way. To get into the top 6, indeed, you need to go below the 111s, which is something we've seldom seen so far today. Here's Daniel Pastor now, making his way through the final couple of corners. Good sector 1 and good in the second as well, Daniel Pastor. So let's see what he can do over the line. Things will be a time up towards the top here. Daniel Pastor goes 7th place. It is a 10, but just outside that top 6.
Of course, Daniel Pastor did work his way through into the final back in Daytona, one of the 4 Williams esports drivers who did, because all of them did. As there is Joshua Rogers, slightly better fortunes, and actually for a driver who I said to him as well after a little bit talking about it, did not qualify well last round at all, really at any moment, and yet still, you know, managed to piece together some decent results, still managed to get through to the final. That's a bit more like the Joshua Rogers that we know and love. To put together a lap time like that, very impressive.
Exactly, and that's a little bit, by the way, what I was basing my comments on the Porsche at Daytona on, by the way. The fact that Josh Rogers couldn't get that much out of it, well, maybe that says a little bit about the car as well, but, you know, maybe that's a bit of a flawed
driver error, mate.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a flawed policy, to be honest. Don't know, but he's certainly back to pole-sitting ways now, if you can put it that way. Good performance by this man, by the way, in that qualifying session there. Wasn't expecting him to go through. I don't think you selected him either, but he is in prime position to do so.
I didn't pick Bono, which I'm going to stand by as being a fair assumption, but you just never really know. Bono House, very, very solid driver indeed, obviously jumping in for the Guild team. We'll see the starting grid for knockout for Yoni Turmula down at the rear end of the field, along with Mikhail Baikov, Jakub Matuszewski down in 10th position with Thibaut Casbon, my pick to go through, down in 9th, sorry lad. Kaki Oliveira, another one of those, down with an 11-0 in 8th position. We then work our way into the drivers that got into the 10s, a 10th of a gap ahead of Oliveira to Daniel Pastor in 7th position, then just 100th between himself and Jamie Fluke, thousandths between Fluke and Jeffrey Rietveld in 5th position. Again, back to a few hundred between himself and Bonner House in 4th position. Shout out to Enzo Benito up there for the FaZe Clan team in 3rd position. Max Benneker, though, on the front row with Joshua Rogers. I smell fireworks, Ewan O'Leary.
Absolutely, and history as well that those two have got between them. They've raced each other on many occasions. Such great rivals from down the years. Another chapter in that story to be written here in knockout number 4.
Yeah, I don't know how they are these days, but let's be honest, not that long ago, they really, really didn't like each other. I'm not sure if that rivalry has calmed down at all. Will there be contact between them in turn 1, turn 2? I don't think so. I think they're calm enough within themselves.
Yeah, I would say so. I think they've got cool heads, and they don't need to dive down the inside of each other, to be honest, down towards turn 1. They're on the front row together. It's those at the back and in the middle you've got to be worried about.
Yeah, indeed. Should be at least an electric race start. Once more, it's the last time that we're having the knockout phase before we work our way through into the semi-finals. Let's see what can happen here as we are underway. Looking at Jamie Fluke, a great start as he drags his way straight past Jeff Rietveld. There is the move of Max Benneker getting to the outside of Joshua Rogers on that race down towards the first turn. Benneker's going to send it in, trying to get around the outside straight away. A little bit of leaning between the Australian against the German. Max Benneker with the inside line down into Carnage corner as there's been carnage already behind.
It has. It's turn 1 and Enzo Benito's already gone around. Yoni Turmula has been disadvantaged. So has Jamie Fluke as well, who was on the outside of 3 wide and just didn't have anywhere to go. Speaking of which, we're 3 wide again. There's more cars in the wall and around goes Daniel Pastor.
Yeah, sneaking through, all with a bit of contact out towards the barrier. Jamie Fluke squeezing his way past Mikhail Baikov. Yeah, let's go with that ain't great from the mid-pack here in ESL R1. But at the moment, between the top two, it was frantic racing. Not a great start from Jeff Rietveld to have dropped back a little bit, but still was able to come out on top and all that. Now into third position. Kaiki Oliveira said his top 6 position was pretty good. It's gone from 8th to 4th. Think that's mostly because of the carnage.
Well, you still got to pick yourself through it. You know, don't take that away from him. He's still had to get himself through all of that, so I'm willing to give that one to him. 4th place for at the moment for BS Competition as they look to get another driver into the semi-finals, but it will be semi-final number 2, of course. There's Baikov, who got slipped past by Jamie Fluke earlier. Now, can Fluke recover that from that problem down at turn number 1 by passing either Yakomasiewski, maybe Thibaut Kazan as well?
Fluke. Was that Fluke going for a spin?
Oh, it was.
It was Fluke going for a spin. Wow. His tyres must be absolutely cooked. As he spun himself round, he'll give the old flick spin a go and will send himself back into the race. I did get a message literally just now from a certain team's race engineer who just said, yikes. Which, to be fair, do you know what? I think that sums up that first couple of turns. Absolutely spot on. Yikes. Race control will have a lot of work to do before we get into the semi-finals.
Absolutely. I don't even think Yuri Tummel is still in the race, by the way. Is he?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
And it seems that he'll be out from here on in, so that's no good news. But top 6 looking fairly secure now. With the spin of Jamie Fluke, I think there's a pretty big gap from 6th to 7th that may well not be closed.
Did get word in our ear, Joni Tormela has disconnected from the race. It could be an RQ, could be anything else. Who knows? But either way, he is no longer a part of it. The G2 esports drivers, a bit of a shame for them. They'll keep their eyes elsewhere in ESL R1. The top 4 separated by not too much. Big gap back then to Thibaut Kazan as try and pick your way through some of these replays. What even happened back here?
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of picking out. That seemed to be a solo spin, which is fine. That's easy to work out. It's the bit before that that's the complicated part.
To which, again, we could probably look at replays for the entirety of the next 13 or 10, 11 laps. Well, I can count. We can go through an awful lot of that replay just to kind of work out what happened on lap 1, lap 2. So much going on when these 12 drivers barrel their way down into the first turn. It seemed like there was an awful lot of barreling. But at the moment, 1 second between the top 2. Let's see how good the Porsche is then around the streets of Singapore, because that gap around a second. Let's see if Josh Rogers can maybe build on that advantage to take his 31st victory.
We haven't seen a Porsche win yet tonight, so it would be a first, but not a first even for the season. Josh Rogers was able to win his knockout number 4 here or back at Daytona, I should say, earlier on in the season, and at the moment that second margin should be enough for him to hang on to, even at this distance. To be honest, I think the top 4 are barely going to fight with one another, although if there is going to be a fight, we've seen a lot of caution so far in the race, to be honest. I'd have to say, well, we're inside the top 6, don't want to risk falling out of it. These guys can battle for a good couple of seconds before they're going to be caught by those behind, so maybe they'll be the most incentivized to fight of anyone so far.
Yeah, but that said, it's like, what do you really have to gain for it? Yes, of course, all the points, blah, 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 blah. But I know that Kaiki Oliveira, he's more level-headed, as he, again, quite rightly being told. He did part the Red Sea a little bit on lap 1 to work his way through into 4th position. It's probably one of those ones where you just sort of like, you see it, and I have had it before, and this is not a recommended strategy, but you see cars ahead of you, and they start pointing the wrong way, and you think, this is my opportunity. And rather than thinking about this is a crash, I should probably slow down, that right foot gets slammed to the ground. As George Morgan would say, it's pedal to the metal and it's go, 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 but only when I see crashes. And away he went, and Kaiki Oliveira up to 4th position. I don't think he's going to try and get anything else. I think he's pretty settled with 4th.
Yeah, I think he'd be pleased with that, no doubt. But if you could get a few more points, then I don't think he's going to say no to them by any means. Tormela and Beneke both looking for their first points of the season, indeed, here tonight. It was knockout 4 where Max Beneke didn't even finish at Daytona. He retired before the race ended, and as a result, didn't score any points. Spee is first on the board, and so Mouse could really do with him firing on all cylinders, really. He is their star name, you would say, as far as points earned so far and achievements earned in ESL R1?
Well, I mean, I will say for Benica, it was. So he got basically taken out in the race by Bonnehaus, well, here he is, who went straight for the apex going through the Le Mans chicane, and then rather than continue on in the race to 11th or 12th, decided to RQ, as you now know what that means. Which, to be fair, I'd be fairly critical of it. It's like, you're talking about 1 point there, whatever. Who cares? Benica knows he's better than that. It's just, it is what it is. Just a little bit of a shame for the instant a week ago, but maybe you could say going side by side into the Le Mans chicane's not the greatest idea.
Yeah, but in which case, where do you do it? I mean, turn 1, but after that, it's difficult at Daytona sometimes with the road course, and if you're going to rule out the bus stop, then does make it a bit more tricky. So especially because that was lap 1, I don't blame them for going side by side on that occasion. To be honest with you, I thought they were all within their rights to do that, but it was just maybe the placements of the cars in that respect, maybe not where they should have been, let's say.
I'm just taking devil's advocate here.
All right.
Devil's advocate, just saying that maybe it wasn't the smartest. I still maintain that. Like, the Le Mans chicane you can make a move at, but you need to be fully alongside going into it. He was almost fully alongside, but whatever. At the end of the day, that's not me trying to say that it was Benica's fault. It definitely wasn't. It was absolutely Bonnehaus's fault, but it just maybe wasn't the wisest place to have gone for it on lap 1. Daniel Pagel being given a 1 second time penalty due to not leaving enough racing room. Oof. A few drivers might be coming a cropper of that this evening.
Yeah, that was at turn 3, by the way, on the opening lap. After all of the carnage we saw at turn number 1, there was turn number 3 as well. Pagel actually got spun round in some way himself, but he will have halted a few behind, which I guess is why he's also got a penalty, but nothing too severe. And to be fair, as far as the penalties go, we haven't seen anything majorly severe so far. Certainly nothing race-changing, and I think it's been well managed so far by race control, as if to say, not coming down on these drivers so hard that almost they're put off even going near each other, but also just keeping them in check somewhat at what is a very difficult track to manage in that respect.
Indeed, absolutely. There is Jeff Rietveld still managing his own race, his own expectations. I don't see any switches happening within the top grouping. Even if you look back from Maciejewski, obviously back to Bykov, that gap is way too large. So I can see this genuinely ending 1 through 6. You could say then there might be a couple of fighters within that top 6 grouping, but again, the risks around here far too high. As I said before, the start-finish straight is not quite long enough. None of the drivers from Knockout 4 were a part of the top 6 drivers from the round 1 final. That is true because as much as Josh Rogers worked through into the final, had a bit of a mediocre race in that one. And by mediocre, let's call it what it is. Yeah, potato's potato. It was bad.
Well, that's harsh. But
it's true though. Where did he finish? 9th?
11th.
10th? 11th.
Oh,
yeah, that's terrible.
It's gone off your sheet, by the way. If that's wrong, we're all in trouble. But
no, I'm at least 31.5% sure, and there's a lot of percentages on there.
Yeah, there are a lot of percentages on there. No, I believe it's right as well. To be fair, my memory would have had him at about 7th or so. I thought he did a bit better than that, but apparently not. So fair enough. It is always interesting to see where the knockout drive, in terms of which drivers in which knockout and where they get to in the final, and indeed in the semi-final as well. It's always interesting to me to sort of work out which is one of the strongest ones, because that does surprise me, that statistic, because I would say this is one of the stronger knockout routes, if you like, to try and go through. Look at some of the names who are not going to make it through here. Yoni Turmel is already out, so is Enzo Benito, but you've already got Jamie Fluke out of the event as well. You would have thought Bonnehaus is a long way back, so some big names who are getting knocked out here, and the ones that are left, I would have thought would have represented this knockout a little bit better in the final, but maybe they can do today.
Yeah, who knows? I've just been sent another nickname, by the way. By Veracity for Jeff Rietveld. Jaffa cake.
They're disgusting, by the way.
Do you don't like a Jaffa cake?
God, no.
Really?
Oh, no.
You're an awful human being.
What?
It's great.
Oh, then.
They're great. They're excellent. But either way, there is Jeffa Cake, or as he was last round, again another one from Veracity, Rizless Rietveld, which I think is better, but I will accept Jeffa Cake. I think that's pretty good.
That's harsh.
Rizless Rietveld?
Yeah.
Have you seen him?
Yeah. That's mean, that. I'm just trying to be nice.
I love Jeff.
I'm just trying to be nice. I wonder if there's going to be another nickname for round 3. I wonder if she's got 6 for each round.
I hope so.
Yeah.
But apparently she is his biggest fan, so I'd hope so. I definitely would hope so. He's doing really well in this race, is Jeff Rietveld, though. In fact, there is the one stat of Jeff Rietveld that I do really like. It's the first ever race of ESL R1 that we did, so obviously nearly, not far off 200 races ago now. The first ever race that we ever did in ESL R1, it was Jeff Rietveld that won at Spa in Katowice, of course, in the first ever heat race. So, it's a cool stat, isn't it?
It is indeed, and he can forever hold that one, which is, not going to be taken off him, but certainly. By the way, speaking of numbers of races there, we're going to reach the 200th race on the first round of the Drivers' Championship, which will be live for in a few weeks away now. So a bit of a milestone for ESL R1 coming up when we get to that 200 races down.
And you're on for that one, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
God,
I think I think it'll be the 4th knockout, maybe. Don't quote me on that.
I mean, we could very quickly do the maths, but that's fine. The spreadsheet tells all information.
And a headache. I can't do it.
It's fine. It's fine. Your math is still significantly better than that of Maud Jorgen. But it's fine. He's not here. He can't listen. Well, I don't know what country he's in, actually.
I think is he at Spa this weekend?
Oh, I think it is Spa, yeah. Obviously, International GT Open. Visiting the circus. He's getting a little bit of research for when Spa's racing ESL R1 again. Obviously, as we ride on board with Kaiki Oliveira. Just a couple of laps left to go after this one, and what has been a much... I'd say that all the knockouts have been pretty calm. This one has, I don't know why, it's felt a lot more calm than even the other ones.
Yeah,
outside of the first couple of laps.
Because there was a battle for 6th in all the other ones, pretty much all the other ones anyway, and there was always that sort of moment where you're like, will there be a move here for the 6th position at the very end? Look at Jakub Maciejewski here. He's done a very good job, by the way, to navigate himself through the opening lap and get into the knockouts after a lap time which he will admit he wasn't very pleased with in qualifying. But he's got no pressure behind him. Bykov and Pastor are fighting, but it's meaningless, really. Not least because Pastor's got a penalty, but also because it's only worth a couple of points, and it's not really worth thinking about too much. So there's a little bit less tension in these races. That's what you always want at a street circuit, in my opinion. You want the tension that something will change, not necessarily the tangible possibility that it will happen, because you don't know that, and it can be difficult at street circuits. However, you just want that tension, and this race hasn't quite had the tension for 6th place.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a relatively calm affair. I mean, even this battle, Daniel Padgel's got a 1-second time penalty, or 3-second time penalty, I can't remember what it was. He's got a time penalty that'll drop him back behind Bykov anyway. So there is almost nothing really to fight for this one for the driver who got through into the finals just a week ago. Alas, you are, by the way, correct. It'll be round 4. Also, knockout 4 of the Drivers' Championship. So in a few weeks' time, at the end of June, or towards the end of June, we'll have the 200th race of ESL R1, which will be a big one. I'm sure a few drivers will be... Maybe... to be fair, I don't really care. Sorry, I don't think they'll really care. It'll just be another race for them. But I'm sure they'll fight that a little bit harder to win that milestone race for ESL R1. Kaiki Oliveira is still filling the mirrors as we head on to the final lap of the race. Do you think he'll go for anything, or do you think Felix van Delft will be like, hold position?
Yeah, I think he will be, yeah. And Kaiki Oliveira probably would have done anyway had he not even had anybody telling him what to do, which I don't know if he does or not, but in terms of actually making this move or not. But I don't think he would have done anyway. It's been a race where the field has been very spread apart indeed. The action all came on lap number 1, and the field was sort of spat out the other side like this, and that's pretty much how it's ended.
Yeah, indeed. Joshua Rogers then running away 2 seconds clear of the field at the moment, working his way through the final section of this racetrack, looking for yet another victory. Has won over a third of the races that he's done in ESL R1. Well, that will continue. It's a 31st race victory for Joshua Rogers across the line for Porsche Commander to take victory. Max Benneker back to the form that we expect from him. Second place for Benneker. Jeff Rietveld in third. Rizlis Rietveld, Jeff a Cake, whatever you want to call him, into the top 3. But there is Josh Rogers again, winning again.
He was the winner last time. A circuit made its debut as a round winner. The first time he went to Daytona, he took that round just before the four-season major, and he's on track to do that again here at Orchard Road's debut in ESL R1. Max Benneker through into the semi-finals safely as well. Putting away the demons, you would say, from Pec D with Orchard Road, where that was the first race in that season that he didn't win after taking 3 in a row at the start.
But he did finish second, so I mean, I wouldn't say demons. I think he's more putting away the demons of last week, where things really fell apart for him. There's Koki Oliveira once again inside the top 6. He's pretty good at just getting inside the top 6, isn't he? Like I say, I think it's over 50% of the time for Koki Oliveira, which is weird for a driver who's never had a victory, and I think only has, as far as I'm aware, 8 podiums in ESL R1. But his ability to finish 4th, 5th, and 6th is actually really solid.
Yeah, and just navigating, as you said earlier, just getting himself into that bottom end of the top 6. He always, well, not always, sorry, sometimes doesn't even qualify inside that top 6 either. Just weasels his way in somehow and gets into the semi-final, and very often into the final as well. He was the main driver, I would say, for Furia in terms of scoring the points last season. Now I think it's a great pickup from BS Competition, actually, who I think were a little bit below where they'd hoped to be during the 2023 year, actually, of ESL R1. I was expecting a bit more from them at the start. They've started to pick that up a little bit here. Ferris Stanley has got his way into a semi-final here tonight, for example. Koki Oliveira can begin to help them along a little bit as well, and maybe they can have a better year in 2024.
Well, whilst knockout phases are over, we'll be getting ready for the semi-finals in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be building our way up to see which 6 drivers are going to work their way out of semi-final 1, who's going to be getting into the finals, who's going to be challenging for victory. We'll be back in a moment.
How about this one? Do you know what these are?
Really bumpy one.
The real bumpy one.
Turn 3 Road Atlanta. I don't know what it's called.
What is it called though? I don't know.
The Black Crest.
Send it in and pray.
I must say, guys, this is not going well. I'll be honest.
We know corner numbers, not names.
Yeah.
We get
and then
points for that.
And then the section is 3A, B, and C for some reason. Later on.
I have no idea what it's called. It's going to be something American. It's going to. I don't know.
Well, do you want me to give you the answer?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the S's. As simple as that.
Is that
really?
Yeah.
This part already?
Yeah, it's it's a series of ends, isn't it? In the first sector, you've got a series of S's.
I thought the S's were like after this part.
Can you tell me the name of these specific corners?
S's?
Ikey, you're on fire! Love it! The S's, you're absolutely spot on. And yes, at Road Atlanta. We have yet another shot. Where do you think this is, chaps?
Road Atlanta.
I know where it is, but I don't know.
This is Zandvoort. Yeah, that is definitely Road Atlanta.
Hey, we'll work with this guy right through the course of an entire
mate,
season.
Enzo's brilliant to work with. He's very fun. He's keeping the team spirits high.
There's a series of corners here. It is the first sector, and they are encompassed in one name, I should say.
Oh, do they call them like the S's because it's American and they just name
The
it?
SS is the one after that, though.
Yeah, but he's saying it's a section of corners, so I think it's the S's, no?
Yeah, it's the S's then, yeah.
Yeah, well done, guys. Correct. Well done, Luke. I was about to say Luke Chadwick, the old Plymouth Argyle footballer. Well done, William Chadwick, on that one. Fantastic. Yes, this is indeed the S's.
Being American and being Road Atlanta, is this just not just part of the S's, which is like 6 million corners in one?
Yeah, you could argue.
The S's starts the next one, to be honest.
It's not this one already?
But let's just say the S's because we got nothing else.
I wish we could call a friend because we have an absolute expert on this track in the team. Yeah.
Well, let me just say, you're absolutely spot on. I would say the S's is the correct answer. It's actually the only official name against the track.
See, MGK chicane. That's meant. It just got to me right at the end there.
I can tell you that is the incorrect answer.
What? Did you mess this up?
It's not the MGK chicane.
It's not.
How? Is it the Vidal chicane?
It is the Vidal chicane. Yes, you're absolutely spot on, Luke. It is not
I think
the
I'm
MGK.
right.
It's the Vidal chicane.
No, I think it's me actually.
No googling, Ibrahim.
I'm not googling. I'm just thinking hard. Yeah, I just had MGK, and that's. I'm completely stumped now.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I tell you? It's not going well, is it? Let me tell you. Let me tell you. It's the Vidal chicane.
Okay, I'll start right here. Vidal.
Vidal.
It's the NGK chicane. Yeah, it is. Wait,
isn't it?
not? It is.
I couldn't even tell you where this what corner this track's a part of.
Wait a second.
Wait a second, he's typing to
Enzo's typing away. Once again. Oh, trust me, Google.
Please do not
It is
accuse.
definitely NGK chicane. I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be.
I can tell
The
you
final
that it's
chicane.
actually called Vidal.
Where are you getting your names from?
Which one do you think this is?
Oh. Wait, hang on. We had this was
We
the
already
whole
had the-
Baldwin thing. What was the corner name?
It was Lidl. It was something.
Lidl. Yeah, I heard.
Aldi, Waitrose.
No. So it was like Vidal or something.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and I
The Vidal? Vidal?
Speedle.
Stop. Vidal?
it was something. It was Vidal.
Nah, this is all you. You got this.
Well, I don't know. Well, it was Lidl.
It's just something chicane. Is it Vidal?
Oh, Vidal. It's Vidal, guys.
I like every name of the Lidl chicane. Watch.
And so it's time for the runners-up race. Nuninghoff, of course, winning back in Daytona. Topped the point standings over Alessandro Ottaviani. Cattler in third. Obviously dropped back a little bit. Had some solid qualifying pace when it came to the previous round. Visner up there, Gall Valero, Edmondson, Ladler, Loudon, Thunder, Schroeder, Mosen, and of course Moguli down there at the bottom. We're going to be taking you through this race, of course, at Orchard Road, where things are going to be very interesting indeed. Nico Nuninghoff leading on the race down towards that first corner. Ewan as he bows it up, but he's had a great start to this race.
Yeah, dominant as he was in Daytona, looking to be dominant at Orchard Road as well as we get this race underway. Side by side, very much in the mid-pack through turns 1 and 2. And already one of the BMWs going around Schroeder into the wall and a track blockage behind as well. Not a good start for those at the back.
Yeah, I think he got guided out there a little bit with Ladler coming through as we head now towards the back end of the circuit. Couple of almost 90-degree corners as we head our way through. A bit of a spin here as well. Unfortunately, that's Flavio Tusit that's gone for a bit of a spin. I think he got back going again pretty quickly as we head up towards the Grange.
Yeah, nice 360, but down to 8th place, unfortunately, and already look at the gaps in the field. The entire 10 drivers covered by 20 seconds. It's such a difficult track to even get through in the first part of the race. So tight for these big GT3 cars, and unfortunately, we've already seen a fair few drivers come unstuck.
Well, Schroeder, who we know has got some decent pace here, sat behind now Schultz, of course, in the Mercedes, and kind of the big thing though, yeah, obviously the spins, the slides and stuff in the first lap from Schroeder and from Tusit, as well as I'm sure the issues for Mergulia and Vanush. It's going to be really difficult for them to get those tyres back into the working window. Of course, it is only a 13-lap race, and it's not a very long circuit at 3.2 kilometres, so it's tricky for them to get those tyres back into the window, because obviously they're very sensitive on temperature.
Yeah, very much so, and it's really important to have those tyres in the temperature window, of course, because you need those runs off of the corners primarily. It is a street circuit where it's going to be difficult to pass. If you're the driver in front trying to hold on to a position, you need those good runs out of corners to have a chance of hanging on by the end of these straights. And so far, that's seemingly like what it's been able to do here for Schutzler, who's making his way now down into one of the more interesting sections of the course at Grange.
Yeah, honestly, I love this bit of track. Really good flow through there, but a few drivers struggling. But don't forget, absolutely slacked by a couple of cars, working our way down into the left-right section here before we get into the final couple of corners at Ion and Shaw. Pull it back over to the left-hand side of the circuit and then flick it straight through the right. Obviously, a big gap for those groups ahead with Nuninghoff, Mosen and Edmondson, first, second and third. But it's pretty close between Ladler and Santana, as you can see them working their way down Orchard Road itself. Start-finish straight down towards Mandarin and turn 1. There could be a move there for 4th position as Santana going to be desperate to get around the outside.
Yeah, I think I just saw Santana through the final couple of corners, really offline and slowing down, side by side again. He dives for the apex at turn 2. That'll leave Santana with the exit. That was a nice move. Really played him like a fiddle almost, didn't he? And straight through into 4th place.
I think we'll be seeing that with some of the big boys this evening, but that was a very solid attempt. Is there someone backwards? I think that might be... I was going to say it's Van Nys, but no, it's not. It's Edmondson. What has happened with Edmondson?
So he was in a podium place, running and looking good, actually, for that position. But unfortunately, Edmondson has spun around, dropped to 8th place. Will he drop any further? Yes, he's gone down to 9th as well, unfortunately. So a real disaster from, well, losing about 20 seconds in that move there.
I mean, the thing is, Killeney, which is the corner that he'd spun coming out of the right-hander, it's slightly more than 90 degrees, and the wall kind of sticks out a little bit at the end. So as you work your way through that corner, that wall can really, really catch you out. And so, unfortunately, for Edmondson, you're absolutely right, going from 3rd position all the way down the order. A large disparity in pace right now, as you kind of expect going around a street circuit. We do have a podium battle. Santana, Ladler, and Schroeder all kind of involved as we'll see what actually happened with Edmondson here, I believe, working down into Killeney. Let's see what actually happened.
See if we can get a view. Maybe not. That's Tusit running down in 7th position at the moment, very much alone and trying to catch this group for 3rd place. Santana, the one in the cork in the bottle, if you want to put it like that, as they all look for a podium place. Doesn't quite look like the fastest driver in this group, but he is the leading driver, so everyone's just kind of got to deal with this and follow him for the moment and then try and find a way through as best as possible.
Very close now. Battle for third. Santana, Ladler, Schulze, and of course Schroeder. Very, very tight between the lot of them, but no switches of positions. Very hard to overtake as 2-6 closing his way back in. I think I'm trying to remember how many drivers did PEC D, Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland. Ruiz came here for one of the rounds. It was the fourth round of the online, or the main championship, was going to be the online championship before the season finale. Nuninghoff certainly did. I don't remember if Mosin did. I do know that Tusit did. So there were a few drivers do as we ride on board with Maguli. This is the driver that I thought we were looking at earlier, but it was Maguli on the back trying to fight a way past. We now see back with Ladler, Santana directly ahead. Is there going to be a move anytime soon?
It's hard work, isn't it? You've just got to try and find the way through as best as you can, and it's just so difficult to do. Getting these runs off of corners and then maybe making a move, even into grains, to be honest, I don't feel like the braking zone through here is really sort of long enough and severe enough for you to really have a go through there. Maybe you can have a go down to the next chicane, but even that's a bit tricky. I think the best chances are certainly going to be in towards turn 1 at Mandarin. At Killiney as well is the tightest corner, at least I think, on the circuit, a little bit more than 90 degrees, and that's probably where you're best going to see an overtake here. But even then, it's such a difficult task for Ladler. Even if he does everything right, he might be relying on a mistake from Santana.
We do keep heading back up to the battle for second place, because we do keep going to Martin Moguli, who is in the number 2 Mercedes. That's sort of like that more brown Mercedes, one that we were kind of trying to work out what it was earlier on, who is desynced in the race as far as I'm aware, so it isn't kind of actually in that position, but I think I think that's actually a genuine battle for second between Moguli and Mosin, but because the Mosin is the driver that is in the Audi, which is what could be causing some confusion when we head up to second place. Just so we're all aware, is Martin Moguli, who is in the number 2 car in that sort of bronze Mercedes, is actually kind of in second position in the race under pressure from Mosin. He doesn't have to jump out of the way, even though it kind of looks like on the timesheets that he's right the way back down the order. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, because that's a complicated topic that's for race control to deal with, not us in the commentary booth. We get to just talk about the pretty race cars driving around the race circuit, where Santana is hanging on to third. At the moment, Ewan, the most important thing is just don't make mistakes. If you don't make mistakes, it's really hard to pass around it.
Yeah, it is. It's not the widest circuit in the world, is it? It's a street circuit, after all.
Oh, thank you.
And so, just placing yourself in the right position is almost enough at some stages. But as you say, we can't afford a mistake here from Santana. And that final corner is difficult, let's not forget here. When you're going through Shaw and out onto the front straight, which is the longest straight on the circuit, maybe giving you the best opportunity for an overtake down in towards turn number 1. It is so important to make your exit as good as possible for that big braking zone down at Mandarin, and it's not easy. You know, we're talking about this like it is easy, but it certainly isn't, and Santana demonstrates that now as he makes a mistake.
Yeah, indeed, and Santana is going to be cost the position, so the black and red Porsche of Santana drops back behind Ladler, moving his way now up into third position. At times it could be fourth, depending on what happens with Martin Moguli, who we did catch up with, or just checked in on a little bit over the last couple of laps. Nice four-way fight though involved with this, because Flavio Tusit's rejoined it in that BMW M4 as once again it's very tight. There's not a particularly good exit from sort of coming down into this sector, and Tusit's going to fill the mirrors, flash the lights, but this section is the tightest part on this track. It's really narrow. I don't think we'll be seeing many moves into there.
No, it's not a long straight either from Grange really into that really tight section, so it's very much about getting close through there and then getting your run through Shaw there at the final corner. That's where the key points in this circuit are, as we know. And now down in towards the first corner, see if Schroeder's anywhere near close enough for a move into fifth position. He's probably the closest to any of the other drivers in the field at the moment as Ladler goes around.
Oh my goodness, Ladler from third position has gone round. Woo! Nearly rejoined right into the path of one of the cars coming round in the background. That was very sketchy. That might have actually been Tusit. I might have been thinking of Schroeder in the BMW M4. So nearly jumping right back into the clutches of Tusit as we head back up to Mosin, who is second position on our time sheet, believed to be third in the race, because there is Martin Moguli working his way through the foreground of shot. So a couple of questions there. One thing that we do know for sure, Nico Nuninghoff dominating the second race in a row in the runners-up race. He doesn't feel like a runner-up right now. He's absolutely flying.
Yeah, he's certainly a winner, and he's got experience round here, of course, as well, with his appearances in Porsche Sports Carrera Cup Deutschland, where he was 9th in the main race at this circuit. But that sort of experience he's been able to carry forward, and clearly has been racing Rennsport for quite some time, even if we haven't seen him in R1. Maybe we will do in the future. It's a great showcase for some of these drivers to put themselves in the shop window, if you like, for the future. We saw it with guys like Gal Valero last time round. He is part of a team who race in ESL R1, of course. He's not here this time round. Plenty of other big names in the world of sim racing as well. Alessandro Ottaviani adding to the endless list of sims he's good at. He was up there 1 week ago. Daniel Visner as well, who's done plenty of sim racing in the past too at a high level. So it's a great showcase for some of these drivers. Not only the new ones we haven't necessarily seen so much from, but those who are not on the R1 roster at the moment, who may well be in the future.
You jumping on this grid next week? Well, maybe in a couple of weeks' time, next round? Yeah? No?
Don't think anyone wants to see that, really.
Fair enough. I mean, I'd pay good money to see it because I think it'd be hilarious. That's fine. On board with Schroeder trying to find this way past Scholzer. Fourth position on our time sheets. Once again, we're working our way through the right-hander at T8, then dropping down the hill. You can't run out that wide there because the wall just sticks out a little bit further than you kind of imagine as you work your way then through short, then into Ion, where you can see that pit wall just jutting out right at the end there. Really hard to get the flow around there, but once you do find that flow, really, really nice. We check back in with Mosin, who's been really dropped by Maguli, must be said.
Yeah, one of the only drivers actually who's in this race who already has points, other than Nunningoff, who is in the lead again. But Mosin's having a much better week this time round, running up towards the front rather than strewn off the back and more than half a minute off the race win, which was the case at Daytona. It's a good view on board though, isn't it, just to see the challenge of this circuit and so many drivers just bumping now and again off of the walls. So difficult to get this circuit right.
Yeah, I mean, when this circuit was newly released for Rennsport, I gave it a good go. Drove around a little bit, drove around in a few different cars, Praga R1, Cup cars, blah, 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 blah. I think touring cars a little bit. Honestly, I actually really like the flow of this track. I've always been known as being someone who does like a good street circuit. Less so in terms of raceability, more so in terms of just like flow and feel. And you can't really get what you get from a street circuit on any other circuit, where you're getting really close to the barriers, flicking it through corners, and also you've got something to aim at, which is always fun. You just get to... You really know where the track limits are around here.
Oh, yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, dear. And Van Osch is knowing where the own limits of his own car is there, I'm afraid. He needs to get out of the way here before he ends up getting clattered by someone. Thankfully, he has done. And so no disaster impending. Yeah, to be honest, I've always struggled with street circuits, to be honest. I always find it too easy to hit the wall.
Yeah, skill issue.
Which is a problem, which is, well, I realise it's totally a me problem, isn't it, really? But still, it means that I don't get on with them so much. It does feel as well, I've not driven this circuit, but it feels as if this would be sort of difficult to get a rhythm of. It feels like one of those circuits where if you are in the rhythm, shall I say, like it's okay and you're sort of almost unable to make a mistake, but to get to that point where you're in the rhythm and you're really comfortable with the circuit, feels like it does take a bit of an effort.
I actually really struggled with the final two corners around here, at Shaw and Ion. Shaw's not too bad, but Ion's actually really, really difficult. Doesn't look like it on the track map, doesn't even really look like it on the track itself. This is Shaw. They work their way through the right-hander, and then this is Ion. It's so fast for basically a 90-degree right-hander, but the risk is so high. But you have to get it right, because it's this run down Orchard Road itself, down into the right-hander, of course, at Mandarin. This is the primary overtaking opportunity on the circuit, and the only way that you get that opportunity is by someone making a mistake through the penultimate and final corners and getting that flow. That's where I think your flow can be kind of removed. Around this part of the circuit, it's not too risky. The Grange looks pretty difficult and looks pretty intimidating, but it's actually not that bad because you're always scrubbing off speed going through it, and you're going uphill, so you've got like that kind of like increased grip as Two-Sit taking my line through turn 3.
Don't take lines from Lewis McGlade, whatever you do. Absolutely. That's not a good idea. But we've seen so much of wall contact. It's going to continue on, even with the main guys in the final later on. It's going to be getting as close to the wall as possible, and when you're trying to do that, you will inevitably get into it now and again. Now we're on board with Schroeder getting another view as to just how difficult it is to overtake, and a bit of a view as well as to maybe how it's done.
Yeah, indeed. Could be thrilling to see qualifying unfold in these cars. That's where I think that is going to be the most exciting, not just for us as viewers, but for the drivers as well. That's where they're going to be on the absolute limit. Outside of that, especially in the main stuff, those drivers don't really make sense. 24 seconds off of the race lead, which does mean that Nuninghoff's heading down in towards the final sectors, because it is such a short lap, just about a minute 12, minute 10 all the way round, depending on how good you are. For some people, like yourself, it might be a minute 20, who knows? But it's been a really stunning drive from Nuninghoff so far.
Yeah, it really has. It's really taking a stranglehold over this championship now. Won by a slender margin, let's say, over Alessandro Ottaviani 1 week ago. It's not going to be quite so tense this week as he comes into the final corners.
Yep, indeed. The second of the runners-up races will go the way of the 919. Of course, it is Nico Nuninghoff through the final corner and out towards the line here at Orchard Road to win the second runners-up race in a row. He is absolutely flying this side of the championship as he'll cross the line, dominating the field over the likes of Moguli, Mosin, Santana as well, all embroiled in that fight. He didn't have a fight at all. There is Mosin across the line at what is second place on the timesheets. Obviously, Moguli's already crossed between that, but I don't think he'll be scoring points in this one, courtesy of his problems. But this is where all the fighting's been, Ewan.
Yeah, it has. In the midfield, Schroeder not able to get through. Maybe given a couple of more laps he could have got there, but he's going to have to settle behind Schatzler, who finishes just up ahead.
So yet another victory then for Nico Nuninghoff in the runners-up race. We're already done with all of our knockouts. It's time, Ewan, to get ready for semi-final action. This is where things are really going to start to build up. This is where the heat's going to start to be felt around this circuit here in Singapore. Of course, it is Orchard Road. Should be a fun one. Semi-finals coming up in a few moments' time. But yeah, it's been a tough knockout phase.
It has. It's been all about qualifying as we expected it to be, really. If you start outside the top six, very unlikely to make your way through. Although, having said that, if you can get a bit of chaos in front of you and pick your way through, like Kaki Oliveira in that previous knockout, like Jakub Masiewski as well, you can just get yourself through into the finals. So it's not all over after qualifying, but it is so important to get right.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, to be fair, as much as we've seen some people work their way forward in the knockouts, I think that's going to be seen less in the semi-finals, as we saw back in Daytona even. Here's the provisional results, of course, from knockout 4. Joshua Rogers taking his 31st win in ESL R1. Max Benneker in second position with Jeff Rietveld in third. Kaki Oliveira, Thibaut Casbon and Jakub Masiewski in sixth position. Mikhail Baikov, Daniel Panstor, Bonnerhaus, Ento Benito, Jamie Fluke having an absolute disaster race. Joni Tormela retiring from it, dropping down, of course, to 12th position. But yeah, another win for Joshua Rogers. I wonder if that Porsche might be one to keep an eye on this round, Ewan.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not entirely sure, really, what the Porsche is going to be like here, to be honest, based on what we've seen so far anyway. It feels like Porsche Coanda are really the only team who've been able to get a lot out of that car. It feels like, especially G2 has struggled a little bit here today for whatever reason. But will it be the winning car by the end of the day? I'm not sure. I personally think the red line BMWs are the one looking strongest at the moment. Lots of their drivers were looking very good in the knockout stages, progressing forward, looking to get towards the final, because while Luke Bennett won the round, it wasn't a sort of across-the-board comprehensive performance from Redline 1 week ago at Daytona. It was really about Bennett, and then the others maybe a little bit below where you'd expect them. Hopefully those three can lift themselves up towards near where Bennett are and mix it in with him, and they can score points evenly, if you like, across the four of them.
Yeah, but even then with Bennett, I mean, it did take him a little while to obviously second, fourth and first, so it didn't start off in the highest way. This is a look at replays basically from the entirety of the knockout phases. Obviously, we had issues down at turn 2, had issues down at turn 3 at Killeney, including all of this. Just chaos, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. The first knockout really gave us an idea as to what we were going to see throughout the course of the day. This was Dane Warren getting down the inside of Yuri Kazdorp. I thought we'd see a bit more of that tonight, actually, but that's the only such incident.
Yeah, exactly, which is not ideal, but alas, is what it is. More contact, Williams Esports G2 having the odd little brush and such going into Killarney. And again, some big side-by-side moves. This one being a big one around the outside from Sir William Chadwick. Obviously, this has allowed the top grouping to pull away anyway, so they were just like basically sat right of the rear and having a fight between themselves. Robbie Stableford trying to do it, but not able to. Wasn't Stableford, it was Khan.
It was Khan, yeah. It was Khan. So yeah, plenty of interesting moments throughout the knockouts so far. This was that was the closest that Darren McCormack really got through to get. Was it Lemonek in that race? I think it was.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he was close to getting through. Couldn't quite manage it. That's been the story of the day.
Well, in knockout 3, we had a Team Redline car win. It was Kevin Siggy, and he has decided it was a good idea for some reason to have a chat with us. Here he is, Kevin Siggy's among us. Obviously, coming off that victory, Redline's looking strong, BMW's looking good, you're looking consistent. I mean, how's things feeling right now?
I mean, I feel okay. The past, 20 minutes, I didn't really feel amazing in practice, so had to go on a different session, kind of figure out myself what I'm doing wrong. But yeah, when it comes to quali, I mean, it was a decent lap that I did. Not the best as what we've seen in other BMWs, but looking a little bit better than Daytona. And same goes for everyone. I mean, yeah, Bennett has done not so much of an amazing lap, but I'm pretty sure that he has the ability to do the same as others. So yeah, we're not looking too bad, let's say.
Yeah, it's been good across the board for Team Redline. What's the preparation been like for this round, particularly with the BMW? What's the sort of characteristics in terms of how it feels around Orchard Road?
Yeah, I mean, characteristics-wise, I mean, yeah, it took us a full day to kind of really get used to it, because when we started off, it was extremely understeer. It was so bad that we really had to go back to the drawing board to kind of figure out how to get the car to turn, which wasn't really ideal. I think the setup is just not made for the car comparing to other cars. So yeah, we had to figure that out and do a bit of more extra prep for that. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, it's been the same as always. Didn't really do anything too extreme, too extremely different to what we did before. So yeah, it's pretty smooth sailing, I would say, with practice. But yeah, not as a start. The car's not really made for this track, I'm afraid.
Qualifying is obviously key around here. We've seen that already throughout the day. We knew it was going to be the case coming into it. We know Orchard Road's a very difficult one to make any overtakes on. Is there any different approach that you're kind of bringing to qualifying this round to what you've not done before to make sure that you're nailing those qualifying laps? Because of course for the final it's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, I do actually. I mean, I've got Bennett now in my ear, usually in quali laps, which I didn't before I muted for those. So I'm trying to experiment on what is actually better for me, because nowadays with what I've been doing in the background, it feels like I don't really have that much stress anymore, but still the lap times don't come. So it might be just that I'm overthinking a little bit too much. So I'm kind of bringing Bennett into my ear, do a bit of banter, say a few words, even during the lap, just for me to not really overthink a bit too much during corners, during braking zones. So that's the only real thing that I kind of change when it comes to practice. Not much, but yeah, that's the only thing. I mean, qualifying is skiing. I gotta make it work 100% all the time.
And when you've completed qualifying, obviously we're into the race. We saw knockout 1. I don't know if you saw it, but it gave me an idea as to just what on earth we're going to see on lap 1, especially in these races. What's your mentality going in towards turn 1 in terms of, is it a case of staying out of trouble? Is it the best opportunity you can move forward? What side of that equation are you on?
Considering these races don't really matter as much as others will, it sort of tells me that I should take a bit more care if I'm behind someone. But luckily, since I had the 2 Porsches behind me, they don't have too much torque going into turn 1, so I managed to kind of stay away out of trouble. But when it comes to like pack racing, then I need to be very careful with people who don't really understand how not to take it easy into turn 1, especially people that are outside of top 6. They want to risk it all just to get through into semis or finals. So for me in this case at the moment, it's just about staying clean, not accumulate any penalties, and yeah, just keeping it clean, so I don't really look like a proper idiot on track, and for everyone that's watching. So yeah, in this case it's not too much, just gotta stay out of trouble and have a clean race.
Before we let you go and watch on with semi-final one, I did want to ask, obviously there are 4 different cars in ESL R1. Do you actually do any laps in the other cars to kind of see what happens? I heard you say about like, the torque of the Porsche. Is that from like experience? Have you driven the Porsche to kind of see what it's like around here?
No, it's just the information that we get from all the teammates that have done the BOP session. For example, Bennett, right, in this case, he saw from data that the car just has a little bit less torque than what our car has, and maybe the Merc or whatever it is. So that's how we get that information. But we don't necessarily go into other cars and test them, because I think that's gonna like really check our mentality and screw us over a little bit if we go faster than our own car, which pretty much, as you saw, it is the case. I mean, the Merc is a 10th and a half faster, I would say, on optimals. Same with the Porsche, about a 10th. So yeah, coming into the race, we kind of expected that to be the case. But I think the BMW is just too much of a handful on this track, so we couldn't really touch other cars, and it just would be a bit ridiculous to do it anyways. We still need to do the amount of prep on our own car just to get the muscle memory up and stay consistent instead of changing between driving styles.
Well, Kevin, thank you so much for your insights. Best of luck in semi-final 2, and best of luck to teammates as well in semi-final 1.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it.
There we go, yeah. Just a little quick catch-up with someone who I've gone toe-to-toe with a few times. Don't worry about it.
Don't like to mention it either, that you won.
No, it's weird, isn't it? Never talk about it.
No. Well, you would do, I suppose, if you beat one. I don't think I've ever either raced against any of these, or certainly not beaten them. I'm trying to think, but there's not any. But no, I can't even say that actually. I was thinking of someone else who I've raced against. It's not even true, but anyway, that's fine. These are the guys who are in the first semi-final. It's a stacked lineup. Both of the red line drivers who could have made it in semi-final number 1 are there. Kevin Siggy, we just spoken to, will be in the next one, of course. But as we were talking about during Knockout 2, not very many teammates around here.
No, really, like the major teammates there being Redline. Obviously, Bennett and Job up there. You've got the single driver of Mouse, Moritz Lerner, the single driver of Guild, James Baldwin, the single driver of Porsche, Mitchell Young, single BS competition, Ferris Stanley. There are a couple of Falcons. A good shout to Lemonek and to Tather. Just one Williams Esports in Dara McCormack, and you obviously saw the rest of them down there. We're getting ready, though, for qualifying you. And this is going to be a tough session. You said there was going to be a 10-7 in Knockout 4. We got one. Are we going faster in this session?
Well, maybe faster, but I think 10-7 is going to be the pole time, yeah. Okay. As I said earlier, if we see a 6, I will be very impressed. And but surprised also, actually, because that's so difficult to actually replicate when you've got the pressure of all eyes on you, when you've got, just one shot. I think that's a really difficult thing to achieve. So I'll be very impressed if we see a 6. That certainly will be pole.
If we do see a 6, who sets it?
Good question. Darren McCormack, I'll go for. Why not?
Okay, do you know what? That's fair. So that would have been nice.
Didn't even take pole in his knockout, but I'm going for him.
Yeah, there's something with McCormack. It's just like sometimes you can just see him absolutely pull out a proper worldy lap. Had a bit of disappointment in qualifying last season in the full season, but clearly has put those to bed with how he's run things. Lights off in. It's fine for the Falcons. I can't do that, by the way. I've said it before, time and time again. I cannot drive with the lights off.
No? No, I can't actually either. It hurts my eyes.
Even at night time, everyone's like, night stints, do the lights off. I'm like, no.
No, hurts my eyes too much. So I agree with you there, to be honest. Get the lights on and so you can see where you're going. See, that's more like it. Oh, he's got quite a... Is that a vigorous fan on he's got next to him there, Sebastian Job?
I hope so. If not, someone's come along who's just like, oh, did they see a T-shirt? Like, whoa, ghost. No, I'm pretty sure his room's not haunted. Here is McCormack. Let's focus.
Yes, well, we'll try to be serious for just a moment. Darren McCormack makes his way around the circuit for the very first time, turning into turn 3, looking for pole position. It was Kevin S. Jr., by the way, who took the Knockout 1 pole. It was Erhan Yoski who took Knockout 2 pole. So they're the previous pole sisters who you're looking for. Sebastian Job and Erhan Yoski, the previous race winners, in case you weren't with us earlier on for Knockout number 1. But this is Darren McCormack setting the benchmark here, having progressed through his knockout number 2, of course, as he won back at Daytona.
Seeing a nice smooth line, kind of what we saw from Enzo Benito when we saw that lap. That just didn't look that exciting, it didn't look that thrilling, but that's where you're keeping the tyres within the working window. Dara McCormack out through the final turn, then looking to set a 10 something. Nah, he says nah, it's 10-9, surely. 10-8, yeah, nah, don't worry about it.
I don't even want a 10-8, what do you mean? I can't believe that. He set a very good time compared to his reaction, but fair enough. Sebastian Job now making his way through the final corners, with the only driver so far today to win from a non-pole position. That doesn't make sense, but you get what I mean. He's going to be making his way through the final couple of corners right now. New driver for Team Redline this season, of course, who's already had success in ESL R1. This could be good. Over the line, it's quicker than McCormack, a 10-8 again.
Okay, we're getting this vibe now. Shaking your head means 10-8. Sebastian Job also was shaking his head coming up towards the line. Clearly disappointed, devastated, in fact, with a 10-8.09, nearly breaking through to be the third driver to break into the 10-7s. Mitchell de Jong, next one into that final sector. By those two lap times, I know Sebastian Job and McCormack, they're two of the heavy hitters in this session. That tells me this is going to be a rapid section. Mitchell de Jong shaking his head, 10-8. Hey! Here we go. We've got the cheat code here.
We've just stepped up the level, haven't we, really? James Baldwin now making his way through. It's good for Guild to have a driver in the semi-finals, I think it's fair to say, although all the success did come at the start of the day, I think it's fair to say. Through the final couple of corners now for the driver who was third in the spring season of 2023. What can James Baldwin do? I think this is going to be fourth, unfortunately for him, but not a bad lap time. Yeah, 10-9. Only gets you fourth. That is harsh.
He took a little bit too much curb in the final corner. I think that was to get the rotations, fair enough, might have been that, but it didn't look particularly clean and conducive to good lap times. Ferris Stanley into the semi-finals, which is excellent for Ferris Stanley, the Indonesian driver, now into the penultimate turn and out to the final corners. Of course, BS Competition do have Kaiki Oliveira in semi-final too. I think the expectation for this team is that Ferris Stanley is probably not going through to the final, but still should be able to put on a decent show.
Nice.
Does manage to out-qualify James Baldwin. This is a quick session, Ewan.
This is a very quick session. By the way, Ferris Stanley's probably, if he's in Indonesia, probably the closest geographically to the actual circuit. So there you go. Yeah. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Max Lerner is making his way through the final corners now, the only representative from Maus in the first semi-final, as Yuri Castor wasn't able to join him through his knockout round, sliding that BMW through with his mascot perfectly placed to his left. Moritz Lerner goes over the line, an 11-1. Ouch.
That is not a good lap time from Moritz Lerner. 6 drivers down, 5 of them into a 10-9 or better, almost within a tenth of a second of Sebastian Job's time. What can Danilo Sharapenin manage to chuck out with obviously 6 more drivers left to go? You've got 2 of the Falcons, got an Apex Racing team, you've got Vitality, of course, of Erhan Yovsky, you've got Team Redline in Bennett, and of course the Virtus Pro car of Sharapenin, who was able to sneak his way through some of the dramas earlier on, up to 6th position with an 11-1. I'm getting the vibe that's back of grid kind of territory.
Yeah, I think those two could be on the back row, to be honest with you, not to be too harsh. Luke Bennett, the round 1 winner from the 2024 spring season, looking to join Sebastian Job, his Redline teammate, who's currently holding this pole position, a 1 minute 10.8. If he's going to get into pole here, Luke Bennett probably going to need a 7, but doesn't look like he's got one. He shakes his head. That normally means it's a 10.8, and it is again. These guys, for whatever reason, are not impressed with 10.8s.
Why? What is happening? Why is shaking their head? That is 4 drivers rather, who've been shaking their head coming up toward the line, and 4 drivers that have set a 10-8. I know it's not a 10-7, fair enough. There is still a driver on this grid who can do a 10-7, so fair enough. Kevin Ellis Jr. Has already put one out there. Here's Shemasev Marek Lemonek out towards the line. Ooh, that is a big hit with the barrier for the Team Falcons car. Across the line he's going to go, only good enough for 8th place.
There's 2 distinct groups in the field at the moment, isn't there? The top 6 who are all in the 10s and mostly below a 10-9, and then those who are in the 11-1s and above, and that's going to be a struggle to get through for any of those 3 at the moment. Erhan Yovsky took pole position in knockout number 2 earlier on, but it wasn't quite as strong of a qualifying session as knockout 1 was. Sebastian Job was in that knockout 1 and is currently setting pole. What about Erhan Yovsky, who goes over the line? It is only 7th.
That is not great for Yosko. I mean, still 10-9. Earlier in the day, we were definitely talking about that being well within the top 6. That's at the moment, especially with Tattler and Ellis Jr. to come. Yeah, I'm feeling that might be somewhere around the even 9th place, to be honest. I can see both these drivers going faster than a 10-9, 6-7. Let's see what Timus Tattler can do into the final corner, rolling it out toward the barriers. Saw his teammate Lemonek slap the barrier on the exit of the final corner. At Shaw out towards the line. Tattler goes 3rd. He didn't shake his head, though, so it's not a real 8.
What's he doing? Not shaking his head after a 10-8. It's disgraceful. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, set the fastest lap and had the fastest lap of anyone for quite some time tonight, looking to replicate that. And he's going to need another 10-7, you would have thought, to get up there past Sebastian Job. That was the driver who he beat to pole position in that first knockout. Can he do it again here? Can they share the front row for a second time as Kevin Ellis Jr. only goes 8th?
That is not good for Kevin Ellis Jr. That is really not good. Still managed, obviously, to get himself ahead of Yovsky, but that is a poor lap time. Giggles for Sebastian Joe, but I'm sure. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say I'm sure for Luke Bennett as well. Clearly not. Very serious.
Yes, he is quite often quite serious, actually, Luke Bennett, isn't he? From time to time. So there you go. But he's done a good job here. So has Sebastian Joe. Tumas Tattler has really impressed me today, I've got to say. Did we both have him out at the knockouts? Looks like he's on his way to a final at the moment.
Yeah, which seems about right for Tumas Tattler, because we both discussed it before the broadcast. I was like, nah, I don't think he's got the blah, blah, blah mentality, blah, 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 this, and blah, 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 that, and temperament, and yada, yada, yada. And it's just like, yeah, well, whatever, it's fine. He's pretty good.
He is pretty good. Here's the grid. Moritz Lerner on the back, and 3 drivers actually in the 11 ones. Lerner, Lemonek and Sharapenin will be disappointed with their drives, I would have thought. Ernie Yoski pole in quarter-final number 2, down in 9th here for this semi-final. Kevin Ellis Jr. might be disappointed with 8th as well, although the time's not bad. James Baldwin just outside the top 6. Ferris Stanley makes his way in. What a great day it would be for him to get into the top 6. Mike Mitchell de Jong gets into the top 5, just behind Darren McCormack, Tumas Tattler, and an all-red line front row as Luke Bennett is alongside Sebastian Job, taking his first pole position of the night. Can he take his second win of tonight?
BMW OP. No, I mean, look, it's not as simple as that, let's be honest. This is a much more complicated topic, and this really is, you as a driver have to nail the circuit, and all 4 of the cars are close enough. You know, we've seen multiple cars go into the 10-7s, including this driver here, and yet still this qualifying session, same track, basically same conditions, same car. Can't get a 10-7 onto the board. You only get 1 lap in qualifying, and it is brutally difficult.
Yeah, it really is. James Baldwin all too familiar with that. He's 7th, not out of it. Tumas Tattler should be good with a good start. Should be through into another final. As he said, though, we always, or I always seem to underestimate him. Then he always seems to make it into the top positions. Finished 12th last season, and so that full season, that is, and might well do it again. Similar region of the standings this time round. The qualifying and all the warm-up is over. Ferris Stanley just rubs his hands together. He seems very excited for this race, to be honest, and why not? He's got a chance to get into the final, something that BS Competition as a team haven't had a chance to do so often in the history of ESL R1. Never mind him himself. It'd be great to see Ferris Stanley in that final 12 here at Orchard Road as we make our debut in ESL R1 on the streets of Singapore, just 10 kilometres away from the Marina Bay Street circuit that Formula 1 often visits. We've got our own circuit here on Rensport. It's Orchard Road and the streets that come with it. An interesting 13 laps ahead of us as we decide the first 6 finalists in round 2 tonight. Not a good start for the pole sitter at all. Sebastian Job goes absolutely nowhere. Immediately, his teammate Luke Bennett takes over. Tumas Tattler alongside him towards turn number 1 as well. And look at this. Mitchell de Jong down the inside. Luke Bennett leads, but Sebastian Job pushed to the outside through the first corner. What a disaster for the pole sitter.
Yeah, he's not at a very good job there, has old Sebastian, but I'm sure he'll be able to get his head up above that. I have heard there's a little bit of, you can get caught a little bit at the start as once again Sharapenin fires his way, so maybe it's a good luck charm for him, fires his way straight into the wall, going into Kidley, side by side behind this between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Ferris Stanley. Ferris Stanley in his first ever semi-final, by the way, didn't reach any of them last season, and to be fair, is still fairly on the cusp of getting away into the final this time as he works his way straight around the outside to defend from Kevin Ellis Jr.
Oh, he's got to be careful here. Both of them have, because at 6th place he's getting further and further away, and Kevin Hess Jr. knows it. He tucks back into line, and now his fate lies into the hands of Ferris Stanley, really, who needs to get through on Sebastian Job, and so on. Erhan Yoski's made a good start here, by the way, moving up at the order there to 5th position now. Thomas Tattler and Luke Bennett have pretty much held on to the positions that they had before. So has McCormack and De Jong. They just all moved up a place as a result of Sebastian Job going nowhere. I can't understand why he had such a bad launch.
Like I say, I've heard sometimes, like, it sounds really weird. It does sound like a driver's excuse, so, you know, take it with a pinch of salt. But sometimes, like, just with how the race starts off, sometimes you just get, like, caught a little bit. It sounds very weird. But you don't get away well. It's not about you finding the bite point or whatever. Like, you can have the perfect start, and still, sometimes, it's almost as if, like, if you imagine it in real life, it's like if the clutch is just really grabby. But either way, bogged down a little bit, didn't quite get going again, and Sebastian Job dropping back into the clutches, 6th place for him. I don't think it's quite in the same vein as when he stalled at the Nürburgring on the race start, which is, you know, slightly different. That was pretty amusing, and that was back in the spring season last year when he made his debut in ESL R1, and we were all quite surprised by how quick he was, and now we're just not.
Yeah. It's just normal now. Yeah, absolutely. So 6th place for him at the moment. I wonder how he plays the rest of this race, because he's got Ferris Stanley behind him. I think he'll fancy his chances at holding on, especially at this circuit with Ferris Stanley just behind. But it could be difficult from here on in for Joe. I'm wondering what Kevin Hess Jr. is going to do as well here, to be honest, because he's faster than at least Stanley, maybe some more ahead of him right now. He just didn't have a very good qualifying, so now he's got the peril of trying to overtake them on the circuit.
Yeah, exactly, and also doing that without collecting the ire of race control. Further up the order, Luke Bennett continues to lead, looking for his for another victory this season, adding to his list, adding to his portfolio. Thomas Tattler behind, Dara McCormack just sat there, eyeing up a position, eyeing up a move. To be fair, I can see McCormack just hanging on at the moment, ticking off yet another podium this season, preparing himself for a final where I'm sure he'll be very focused on making amends for last round.
Absolutely. McCormack looking very close to the back of Tattler here, wondering if he's going to be a bit more aggressive with Tattler as he was with Lemonek at the end. It's quite weird how that's worked, isn't it? He's behind a Falcons Audi again. Just a different one this time round in semi-final number 1. Means that Luke Bennett is the one in the lead on this occasion instead. Virtus Pro at the bottom of the team standings for the moment, and only having one driver in the semi-finals. Unfortunately, they're not going to be moving up very quickly. Sheriff Pennin is representing them on his own, and I'm afraid he's down in last position. No point for 12.
The last bit on there was a top 6 placement would be, and then the rest of it unknown, but it would be pretty good for the team. That's all I know, and right now it would be almost impossible for them, running in 12th position. James Baldwin, look, let's be honest, these drivers back here, Sharon Pennin not going to the final. James Baldwin not making it through to the final almost certainly. Moritz Lerner definitely not getting through to the final from 10th place, surely not. Lamenek, really unlikely. Kevin Hess Jr., Ferris Stanley, pretty unlikely, but you just never really know. The thing is, like, in a toe-to-toe battle, I don't want to be rude, because I like Ferris. Ferris is a great lad. But in a toe-to-toe battle between Sebastian Job and Ferris Stanley, who's your money on?
Well, yeah, but
yeah, exactly.
But weird things can happen around here, as already evidenced, and I think the smell of a first final, could well give Ferris Stanley the ambition maybe to try and move forward. Also because Erhan Yoski's not that far ahead of Sebastian Job, and I get the feeling he's just holding up Sebastian Job ever so slightly in this train at the moment. It stems from him really in 5th place, not Job in 6th.
No, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a couple more positions up for grabs. Like you say, Henniowski may be struggling a little bit for speed in this, but to be fair, quite a lot of this could be tyre management, like making sure those rear tyres are pretty settled for the second half of this race. It's typically what you're doing in these races. You're preparing yourself for the second half rather than just going on the attack. But yeah, sometimes you're so far behind that you kind of like, I've got to go on the attack now. You've got to use those tyres early. For right now, so it's not looking ideal as we head back to the front of the field, where Bennett's still not a million miles clear of Thomas Tattler. Maybe something might switch between this group.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Tattler's going to struggle to get there personally, but you never know. It's McCormack next up, then De Jong, and then a noticeable gap between Mitchell De Jong and Erhan Yosky, who is in 5th position. And then that's pretty much the rest of the train, actually. There's a group of 4 at the front and then a group of 8 at the back, including Sherpanen, who is continuing in 12th position, continuing to hang on to the rest of the group, though. It's going to be difficult for them to work their way forward. It's really got to stem from either Forrest Stanley here, I think, who's going to be making the first move, because he's kind of got to, or Kevin Ellis Jr., who I actually think is the fastest of the 8 in the bottom end here. He's got to work a way into the top 6 somehow, and that's by making overtakes.
The thing is with Erhan Yovski's pace struggles, relatively speaking, right, here, is that if he has any sort of mistake, Sebastian Job, like, normally, if they were all in one train, Sebastian Job probably wouldn't feel the pressure, or if, you know, there was no one right behind Sebastian Job, but he wasn't in 6th place, he probably wouldn't feel the pressure to go for a move. Here's another look at the replay. Oh, see, no, he gets going at exactly the same time. It's just as if he gets a load of wheel spin.
Yeah.
And all that, to be perfectly honest. I'm not going to make any excuses. That was just wheel spin.
Looks like it. Now, how did he hang on here? Because it was 3 wide with Yoski and Stanley, and I'm presuming he just about snuck through. But I think there was a bit of wall contact on the outside there, by the way, between those 3. I'm guessing so, but it's quite interesting from that position how Stanley ended up the 3rd of those 3 who were 3 wide.
Yeah, but, you know, inside for one corner, outside for another, and all that kind of stuff.
He's in the middle.
Yeah, but even then, like, it's not the middle. It sounds great, but then you're not taking the major advantage of either side of it. You've not got the inside for one corner, you've not got the inside for the other, and you're kind of carrying a mediocre amount of speed. And also, you're the one juggling, like, whether you make contact inside or outside. It's like, it's not easy being in the middle. In fact, as much as this is really kind of not on the same topic. But when it comes to oval racing, whether it's Daytona or Talladega seems to be racing, or even, you know, racing at Charlotte or something like that, right, where they're racing at the moment. I don't mind being on the low side. I don't mind being on the high side. I absolutely will never go for a move down the middle. No way. Because I always feel like the move in the middle is the one with the highest risk and the least to gain.
I think in this situation, the problem a little bit is the fact that you're sort of at the whim of those on the inside and the outside, as in these guys lean on each other a little bit more than you do generally in oval racing, because of the tight nature of the street circuit. And so you're sort of being pushed around at both sides, and you don't really have any control over where you're going. So I guess that's how he's popped out 3rd of the 3 at Ferris Stanley. But now the question is going to be, how can he work his way through? Can Mitchell De Jong maybe make a move here on Darren McCormack? He forced the Irishman into a bit of a defensive move in towards turn 2 there, did De Jong. But based on his knockout performance, I'm not expecting anything wild from the American.
Yeah, McCormack is really feeling the pressure. I think, again, that's more probably because McCormack's trying not really to go for anything on Tattler. You do get a fair amount of dirty air in this as well. So those front tyres will really cook in a fair amount for McCormack. And so realistically, he's going to be sat in 3rd thinking, yeah, do you know what, I'm happy with 3rd at the moment, it's another podium. Whereas Mitchell De Jong might be behind thinking, absolutely not. I want to be on the podium. I want to go for this move. What I was going to say earlier, though, is that if, let's say, for example, Kevin Ellis Jr. goes for a move on Ferris Stanley and they're side by side for a couple of corners, their chance of getting inside the top 6 is gone. Right? It's gone there and then. You will lose too much time going side by side that you won't be able to do anything. If Sebastian Job and Yovski go side by side, then that can really bring everyone into this, because there's a massive concertina effect, which kind of means that for Sebastian Job, he might actually be sat there thinking there was actually more at risk with me trying to make a move than for not, because whilst he's getting the slipstream off of Yovski, he's able to keep Ferris Stanley at bay, and they're in the same car as well. So there's no advantage or disadvantage either side. It's not like, you know, talking about different levels of torque like what Kevin Siggy was doing. They're in the same car.
Yeah, I think now that we're this late in the race, that the time has very much passed where Ellis Jr. could make that move and then recatch Job and Yosky, which I think was possible at one stage in this race, actually, but not anymore. There's only 4 laps to go at the line. So he's very much got to hope that something happens ahead, not least to Yosky and Job battling it out, but also I think even a battle between Job and Stanley, he could maybe hope to pass them both, but anybody who's not in 7th place at the moment is going to struggle to get through from here on in.
So Sebastian Job still just comforting. They are closing in on Mitchell De Jong, at least by my eye, although the gap has come down to 0.8 of a second. It was just over a second, so Erhan Yovski is closing in on those top group, which does tell me it's a little bit more in the vein of tyre conservation in those early stages. Maybe staying out of the dirty air as well, like making sure you've got a 1.5 second gap to make sure you're not in the dirty air for those first few laps, and then you can close back into it. It sounds counterintuitive and it is risky, but it can leave you in the best possible position for the final few laps. That could be the vein of what we're talking. The only thing that we do know as a fact from this race is how good Luke Bennett's driving right now, as he's 1.2 seconds clear.
Yep, no pressure on him at all as we go back to the battle for 9th place, really, which is developing. Promislav Nemenek has not really been able to stay with those ahead anymore, and so we're split into, well, not even 3 groups of 4 anymore, to be honest, because as you say, Bennett's getting away, but you get the point. There's some groups starting to form around this circuit now. Look at James Baldwin at the back of this one, with Moritz Lerner just ahead. Look at Ferry Stanley there, just having a look on the way down this still unnamed corner, down the back straight. It's still tense, I would say, for 6th place. Even if the chances are low, I can't help but feel there is one more piece of drama yet to come in this race.
Yeah, low is not 0. This is not like what it was in Knockout 4 when the gaps were too large and definitely nothing was happening. Like, this is where, like you say, one tiny slip-up, not even from Sebastian Job. That's the important bit here. It doesn't have to be Job making the mistake. It can be McCormack making a slip-up, slowing down De Jong, which will slow down Jovski, which will slow down Job, which will then open the door for Ferry Stanley to do something. It could be a mistake, 3 or 4 cars ahead of him that actually could cost Sebastian Job. That's the important bit. That's where these moves can open up. It's one mistake from anyone ahead, and this could be blown wide open. That is where the pressure is. And whilst I know that Sebastian Job and Jovski and De Jong will all be sat there thinking, let's just cruise round to the finish. We're moving through to the final. It's all good. Everyone behind, they're just praying for that one mistake, that one opportunity.
Yeah, just needs one chance, just Ferry Stanley, and all of a sudden the complexion of this race could change very quickly indeed. Through the final of the chicanes on the circuit, now the final couple of corners. It seems that these groups have actually connected up a little bit. Jovski has caught De Jong, who's not far behind McCormack, who's not far behind Tattler. Luke Bennett is quite a long way ahead of the rest of the field. Looks like he's going to become our 5th different race winner in 5 different races at Orchard Road. As we home in on 200 races in ESL R1, as we were talking about earlier on. Make sure you stay tuned for that in a few weeks' time. Luke Bennett has had a fair few of those race wins across the history. I felt like this time last year was sort of his peak as sort of form goes, if you like, for Luke Bennett. He was in hot form going into the major, and I think he was disappointed not to win it actually at Munich.
Well, I mean, I'm surprised by how few wins he had in the full season. It was just 3. It was 2 knockouts, 1 semi-final. That was it. When you kind of consider how good he'd been, not only in games there, but how good he'd been, particularly in that, like you say, that sort of like final portion. To be fair, throughout the entirety of the spring season, he was absolutely incredible. It is a bit of a shock. He absolutely dominated round 3. He won all 3 races. He was the first driver to, or I think the second driver to win all 3 races, because I think Rogers did it in round 2. Dominant, a force to be reckoned with. Just kind of couldn't quite find that form again. I think he's finding it now.
He certainly is. He certainly is. 1.6 seconds the gap as we go on to the final lap at Orchard Road. Can Ferry Stanley do anything? The gap is half a second. It looks like we may have our top 6.
Certainly. So a big shame for Kevin Lennox Jr. though, I will say. The streak of podiums. He had 4 podiums in the opening 4 races of this season that he's taken part in. Yeah, that ain't continuing with an 8th place finish at the moment. Might be able to gain something special here, but I just don't see any chops and change. I think Ferry Stanley is going to be on the outside staring in at what is going to be the top 6 from this race, moving through into the final, all led by this driver here, Ewan.
Yeah, Luke Bennett, once again, leading at ESL R1. It's been a little while, but he hasn't lost any of that form, that's for sure. Through the final couple of corners for the final time. He'll be the first driver to get into the final at an Orchard Road ESL R1 event. Luke Bennett wins the first semi-final on the streets of Singapore, nods his head. He knows he's done a good job there to win by 1.5 seconds, and his teammate just about makes it too. Sebastian Job survives a big scare to join his teammate Luke Bennett. Redline already with 2 in the final.
Yeah, I mean, Job will probably be thinking about, that was a close one. Yeah. That was a close one. And that shows that even a driver of his quality, of his calibre, even he would struggle in that kind of scenario if he's not qualified well. A couple of smiles on the face of Thomas Taylor, finally.
You believe it? I certainly can't.
I cannot.
He is into the final as well, though. And so that is our first 6, if you like, who have made it into the final 12 for ESL R1's first event at Orchard Road. That race did have the tension towards the end. You didn't quite know whether Sebastian Joe was going to slip in there in that final spot, but he did in the end, and it was all settled again in lap 1.
Yeah, indeed. But that is what it is. It's just it's one of those scenarios where it kind of is just, it's about the pressure of the move rather than the moves themselves. A very different style of racing. Maybe that's what you can classify Formula 1 as at the moment, but I definitely don't. But yeah, it is what it is. It's, like I say, it was a solid race. Just going to build up for semi-final 2 and see which 6 drivers are going through in that one.
Yep, Luke Bennett, the first to punch his ticket into the final here tonight, with Thomas Tattler in second place. Good points all for Falcons today. Darren McCormack finishes on the podium again, with Mitchell de Jong in fourth. Hanyoski and Sebastian Job were probably the closest to being overtaken there, but in the end the gaps were large enough. Ferris Stanley misses out, as does Kevin S. Jr., Promise of Lemonek, Morris Lerner, James Baldwin, and Shara Pennin, who is knocked out for Virtus Pro. That means that Guild and Virtus Pro are indeed out as a team right now as well. Still have pretty much all of the other teams involved, though, in some form, whether that be already in the final or indeed in the semi-final number 2. We've had a decent mix of teams today. It felt like some of them got knocked out very quickly at Daytona.
Yeah, indeed. I am being told something is under investigation in this race, and that is, if you look there, a Team Vitality car flying its way through. I am told that race control is looking at Erhan Yovsky for a potential jump start. Of course, he did finish 5th in that race. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
This is the start, though. This is Luke Bennett getting shoved on the outside. I'm amazed he made it out there without getting in the wall. Ended up down the inside and through on Ferris Stanley, who in turn had to fend off Kevin Ellis Jr. And then the chase was on. Could he overtake Sebastian Job? In the end, the answer was no. De Jong had a couple of chances to have a sniff at Darren McCormack. Decided not to go for it. Smart racer Mitchell de Jong making sure that he at least makes it into the final. And so finished 4th in that one. There is the view at Darren McCormack, who finished on the podium, just in behind Thomas Tattler, who was in 2nd, and Luke Bennett, who ended up taking the win. Interesting, though, to hear that steward's investigation is ongoing, because you would imagine even a 1-second penalty would put Erhan Yovsky's final status under threat.
I mean, I've seen a video from a replay of it, so I'm going to just hold my hands up and be like, well, I've seen it, and I'm like, it's pretty close. Yeah, I don't know. Race control will definitely be looking at it, obviously adjudicating as to whether he was moving. If you don't know about jump starts, obviously the lights will come on. Once they go out, cars move. Important that it's that order. Once the lights go out, then cars move. Cars moving before the lights going out, big problem. Obviously, there's a lot of people watching that still haven't really dealt with sim racing and stuff before, but it is the same as it is in real life. You can't move until those lights go out, but you do have control of the car, so you can move before the lights go out, but you get a penalty for it. I don't know what the penalty would be, but I mean, he did make a lot of progress on lap 1. Let's go with that.
Yeah, but in the same way, it's equally possible to just get a good start and a bad start. You know, we've seen that in the past. It's worth saying that you know, I don't want to give all the credit to him cheating or whatever. You know, that would be too harsh, too far. And Sebastian Job showing that very much in the opposite sense, that don't take these starts for granted. These guys are very good at starting the cars and walking them off the line, which is not something you have to do, by the way, in a GC3 very often. Sebastian Job showing that these guys are human, and it's not an easy operation to get these cars off the line.
I have been told by race control it's no further action, so they are just classifying it as a good start. It's probably in that vein. Do you remember that? Was it Valtteri Bottas?
Yeah.
Who had that start, and it was kind of like 0 point whatever. It was kind of one of those ones. I can't remember if he got a penalty because it was too fast for a human reaction, or if there was a really weird ruling around it. Is all I remember.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, personally, I think if the lights are out and you've gone, I don't see the problem.
Yeah, they care if it's 1,000 per second or not.
Exactly, yeah. If you've predicted it, then fair play, because the risk attached with that is unbelievable. So I think fair play. But there you go. We can give Erhan Yoski now credit for a good start.
Yes, exactly. No, it is a weird one, because I'm kind of like, surely this is the one that should just be black and white. Were the lights on when the car moved? If they are, then it's a penalty, and if they're not, then it's not a penalty. It's not about reaction at that point. It's just about whether the car moved or not, whether the lights moved. Because I remember getting very angry around that. But yes, an NFA. So no further action from race control. Erhan Yoski will hold on to his 5th position. And from what I'm seeing then, it is a pretty good start. You don't typically see at this level a car scything its way through the field on a race start. If he can do that again in the final, wow.
Yeah, and he needs to qualify back 4th, and he'll be in the lead by turn 1. So
exactly.
So yeah, absolutely good start from Yoski. It's a real sort of turnaround in your own momentum in terms of your own mindset as well, in my mind, because a lot of these drivers, I would imagine, after qualifying in the bottom 6, would have thinking, well, I'm probably not going to make it now. And, you know, it's easy to sort of get into that mindset and already resign yourself to the fact that you're going to get knocked out. For him to not take on that mindset, for him to think, right, I've got a chance here into turn 1 to make up some places, and actually go and execute it is a real turnaround, because his qualifying lap, after all, wasn't quite where, not where it should have been, and not where it could have been, because he went at least a 10th quicker in knockout 2.
Not the first time we've seen a Team Vitality car struggling qualifying today. Of course, Marcel Chinchik, a little bit earlier on in the day, spring season champion, had a couple of problems in qualifying and obviously was unable to progress from that. Does seem as though keeping those tyres alive through even the qualifying laps is actually tremendously difficult, particularly, again, with how much you lean on the rear tyres once you get to that final sector. So easy to overpush it. It's why when we see drivers like Dara McCormack in that final sector, you see how smooth he was. Even looking at a couple of other ones, even like Mitch DeYoung, the lap looked slow, like it genuinely looked actually slow, because the car is just balanced and calm, and you're only using as much throttle as you want. As much as these cars have traction control, I can tell you for sure they are off.
Yeah, they are, and that's something weird to get your head around when we were driving them, a long time ago now, and in the rigs. Did I drive at Saudi? I can't even remember. I don't think I did. At Munich, though, it was a real operation to get these. I don't know how they do it, to be honest with you. It's absolutely impossible.
But that's because you're not very good. Drivers are very good, and they did catch up with George Morgan on Media Day. So let's go check out what competition or questions or whatever they were playing at.
What is George Morgan's signature race start line?
It's
and it is
pedal.
Is it
pedal to the
and it is go.
Yeah.
I am not gonna say this.
Yeri.
And it's go. It's the only one I know.
Well, you've missed half of it.
Yeah, the first half is Dambi can do.
Come on.
It's lights out? No, I don't know.
No, Max, you've not been watching the broadcast, mate. What is going on?
I drive most of the time. Sorry.
What about you, Moritz?
I know it. It's pedal to the metal and go.
Moritz wins.
Go.
Pedal to the metal.
Enzo, there is a bit that leads up to that, Enzo.
I'm going to leave this one to Chadwick.
I don't know. I know it's something like lights on and go.
I know it.
I'm actually shocked and appalled that
it's
none of you.
First, and then we go.
It's pedal to the metal and it's go.
Like Oliveira coming in straight away. Well done. Who was the first driver to get back-to-back round wins?
McCormack.
Mr.
Correct.
McCormack.
That is correct, Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett. It was indeed Dara McCormack.
McCormack.
Correct. Ronaldo's Yuri Council. Well done, mate.
Definitely not Enzo, I can tell you that for free.
I have no clue, to be honest. No clue, to be honest.
Was it McCormack?
Spot on, Will Chadwick. Well done. It was indeed Dara McCormack. He's got the brain, see? That's why he's team manager.
Sebastian Job, I guess?
No, it was Dara McCormack.
We obviously knew all those answers immediately. So just saying, it is what it is. We're better than the drivers, at least when it comes to knowledge and information and listening to George Morgan, apparently. It is what it is. Semi-final 2, though, Ewan, about to start, about 2.5 minutes away from qualifying. We've already seen how fast qualifying was for semi-final 1. You predicted that knockout 4 was going to be pretty quick. How many shakes of the head plus 10 8s are we going to get in this one?
About 10 shakes per driver, I'll say. That's too many, actually, probably. But anyway, never mind. It's fine. We are going to see a quicker semi-final, in my opinion, though. I think those keep calling it quarter-final. Knockout 4 will be a little bit quicker. They'll rise to the 4, I think, out of the 12 that we've got in semi-final number 2. Knockout 3 was a little bit slower and I think a little bit weaker maybe than what we saw for number 4. So I think it'll be the number 4 drivers who work their way towards the front generally, and we'll see at least a 10-8 here, maybe another 7.
No 6.
Nah.
Do you think we'll need a 10-6 to get pole position in the final?
Nah, a low 7 will be fine, I think.
Just a low 7 will be fine.
Just casual low 7. I mean, these guys aren't happy with an 8, so I mean, how can I hype it up? I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. No, fair enough. Like, is what it is. I actually do agree with you. I think it'll be a 10-7. We know that a 10-6 is possible, right? It is possible, but you're talking about an absolute worldie of a lap. And the thing is as well, the tyres dying towards the end. It's kind of counterintuitive. You can't attack fully at the start of the lap. You actually kind of have to wait a little bit for the tyres to make sure that you're not burning out. It's very complicated to get that lap time done. 2 teammates out in semi-final 2, couple of Alps drivers, couple of Porsches, a couple of red lines as well. Charlie Collins as well with his teammate Josh Rogers, Kevin Siggy and Jeff Rietveld, Kaiki Oliveira out there by himself, Nikodem Wisniewski as well representing G2 by himself, Thibaut Casavant trying to represent Vitality and maybe replicate the race start that his teammate Erhan Yovski did in the previous ones. Couple of Alps, Max Benneker and Christopher Dambit. Of course, Johan Art for the Apex Racing team, having seen Kevin Ellis Jr. getting knocked out in this already, and the issues for his teammates like Jamie Fluker earlier on the day. He'll be desperate to try and work his way through. Jakub Maciejewski got through into the final last time, and Mikkel Schmiedel for FaZe Clan. Who's going to come out on top in this one? There is a race winner already in Kevin Siggy. Good chance for him to repeat it again. He seems really quick round here.
Yeah, he seems quick in the race, and I just think his qualifying pace is just that little bit below where it needs to be, especially when he's going to come up against guys like Josh Rogers, who has set, I believe, the fastest time so far today. Mikkel Schmiedel's camera has gone down further.
I think someone's made a donation to his OF account based on that. That has dropped right the way down. There is Charlie Collins. Just getting ready for the race. Obviously, like I said before, did win last time out. Johan Art, someone who I know you want to see him win. I know you want to see.
He's not going to win.
He's not going to win. No, I love Johan. I love him. He's such a good sport. He's a good driver. He's good fun. He's not winning.
If he does now, there's going to be endless clips, and I'm not going to enjoy them. But there we go. I've said it, and we've said it. So I'm willing to go for it. Oh, Jeffrey Rietveld is deciding to just have a walk around. It's interesting to see the rituals that these guys take on before their qualifying sessions. Thibaut Casabon, almost like he's trying to pull himself out of his rig from the bottom, which is a bit odd. But anyway, off we go with qualifying. And it will be fierce competition, and their only representative from this session into the session and outs. First of all, Kaiki Oliveira to set the benchmark for semi-final number 2.
Do very much like this livery. It's very much like the BS Turner livery, but if you added a little hint of green in there, very much in that kind of vein. I'm sure Arjuna likes it.
He's not watching.
Huh?
He's not watching this. No chance.
No, he's at Indy, isn't he?
Yep, he is, yeah.
Yeah, I'll wimp. But it's fine. Oliveira, obviously, one of the strongest top 6 percentages in the field. Could probably working his way through into a final, but as we've said before, reckon this might be pretty strong and a lot of teammates to work with each other. That said, you know what? I think count out Kaiki Oliveira at your peril. He comes down into the final sector now. I don't know what time
Oh,
it
no.
Oh, that was poor.
That was poor. It's easy for us to say. But he's just grazed the wall there through the fourth last corner, turn 7, and that will be it. There is going to be some shakes of the head here, I would have thought, and good reason for it too. Kaki Oliveira doesn't shake his head actually, but is disappointed. If this is a good lap, I'll be astonished. 11-1. That's what happens when you graze the wall.
That sounds like a bog. Back at the grid, I think he's going to be Jakub Maciejewski. So this was the wall that Oliveira hit. He turned in just a little bit too early for T7. That's all it was. You know, you turn in a fraction early. Obviously, you're trying to get as close to the barrier as possible. That's how you go quick around a street circuit, but just turned in that little bit too early. Maciejewski then out through the final turn. Oh, does indeed slam the barrier, as we've seen from the Falcons. Up towards the line, it's going to be 10.974. OK, here comes the first of our very, very heavy hitters.
Yeah, well, is it going to be a pole time here for Kevin Siggy, who was on pole and won in knockout number 3? His time, though, was the slowest pole time of any of the knockout rounds. That's why I didn't put him on pole, I've got to say, in this group. I think it's going to be difficult for him. But I'm willing to be proved wrong by Kevin Siggy. Let's see as he goes over the line. He's not shouting, so that can only be a good thing. He goes into first, unsurprisingly, at 10.8.
Yeah, that's actually pretty decent for Kevin Siggy, but it's not going to be good enough for the pole time, surely. We do definitely need to see a 10.7 as we see the mouse car. It's black. No, it is red as we head back out into the sunlight. I have no idea how they've got that to work, but that looks, honest, I quite like. I suddenly started to like this livery a little bit more as he works now through the penultimate turn into the final one. Max Benneker pushing, a little bit of a grimace from him. Might still be a 10.8 though. Let's see what he can do. 10.881 for Benneker.
Yeah, here's an even more red livery. I think Smiddle's just pointed the camera slightly more upwards again, but we still can't see his forehead. Never mind. And he's making his way through 5th of those out there on the circuit right now. And if he could get into a final for FaZe, that would be fantastic indeed. They come into the day last in the team standings after scoring only 9 points from Daytona. I think they will be able to move ahead of Virtus Pro, actually, as a result of them not being scoring many points in the semi-finals at all. Smeedle, though, up to 3rd place, exactly the same time, almost, as Jakub Maciejewski.
Wow, Jeff Rietveld, Jeffacake. We are told that we are going to get a nickname every round.
I'm pleased.
So got to be imaginative from now on, Jasmine. But that's fine. As Rietveld will come through the final corner. See how restless he's going to be. What time are we going to get? Up to waterline he's going to go. 10.823 to beat. 10.962 he's going to set. So good enough for 3rd at the moment.
Yep, and should be good enough for at least the top 6 in qualifying, although it does seem that the times in this session are just a little bit below where they were in semi-final 1 for the moment. We've got some big hitters to come, though. Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers for Porsche Coanda are surely going to be up there. Nikolai Wisniewski might well be as well for G2. He's the only representative in the semi-finals here for them as he makes his way over the line in his new team. He's 3rd place now at a 1 minute 10.9.
Obviously for G2 he has taken a few victories in DTM Esports. If I'm, I think it's 4 victories, maybe 3 victories in DTM Esports for G2 as Nikolai Wisniewski. As now we go back to Christopher Dambitz into the semi-finals. Can he make it into the finals? He's already got a benchmark time for the Mouse team. Up the order, 2nd place for his teammate on a 10.881. It's not looking quite as clean, quite as smooth for Dambitz. As what it is across the line, 11 something. 11.037, I'm good. Great.
Yeah, it's
the best.
Towards the back, I'm afraid, for Dambitz. Thibaut Casabon will hope that he is a little bit further through the field than that. It's been a great addition to previously RHG and now Vitality in the ESL R1 Championship. Finished 3rd in Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland over the course of the winter as well. What can he do here at Orchard Road, a circuit where they visited on that calendar? He goes only 8th.
That is disappointing for Thibaut Casabon. It might be struggles to see 2 Vitality cars out in the final. Of course, Janoski, a little bit of a panic as to whether he was going to be in it or not. Is confirmed to be moving on into the final. Thibaut Casabon's got a bit of work to do from 8th. And again, Janoski did qualify pretty badly and did get that excellent start. 3 more drivers yet to go. Charlie Collins, Johan Hart and Josh Rogers. I don't think it's going to be a good lap time from Collins as he crosses the line.
Oh.
Whoa.
No.
He ain't going to the final.
No, you wouldn't have thought so. Although saying that, I think Masiewski qualified 12, didn't he, in his knockout and made it. So it was near there anyway. So anyway, anything can happen. Johan Hart making his way through the final couple of corners right now as well. Made it to the major at Sweden at the end of 2023. Looking to be in that kind of region again, and making semi-finals is certainly the way to do that. Through the final corner now for the only Apex representative still remaining in the competition after Kevin Jr. got knocked out. Johan Hart goes into 8th place.
Yeah, not great for Johan Hart, but it's okay as he crossed the line, like I say, 8th place for a driver who is also quite loud. He'll probably give Kevin Siggy a run for his money. You'll be well aware of that, of the Portago Esports Super Cup finale when you were there at Corby. One final lap time to come in this session, and it is Joshua Rogers. Took his 31st victory in the ESL R1 just a little bit earlier on today. What can he do out through the final corner up towards the line? Yeah, it's all right. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh. Yep, it's a 10-8. Yeah, it's all right.
The two pole sitters from their knockout rounds going right up against one another, Kevin Siggy and Josh Rogers, but it's Siggy who gets pole, so proving me wrong, and fair play to him.
Yep. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was about to hit the old rewind and be like, what was it you said earlier? Yeah, don't count out my boy Kevin Siggy up towards the top of the session. Josh Rogers alongside in the front row. Maybe he's not too pleased with that lap time, but still a 10-8, like I say, getting that low 8 on the board, that is decent. This is why we're saying if we see a 10-7, generally speaking, we're expecting that to be pole position. That's what we're expecting in the final anyway.
I think so. Have we seen two 10-7s in a session yet? I don't believe so.
No.
Yeah, I think Rogers and Kevin Harris Jr. were the only ones in their sessions, weren't they, to go into the 7s. So, yeah, you might be right. We might be looking at a 7 on pole here. But yeah, it felt that session like it was just a little bit slower than that first semi-final, I've got to be honest.
Well, here's our starting grid for semi-final 2. Charlie Collins at the back of the field for the Porsche Commander team with Kaiki Oliveira in 11th. Could be a struggle to see a BS competition get through into the final. This one with that qualifying position. Thibaut Casavon can't... Oh, he's going to have to work hard to go and find his teammate in that final. From 10th position, Johan Hart alongside on the 5th row of the grid. Christopher Dambitz and Jakub Masiewski just outside of the top 6 with Schmiedel inside of it for FaZe Clan. Then Jeff Rietveld, Nikodem Wisniewski, Max Benneker, Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy. What a top 4 that is, by the way. Like, that's ridiculous. That is some sim racing heavyweights in the top 4. That is no disrespect to Rietveld and Schmiedel and that lot, but when it comes to amount of champions picked up in sim racing, those 4 will give you a good run for your money.
Absolutely, and 4 of the most experienced heads in sim racing as well, or at least as far as the ESL R1 crowd goes. There's not very many who have more experience than those guys. I wouldn't like to know how many years career they've got between them. It's probably edging towards 40, to be honest.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, so
easily 40.
You know, at the very top level of competition, that is. I'm not talking about just babbling around, being a doing, you know, minor leagues or whatever. These guys have been at the very top for a long, long time. So it's yeah, a real stacked first 2 rows. Can they all make it though? It's never a given.
Well, I think probably the most experienced when it comes to time on this grid, maybe Schmiedel, but maybe Rietveld, because I remember Rietveld being a young junior, a young hot star in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship, which would be more like 20. I think he was like 11 or 12, because Bonnehouse, I think, was the year or a couple of years before, which was 09, I think, was when Bonnehouse started in the FSR World Championship. And Rietveld wasn't too far behind. They were obviously kind of like sister teammates. Precision, blah, 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 stats, history. Sim racing has been around for a long time. This ain't a new thing, and these drivers have all fought with each other time and time again. Very interesting to see how they work their way through the order. But again, every time we get into the semi-finals, it's all talking about those heavy hitters. Who's winning this one, Ewan, very quickly?
I'm going to go for Josh Rogers from the front row.
Fair shout. I'll go Kevin Siggy then. I'll go the other side of the front row. Let's see who is going to win, though, as the second semi-final is underway here at Orchard Road. Good start from Kevin Siggy on the race down towards that first turn as we work our way up towards Mandarin. Is there going to be any major moves? Max Benneker is going to go to the outside, going to commit onto the brakes, going to send one straight around the outside of Josh Rogers, maybe even up into second position. A couple of cars out into the barrier, and a big spinner as well. Was that Rogers? It is Rogers.
Wow, Josh Rogers caught him in Michał Schmiedel as well as Jakub Masiewski. Now, who's come out the other side of this all right? It's Casabon and Oliveira battling for 6th at the moment. Thibaut Casabon on the inside needs to give room or he'll get a penalty. He gives just about a BMW's width as they remain side by side. Thibaut Casabon in the top 6.
Well, for the second race in a row, then it seems that Kaiki Oliveira is watching the Red Sea part in front of him, up towards 7th position for Kaiki Oliveira. Could there be a top 6? Could there be a final up for grabs? We'll talk about the victory, though. Max Benneker, Kevin Siggy, Nikodem Wisniewski, and then all of this for about 6th place.
It is. How's Casabon managed this? Oh, as he gets into the back of Oliveira, and suddenly the battle for 6th is really on here. The Brazilian gets into the position for the moment. Here goes Josh Rogers round the outside. This would be a miracle for him to recover from this position round the outside of the final corner. Would you believe it?
Yeah, I would with Josh Rogers. That is absolutely incredible. Thibaut Casabon's now going to drop back as Charlie Collins will make the move down the inside of Thibaut Casabon, which will be perfect for the Porsche Commander team because it will allow Joshua Rogers to go on the attack. No one to help Kaiki Oliveira. There's a big send from Casabon to try and send one down the inside at T2. Carnage Corner once again delivering.
Respectful racing between the two of them, though. They both had chances to feed each other into the wall there, and they decided not to. So fair play to them both for that. Casabon had to hang on to 8th place, though. That was his best chance at getting into the top 6. Can Josh Rogers rescue this situation? It would be a minor miracle, but if anyone can do it, he can.
If there is a driver on this grid that's not going to sit back and be like, do you know what, 7th, I'm okay with it. Yeah, it's all right, it's all right. Joshua Rogers is probably up there on that list. No way is he going to settle for 7th place. He's going to be fully on the attack. The only problem is that he's had a spin, so his tyres are going to be absolutely awful. Again, we'd need to see time and time again as to what actually happened in all that grouping. Benneker was going around the outside. I think someone must have sent these. Rogers lent on Benneker.
Did a bit. And he's very lucky that Johan Hart shoved him the right way around again, because otherwise Rogers would have been at the back there. Hart got shoved off himself there, and Schmid and Masiewski were really halted by all of that as well. But to me, that just looked like Rogers up on the curb, into the side of Benneker and around on his own.
Yeah, from what we saw there, Benneker did absolutely nothing wrong. He gave plenty of room to the inside of the corner, and I'm sure Rogers will say that one as well. Team Redline already has 2 drivers in the final, but will they achieve the full house? They need 2 drivers to get through here. Jeff Revell, Kevin Siggy. Obviously, we have already seen the full house this season in Williams Esports, the previous round, and we've seen it a few times in ESL R1. It's still a fairly rare commodity, and Redline certainly looking to pick them one on the moment. And do you know what? I'm going to say it right now. Yeah, they're getting that with those positions, first and 4th. Yeah,
I would say so. I mean, it is quite a rare commodity, to be honest with you, and it's quite impressive as well that we've had that so far. It's looking like, anyway, it's in 2 rounds of ESL R1. I wonder how long this streak can continue into 2024 with a team making it with all 4 of their drivers into the final, because if we can go for a whole season of that would be a bit of a miracle, really.
Just have another look at that little replay for Turbo. I didn't realise how lucky Dambit's got, by the way. He got half spun, slightly spun again, and then got tapped back around. And I was like, yeah, cool. See ya. And now he's in 5th place, looking for 2 mouse drivers in this one to move their way into the final. Will Max Benneker go for the race victory? Now, knowing Max, probably.
Here we go. This is what I was looking forward to seeing this. This is the battle for 6th place. Kaiki Oliveira making his way through on Casabon, who gets straight into the back of him, and Oliveira gets straight in the wall. And through, making advantage of that, goes Josh Rogers, putting himself in the best position you can be if you're not in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, whether you could say maybe Oliveira was throwing it in a little bit too deep, one thing I will say is Casabon was kind of rubbing over the rear end, which is what forced Oliveira out into the barrier as well. So I think that's a bit of potato in all that one. Crazily, we've only completed 4 laps of this race. We ride on board with Jeff Rietveld. I don't suspect too much is going to change in the top 4. There might be a move from Benneker on Siggy. That said, I feel like it's going to be really harsh. He's probably not going to watch this back, it's fine. Wisniewski has done some low IQ moves in his sim racing career. I distinctly remember 4 wide down the inside into Monza in Season 3 of the R Factor 2 GT, might be Season 4 of the R Factor 2 GT Pro Series. It was when they were using GTEs. It must have been Season 4. And it was not a good move. So Wisniewski could do anything, but who knows?
It's been a while since I've seen him do that kind of thing, to be honest with you. I'm not.
That's true.
I'm not banking on that happening here, certainly. Especially when the call is so obvious to just take it easy for the moment and wait for the final to see what can happen in terms of moves. I think this is where the action is going to be. We all realise that. Josh Rogers outside the top 6 into the back of Kaki Oliveira. He's got to make sure he doesn't benefit from that kind of contact, otherwise there's no point making the move at all.
Yeah, exactly. You'll just get a penalty. So there's absolutely no real point. As much as this is where if Charlie Collins was behind, I'm not saying they would do this, but he could move him out of the way, get the 5-second time penalty. Collins could back them all up, and they'd be in 6th place anyway, right? Charlie Collins is not in position to do that. Onto the brakes very early for T1. Did you see that? Was that just my eye?
I'm not sure it was particularly early compared to normal. Don't know.
Just felt like Rogers was very early on the brakes compared to it. Didn't like it looked like he had the overspeed to actually try something, but then didn't. We are told obviously by Siggy that the Porsche doesn't have quite as much torque as the BMW, which the torque will effectively it's about drive off of the corner, so it doesn't really get up to its speed quite as quickly, but still has a decent top speed. So maybe that's kind of where it's not really helping, I guess.
I don't really know, to be honest with you. We'll just have to wait and see how it pans out. Just a couple of attempts, just a few attempts between Kaki Oliveira and Josh Rogers at the moment, as Kevin Siggy continues to lead, looking to take his 2nd race win of the night. Nobody's been able to take 2 race wins in one night so far yet this season, other than Darren McCormack. Apart from Darren McCormack, yeah. But he didn't take 2 poles, I'm going to guess. So, I know, because I
don't have that information.
I watched it though, so I'm gonna go out on that whim. So there you go. I shouldn't really start sentences and leave myself a garden path like that, but I just have. So there you go.
As soon as you said it, I was like, bam! Absolutely not.
And also at the same time, I read it myself, so I was like, oh well, that's a good sentence, isn't it? I've got to finish this somehow now. Anyway, let's move on. Josh Rogers still looking for his way through. Wait, I'm surprised that, because we've seen this a couple of times so far, surprised that he hasn't taken the first opportunity that he's really had here, knowing how few he's going to get here.
I also am surprised by that. Like, normally I'd be like, oh, it's because you're waiting for the next better opportunity, or blah blah blah. Like, you're going to play your cards, or you're trying to get them to overdo the tyres, or blah blah blah. Like, get a list of reasons to why Josh Rogers wouldn't go for a move. In this, pros versus cons, I mean, there's a lot more pros than going for it immediately. Cons, like I say, you don't have enough opportunities. You're sat behind them in the dirty air. You're going to be overworking your tyres. Blah blah blah. Like, there's so many reasons that not going for it is a bad call compared to normal, where normally it's fairly 50-50. But in this scenario, absolutely not. As Max Benneker, BMW versus BMW up towards the front. In fact, the top 6, there's only 1 Porsche in it, and that's Nikodem Wisniewski. The rest of them are all BMWs.
Yeah.
BMW OP.
If you were going to say that there's only 1 Porsche getting through this semi-final, you wouldn't have said it was Wisniewski, I wouldn't have said. Well,
he was a Schmiedel, obviously.
Good. No, you probably go for Rogers, I would hasten to guess. As is it side by side? They're just very close again. It seems that they're pretty much bumping one another at the moment, to be honest, Oliveira and Rogers. And the danger a little bit for Rogers here is Casabon getting so close, because if he starts making threats with Rogers, then it's going to be a problem. Here goes Josh Rogers at Grange. What a move. And where's Kaki Oliveira gone?
Where's he gone? He's disappeared into Narnia. Now, obviously, we're going to have Thibaut Casabon trying to look to go straight down the inside and pounce and maybe up into 6. I'm going to say, I think Kaki Oliveira is disconnected. He must have done.
What a time for a disconnection.
Oh, no, he spun. He's in the background. He must have spun.
I don't understand how that's possible. But Josh Rogers...
Well, to be fair, at the Grange, you can absolutely spin on the inside of the corner. If you're like late on, because of how much it rises up the hill, you kind of come over a crest a little bit before you get into the left-hander.
Oh, Casabon! Dear, oh dear. That was a very late dive, and Josh Rogers thankfully saw it coming.
But is this going to be dealt with now? Is Casabon going to be able to hang off? It's surely, at this point, Rogers has to race for himself. He can't think about trying to get his teammate through, because once again, Casabon's going to send it down the inside as we head into Killarney. More contactors. Now Casabon's just been pushed. Casabon got pushed into that a little bit by Josh Rogers' teammate, Charlie Collins, who's now worked his way through side by side as they work up towards the Grange. But now I think Josh Rogers is clearing away.
Yeah, this secures the top 6 for sure. The battle is for 7th place, and it's not being given up just yet. Thibaut Casabon gets there for the moment, but here goes Charlie Collins on the exit of Grange. He can't quite do it. Here's Jakub Masieski as well, and Kaki Oliveira's back into the fray too.
Yeah, indeed. This is all that all got a little bit sketchy indeed, and all started with the weird moment from Kaiki Oliveira as Josh Rogers now up inside the top 6, looking to get himself into the final. Once again, we know how good he is. We know how strong he is. His top 6 percentage, I think it's like second or third highest is Josh Rogers when it comes to percentages. It's 76.7% of the races he's finished inside the top 6. I don't think there's many people that are higher than that. I'm pretty sure Sebastian Jobob higher. Marcel Chinchik's higher than that. He's on 77.8.
It's
which I wouldn't have called.
Very high. No, he's always in the top 6. Is Chinchik Pop today?
He's not at the moment, is he?
well, no. That's yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, true. Meanwhile, Siggy and Beneke up front and. Still not fighting Ronda that I don't suspect they will do for the remainder of this race. To be honest, 3 laps at the line. Let's see though what happens for 7th place. I feel like that's the most likely battle still to come, although even then it might not.
I will say, by the way, I've just had a little look. He is Josh Rogers is 3rd on the list of top 6 percentages. Obviously, if Marcel Chinchik's ahead of him, you could probably guess the other one. Yes, it's Sebastian Job, whose top 6 percentage is 82.5.
Yeah, but he's got less.
Terrifying.
He's got less races though, so you know.
That's true, but to have 82.5, the thing is that the only time that he's basically not finishing a top 6 ends, the rare occasion he gets knocked out or in a final.
Yeah.
So that does include final.
That generally is what happens. To be fair, but
the only time he's not finished inside the top 6, weirdly enough, right, hear me out here, is when he's not finished in the top 6.
Well,
it was a really stupid point.
I
was just trying to say that does include finals as well. Like just because you got into the final doesn't mean you're guaranteed the top 6. But I said it the stupidest way possible. I'm so sorry.
For anyone wondering why we say top, because normally you go for like top 5 or something more round, wouldn't you? Multiple of 5. The reason we're doing top 6 is because that's what progresses you from a knockout or a semi-final. This is what happened down through turn 3. I can't really work out who started all that.
Collins.
I think
Collins drove into the back of Casabon, which then pushed him into the back of Rogers.
And teammate.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's worked out for Rogers. Just to be clear, that's a racing incident, right? Because that's the constant effect on a weird bit of contact, right? There's no malice in there. It's not like Charlie Collins was like, oh, if I drive into the back of Casabon here, I can maybe like cause this incident. Blah, 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 blah. No, it's just how it's unfolded. 2 laps left to go in this one. Will Beneke go for anything at the moment? That is where really the focus of attention kind of is a little bit, at least on the timesheets. Is that in that battle for 1st and 2nd? Because it seems the battle for 6th is settled.
It very much has. Josh Rogers survives a scare, I think, is going to be the headline at the end of semi-final number 2, because it was looking for a moment like he would be out and not making it to the final on one of those few occasions. He's looking good now. I wonder how he'll be feeling after this race. Will he be pleased that he's dug himself out of this situation, or exasperated that it happened in the first place?
Yeah, indeed. I don't know. Let's look back at Harth and Schmiedel, obviously battling. Oh, well, there we go. Johan Harth has received a 3-second time penalty for causing a collision. What was it that we said before this race about Johan Harth?
What did I say?
Oh, he's a lovely guy. He's not winning this race, though.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and he's going to do the exact opposite, actually, and finished last.
Sorry. Oops. I don't take any blame, and this is when you start the final lap of the race. There's no such thing as the commentator's curse, only bad luck and bad driving. I think we've had our fair share of both in this race.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. And indeed tonight, from the 6 races that we've had. Still one more to go, of course, when we get to the final, and it looks like the top 6 on your screen at the moment will be there. Christopher Dambit, I think, is the surprise package for me in terms of making it to the final. Much improved from the fall season last year, and it's great to see.
Oh, that's so improved. We noticed this last time, obviously in the ESL R1, and we were racing back in the high banks at Daytona. That Dambit's arguably one of the drivers that's improved most, and he's showing fantastically for the Mouse team. Wonder if we'll have to give up that seat back to Patrick Holtzman, whether he'll keep it, because to be honest, he's doing such a fantastic job with it. Into the final sector of this track, though, Kevin Siggy, as he works his way through, joining Dara McCormack, it does seem to be, as a driver who has won 2 races in the same weekend. Can he go for the three-peat, shall I speak, when we get into the final? Siggy across the line to take victory, Beneke behind. line. Wisniewski rounds out the podium. It was very close there with Rietveld closing in. Christopher Danbeats will cross the line in 5th, then just about across the line. Joshua Rogers, as you rightly point out, survives a scare, and a very big one indeed. What a dramatic and drama-filled race it was. But you and who did I say was going to win this race?
Yeah, Kevin Siggy. I said Josh Rogers. He nearly lost it all. So there we go. That says it all, really, doesn't it? So glad that all of those made it through. Max Benneker did as well, following home in 2nd position. Kevin Siggy, by the way, comes the 4th driver this week to win from pole position. I think that says a lot about the qualifying session that we're about to see for the final.
Indeed. I still maintain, I think, for that final, I mean, look, I think we're going to see the fastest lap of the day. I reckon it's going to be a 10.748. Why not?
I'm not going that specific, but I do think we'll see the fastest lap of the day, yeah. And surely it's got to be a 10.7 that gets you on pole as we see the race results.
Indeed, Kevin Siggy on top once more. Mouse behind Max Benneker, looking much stronger than he did, of course, in the previous round of the season at Daytona. A lot more like the Benneker we were expecting to see. Wisniewski in 3rd position with Rietveld, Danbeats and Josh Rogers rounding out the top 6. Means we'll see no more of Thibaut Casabon, of Charlie Collins, of Jakub Maciejewski, of Kaiki Oliveira, who nearly got himself inside the top 6 until a very weird incident. We still don't really know what happened. Johan Hart and Mikkel Schmiedel rounding out the 12 cars from that race. But we do have all 12 of our finalists, Ewan, and I don't know about you, but I do feel that the team to beat is Redline. That said, that's how things are kind of unfolding at the moment. That does not necessarily mean that's going to be the case in the final.
They're going to represent a 1/3 of the final, so I'm going to say that they are the very much team to beat at the moment as well. I reckon they'll be the teamed championship leaders at the end of the day, first of all. But but that's pretty much given. There's not very many Williams drivers left, indeed. Darren McCormack will be very much fighting alone. So it is going to be about Redline, I think. And for them to not win the round with an individual driver for the 2nd week in a row, I think is going to be unlikely. I think it's more likely to be one of those 4.
Potentially, of course. But then last time we did have, again, all 4 of the Williams in. You just never really know. Max Benneker's looking strong. Josh Rogers is looking strong. Dara McCormack's looking strong. Hey, even chucking a Thomas Tatler and the likes in as well. Should be a thrilling final. We're just going to step aside, have a breather and get ourselves ready for ESL R1 final here this evening. So we're going to be joined now by Melvin, one of the creators of the Orchard Road Street Circuit, to kind of get down to the history of the circuit and to what it's doing here on Rennsport. Melvin, hello, welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself, about how long you've been creating tracks and sim racing.
Hi everyone, my name is Melvin from Legion of Racers. So we are a sim racing company based in Singapore. So I mean, the company has been operating since 2018. So obviously, besides having an esports team over the last 2 years, so we have also been working on building digital tracks. So obviously, Orchard Road is one of them.
And it's great to have it on Rennsport, of course. How did that come about? What's the story behind that?
I mean, you know, as we all sim racers, you know, every time when we drive on the simulator, it's always tracks that are simulating tracks that already exist. So we just wanted to create something whereby, like for example, in Singapore, we know we have the Marina Bay Sands, which is used for Formula One. But we also do know that a lot of local Singaporeans would like to race along Orchard Road, but you will never get the chance in real life. So that's how the idea came about, and we started our first track with Orchard. And then from then on, you know, we did Jakarta in Indonesia, and obviously Kuala Lumpur as well for Malaysia. So the plan is to build all these, I would say, circuits around Southeast Asia, where all we feel where you know it's where the city is iconic, where we could build a racetrack around it.
I mean, fictional circuits in sim racing are kind of, they're always fairly hit and miss, whether, like, not in terms of quality, whether drivers and stuff kind of get along with it. What was your kind of approach with Orchard Road to make it more of a hit than a miss?
I think going back to the history, there's a lot of, I mean, there's always, like back in the days, there's this place called Orchard Gudang where the locals used to race. So there is some sort of history behind it, but also when we built the track, we want it to be as accurate as possible. So we spend a lot of time, for example, some of the buildings where for example, Iron Orchard, which is a bit more complicated. So we spend a lot of time using photos and so on, just to make sure that we get everything as accurate as possible. Also for the width of the track, we do have some data available where we could build it to I would say quite accurately, like real life.
And as ever with fictional tracks, we're always comparing it to real life, fitting maybe this would fit on a VH Supercar schedule, an IndyCar schedule, something like that. Was there a real life circuit that you took inspiration from when you were creating Orchard Road?
I would say the closest would be obviously Marina Bay Sands, obviously the Formula One track. But as you know, there are not many city circuits in Asia for that matter for now, you know. So I think Monaco is also one example where we thought, okay, if we can build something like this, even though it's fictional, but the actual city or the actual street does exist. So I think that's where we try to find a niche and also a specialty in what we do here. Yeah, I must say that so far Orchard has been quite popular among the locals and also the Southeast Asian fans and also sim racers. And honestly, the opportunity to put the track into Rennsport was also, yeah, I would say we are very happy with that as well. And I hope the sim racers in Europe and or even in America would enjoy driving on it.
Finally, before we let you have a little bit of a breather, when creating these fictional circuits, it's kind of, the sky's the limit. You can basically do whatever you want. You can make these crazy, ludicrous circuits. However, it seems like, with this one here at Orchard Road, it's very much grounded in reality. How hard is it to kind of stick to that? Is that always going to be the focus for you? This kind of like real world representation, even though it's a fictional circuit?
Yeah, we will try. I mean, the goal is always to try to stick it as real as possible. Obviously, there are some parts, for example, like in the some of the parts of Jakarta circuit, for example, where if you want to make it into a proper circuit, it's not possible. So we changed certain parts a bit just to make sure it's possible to drive in the sim racing. But obviously, the goal is to make it as accurate as possible to the real life. I think that is always the goal, and I think that is what attracts the sim racers to drive or to even like our circuits in the first place.
Melvin, thank you so much. Can't wait to see what tracks coming next. But honestly, love a bit of Orchard Road. Cheers.
Yep. Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
So, thank you to Melvin there for passing on the information, for giving us the lowdown as to how this circuit was built. Again, it is a fictional circuit, Orchard Road, but it's kind of based very heavily in reality. These are real roads, after all, basically, and it's fascinating to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and it's a great place to sort of do it, if you like, to actually build a circuit like this, because it doesn't really exist. It's not far, as we mentioned before, from the Singapore Formula 1 circuit, but it has a very different feel to that one, certainly. Feels like this circuit suits a bit more the sort of GT-style cars that we have in Rennsport, and more importantly in ESL R1 as well. It's created some very exciting moments so far here tonight, and maybe there's a few more stories to be written as far as that goes in the final coming up soon.
Yeah, and I've said before, I've been in sim racing for over 10 years, and in that time I have tried my fair share of fictional circuits, and the best way of making them is always kind of basing them in reality, and the way that they're doing it is a street circuit that is, it's on the real road. Sure, it's not where the street circuit actually is, but it's kind of ones you're driving around thinking like, yeah, this could be real. Who hasn't driven around their hometown and gone, wouldn't it be cool if I don't know, Formula 1 or a racer kind of made racing on these roads? Because at least then you could drive around them quickly within the law.
The Salisbury Grand Prix, is that what you...
The Salisbury Grand Prix. We definitely don't have the road infrastructure to... it's just not wide enough.
Does anyone in England really just get churned up? Anyway, that's a separate issue. It's great though, and as we heard in that chat there with Melvin, it's good to hear that it's not only here, that there's plenty of other places around the world where the street circuit racing, if you like, a circuit has been made out of the streets, if you can put it like that, and it's great to hear that that's happening in multiple places.
Indeed, obviously taking a look at some of the replays from some of the semi-finals and such we've seen. That was a terrible start from Sebastian Job. Again, we've not had a word as to what actually happened there, as to whether it was a technical fault or whether it was driver error, skill issue. We don't know, but either way, it wasn't ideal for Sebastian Job.
Skill issues.
You got to chuck it out every now and then.
I know. It's possible, because otherwise they'll just get away with driver excuses, I suppose, won't they? In that sense. So fair enough. It does give you something to think about in your mind, I suppose, though, going into this final and going into the next few races as well. As I said at the time, it shows that these guys are susceptible to that. As we have a look at this is my favourite race of the evening so far. Semi-final number 2, the battle for 6th place, was just crazy and so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I don't believe we have a replay as to what actually happened with Kike Oliveira. There he is trying to squeeze his way through and getting all involved. I respect he did not lift off for a single second. It is Josh Rogers. Oh, sorry, Tibo Kazamon had dug down the inside of Charlie Collins.
Yep, that was good respectful racing room given between the two of them, because the previous that wasn't. Previous to that, there was a lot of hitting the wall, a lot of hitting each other, and in that battle there wasn't so much. This was good heads-up driving from Josh Rogers, who had to steer out of the corner and make sure he didn't get T-boned by Kazabon.
Kazabon had already gone at this point. Kike Oliveira had already gone at this point, but it was a big dive from Kazabon, and I always say this with dive bombs. So I'm sat here thinking like, that dive bomb is unacceptable, and I'm like, but he did make the corner. So yeah. I've always said, when it comes to dive bombs, if you're going to dive it down the inside, that's fine, as long as you make the apex and you're not like shooting straight through to the exit of the corner like a certain Formula 1 driver, where the other car doesn't matter. That was honestly, it was a great dive from Kazma. It was so well judged, but it was just like, it was just on the line. But it's the good side of it.
You say well judged. I'm not sure he meant to do it, to be honest. I'm not sure he judged it at all. I think he just sort of broke when he needs to break and just did it. Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, it doesn't seem to matter now. He's out. But yeah, if you make the corner and not only just getting round the corner, make sure you've made the corner giving enough room to the car on the outside. That's what you've got to really think about when you're doing a dive bomb like that, because if you're in the wrong in that situation, race control are never going to look good on the dive bomber.
Je suis le danger. I don't know what danger is in French, but we'll go with it. Danger? I don't know. Anyway, I'll stop embarrassing myself because I've heard that on Media Day they played a Would You Rather. I'm very curious to see what happened in all this. Let's throw it over to George.
Would you rather, first of all, race on Road Atlanta forever or Daytona Road Course forever?
Atlanta.
Daytona.
Oh, shut up, Siggy.
No.
Atlanta.
I do not care about Road Atlanta.
It's Road Atlanta.
Yeah, definitely Road Atlanta.
Oh my god.
Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta.
We had some really firework moments at Road Atlanta, I think it has to be said.
Daytona.
Daytona.
Daytona, yeah, Daytona.
That's unanimous? Daytona? Yeah?
Yeah, Daytona.
Daytona.
Daytona. Yeah.
All Daytona. But Road Atlanta's fun, right? We had some really good races there last year.
It's bumpy.
It gets painful.
It's painful.
Very bumpy.
Yeah. Would you rather have damage turned on or no damage?
No damage.
No damage.
Depends who you're driving with.
I am not surprised Kevin Siggy said no damage.
I'm surprised I've never hit
He's
anyone
a
off.
petty boy, isn't he?
Have you seen Enzo last year on the braking? Exactly.
Well, he leaves your team for 5 seconds and you're already like
Very unkind, Kevin.
Yeah. Shocking.
So
No damage.
no damage.
No damage. But I think
No,
no one likes damage today, let's be honest.
Damage turned off any day of the week.
Yeah, damage turned off definitely.
Damage
No, I
turned
think I
on.
could call some pretty interesting racing if we had damage turned off the entire time.
I was going to say, I mean, I think we'd see loads of sends, I think, in that instance. But yeah, I mean, whether that says a lot about Team FaZe, I don't know. We'll find out as the season goes on.
No damage.
No damage.
No damage, of course. No damage.
And why would that be? Would that be just because you don't want to, bin it or something like that? Or...
To be honest, like the way that we race, it's always door to door. It's quite hectic. So if we had damage, I don't know, maybe the action would be a little bit less fun.
It'd be over in turn one.
Yeah. Would you rather start your day at 7 a.m. and be off at 2 p.m. or start your day at 12 p.m. and be off at 7 p.m.?
7 a.m.
7 p.m. Let's go.
Yeah,
This is can't be driving late.
Yeah,
It's
the three of us are in the same boat.
I'm doing
Late rises. Late rises.
I'm still a teenager, so it's still normal for me to get up after 12.
Is that the excuse?
That's the excuse. Sebi, you've grown up a little
Justified.
bit. So now you get up at a normal time, you have your Weetabix or whatever you do in the morning.
I actually do have Weetabix. Yeah, spawn.
Start at morning.
Yeah, start at 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
of course. No,
you're done at 2 p.m.
Yeah, I thought you guys at Mouse were united, a united front in ESL R1.
I was Yuri says that because Yuri is usually online in the morning, so I was
I also said
start later. To bed early, but I would rather start at 12. Every morning there's nobody there, and then everyone's answering I want to start at 7. What the fuck?
We're all sim racers here, let's face it. We're not getting up at 7 a.m.
Yeah. So it's what, like midday start then and work late. Yeah.
No, I don't know. I reckon I'd finish at 7.
Oh, you mean in the morning? Finish at 7.
Wait, say that again.
No, you start at 7 a.m. Josh, this is what we're saying. You start at 7. Then you're off at 12. You're off at 2. Sorry, you're off at 2.
Yeah, finish at 2 any day of the week.
Yeah, it's the same. For me, it's same as Joe's because I'm used to wake up quite early, so to be finished at 2.
And you get the rest of your day, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can still fit around the golfing after that.
Oh, you are? Oh, you're a keen golfer.
Yeah, I'd love a bit of golf.
Oh, love it. Yeah, me too, Josh. Me too, man.
12 p.m. at 7.
12 and 7.
12 7.
You guys do not like waking up early at all.
No, not at all.
No.
What is the morning?
Lazy layabouts, everybody. That is sim racing for you. Incredible.
It's official. Josh Poulin is now my favourite because he golfs. I actually agree. Definitely 7 a.m., 2 p.m. That sounds good to me. Also hearing a lot of dirty drivers out there. They all want the damage off you, and including Kevin Siggy. I understand why. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I've raced him in touring cars. I understand where that's coming from.
To be fair, have you watched these first 6 races? I don't know if they could do with damage on, to be fair, so it's fair enough.
Yeah, no, me neither.
It made me laugh at the end, though, when BS Competition all went for the later stint of those two, if you like, which is just interesting. Maybe that's why they're not in the final. Maybe they should start waking up earlier. I don't know.
Again, they all need to go up. It's fine. We'll take a look at the entry list for the final, all confirmed now, and you can see there's a few red line drivers in it. Kevin Siggy, Bennett, Job, Rietveld. Surely one of those is going to come out on top, Ewan? Or do you think any of the other 8 might?
I think it's going to be Redline today once again for the second week in a row. We've got a couple of lone drivers who have got no teammates. Nikodem Wisniewski is one of those for G2. Mitchell de Jong, the only Porsche Commander driver to be on that list. Don't know where Josh Rogers is. Tatula is there for Falcons on his own. Vitality have a couple of drivers as well. Casabon is there instead of Rogers.
Did Race Control step in? I actually don't have any information on that. We'll roll with it. That's interesting.
That is interesting. So in that case, that gives 3 teams with multiple and then 4 without. So de Jong, Wisniewski, as I've already mentioned, Tatula and McCormack on their own. Yeah, very interesting indeed. I think if there's ever a driver who's going to challenge Redline, then it's going to be Darren McCormack, based on his performances at Daytona, first of all, taking those race wins, but also tonight as well. He's been in the podium, but he's sort of been coasting. I wonder what he's going to do now that it's the final and it really matters.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, we'll update you from Race Control as to what the dealio was there. But that is very interesting to see those drivers out. I am seeing again. Just confirming it. The Race Control. I can see the entry list from Race Control, and that is exactly what they've sent. Thibaut Casamon is in. Josh Rogers and the like not. So clearly there's been a couple of penalties in all that, and it's been adjudicated to be at the fault of the Porsche Commander driver. And very, very interesting indeed.
It is. I'm trying to think which one that could be about, because there was a lot of contact in that race, and I'm wondering where the actual infringement that's given the penalty will have come in, because, as I say, there was so much going on there that it would have been a lot to pick apart for Race Control, I'm sure.
Yeah, certainly so. Like I said, there's so many little details and nuances for them to deal with and all that. And like I said, there was so many little incidents in all that. It is what it is. Seeing Chad Benneker will win, that's a fair shout. I mean, he looked really quick, finished second position in the semi-finals. I'm backing my guy. I'm backing Darren McCormack.
There's a little look at 2 of the outstanding drivers from today. Luke Bennett, certainly the one on the left who's going to be having more chance of winning here, I would say. I would hazard a guess, compared to Josh Rogers, who, maybe feeling like he's yet to get quite up to his tremendous speed so far this season, although he did win at Daytona, so it's hard to say that with too much conviction.
Yeah, indeed. It's a bit of a weird one to see a final without a Joshua Rogers, but yeah, sometimes that is what it is, of course. Just a bit of a surprise, really. Alas, moving into the race, I'm sure everyone's going to have their say on who's going to come out on top, but Redline will come into this by far as the favourites. But then again, we kind of said this before, Williams went into the final in Daytona as the favourites, and they didn't come out on top. So maybe the same is going to happen for Redline. We've already seen one wheel get battered by a Redline driver. We'll see if it happens again.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Williams got a driver onto the podium, did they, in the final last week? I'm trying to remember now. They certainly had one stage where it was looking really bad for them in terms of their actual positions. They did climb through eventually in the second half of the race a little bit more, but yeah, it wasn't maybe what they were expecting when they had all 4 of their drivers in a final. Breadline will be hoping that doesn't happen to them either. Also wondering what the battle for the race win's going to be like on this occasion, because there's a round win on the line. We've not really seen a battle for the race win really go off so far into proper battle. So looking forward to seeing what happens this time round as we get into qualifying here at Orchard Road. The final qualifying session of the night. It's time for the 3.2 kilometres to be tackled by all 12 drivers again, and it's Thibaut Casabon making the benchmark for everybody else to beat.
Yep, sneaking his way through into this one after a penalty for Josh Rogers. I do have an update on that one. We saw Kaiki Oliveira had dropped down the order. We were questioning as to why. Well, Josh Rogers got a 3-second time penalty for contact with Kaiki Oliveira. So 2 + 2, as always. That will be why we don't have a Josh Rogers in this final. We'll see what Thibaut Casabon can do after being gifted that opportunity. It's a bit sideways coming out of Exeter.
He was. I think he would do well to be inside the top 5 or 6 or so here, to be honest, based on what the pace we've seen from him so far today. But you never know. Don't count him out, and don't count any of these drivers out. This is 12 very strong drivers getting their way towards the final of another ESL R1 event. It's round 2 of the Teams Championship here in 2024, and Thibaut Casabon for Vitality making his way through the final corner right now and over the line for the Frenchman. A shake of the head. That means it's at 1 minute 10.8. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Every time. Why? No, seriously, why? This is baffling. It's clearly not going to be good enough for pole position. Maybe that's why. I don't know. But at 1:10.8, that has worked too many times this evening. That's the thing. It's like, even across the line, it was like an 11.3. I'm like, that absolutely shaking the head. We'll see if there's going to be any shaking from Max Benneker or whether it's just going to be bacon. Big slide out through the final corner. No shakes. 10.7.
Wow.
There we go.
Fastest lap of the day so far for Max Benneker. That could well be pole for the PECD champion from the winter previous to or from the end of the last ESL R1 series and before this one, indeed. Kevin Siggy has taken a couple of pole positions so far, and he's taken 2 wins as a result as well. Can he do it for a 3rd time to clean sweep the day at Orchard Road? Kevin Siggy not displeased with his lap, waiting to see the time. What's it going to be? It's a 10.8, 900ths away from pole.
I think if we do want to see a pole position stolen away from Max Benneker after that incredible lap time, it's got to be. I mean, yeah, sure, you'd say a low 10.7. I'd say it might even need to be. You might even need to be aiming for a 10.6 to see what Christopher Dambits can do into the penultimate turn. He's already seen what his teammates been able to do with that 10.721 fastest lap of the day, set very early in this session, and everyone's been able to take a very good look at it. That was definitely a shot across the bow. Christopher Dambits across the line. Oh, just an 11.0.
Yeah, if you're in the 11s here, I'm afraid, in the final, you're going to be down towards the back, bottom half, I would say, for Christopher Dambits. This is Mitchell de Jong, alone for Porsche Coanda today. Neither Charlie Collins nor Josh Rogers could make their way through semi-final number 2. As a result of that penalty with after contact with Kaiki Oliveira, Josh Rogers not joining Mitchell de Jong on this occasion. De Jong has been hovering around the podium places through both of the races so far, but he's been reserved in his driving over the line for him. It's 3rd place in this qualifying session at the moment.
Here's a driver who's already had a pole position in the knockout phases, had an excellent start in the semi-final phases. Well, if he can move his way up the order and then still get the great start, maybe a chance for a victory for the Macedonian is on the cards. Obviously, he's already seen his teammate Thibaut Casabon come across the line in 4th. He was nearly the lone Vitality driver in this session. Let's see what Erhan Yujovski can do up towards the line.
Wow.
7.21 to beat, 7.85 on the board. Not bad.
That's his best lap time of the day so far, and we've had as many 1 minute 10.7s in this session as we've had in all of the others combined in ESL R1 this afternoon. Luke Bennett looking to join them as well. He's yet to take a pole position tonight, but has taken a win. He won his semi-final, which was a good hour ago now. He's getting back into the groove here at Orchard Road all over again and making his way towards the line. Doesn't look totally impressed, but still anxious to see his time. It's another 10.7. He goes 3rd.
Are we going to get any more? To be fair, with Wisniewski, Job, McCormack, Rietveld, Tattler, I mean, these are all drivers capable of sticking a 10-7 or maybe even sneaking a 6 onto the board. As we'll see, Nikodem Wisniewski roll his way through. Obviously, we've seen him from other angles, but this time we get to see his ESL R1 plate there just in the background, which they got, I think, even from Kavitz. They got those ones. Wisniewski out through the final corner for G2 Esports. Is there going to be a 10-7 again? No, just a 10-8.
Just
a 10-8.
Just two thousandths away from De Jong, by the way. Sebastian Joe, for whatever reason, lifting his left arm off the steering wheel there down the straight. Not sure whether he's displeased with his lap so far or what he's doing, but he's making his way through the final couple of corners now. He's taking a race win and a pole position, but not at the same time, oddly. He won his knockout and took pole at the semi-final. Oh, that's not good. Oh, he slams the wheel as well. Sebastian Job not pleased at all, and it's only 8th.
There we go. We're ticking off the red line drivers hitting their wheel. We've already seen it from Bennett. We've definitely seen it from Siggy before in the championship. I don't think we'll see it from Jeff Rietveld. He's not normally that animated, to be perfectly honest. We'll see what Jeff Gates can do into the final corner. Well, I mean, a 10-7 to beat. Again, Rietveld definitely capable of doing it into the final turn. Coming out onto the start-finish straight. His teammate has slapped the barrier there. What has Rietveld done? He's kept it clean, but only good enough for a 10-9. 2 more times to go. Can we see any more 7s? Is there a 6 up for grabs?
Redline might well be disappointed with this session so far. 3rd, 4th, 8th and 9th. Will Tattler push them all down a place, or only a few of them? Or none of them, indeed, as he is alone for the Falcon team at the moment. McCormack alone for Williams will be coming up right afterwards, but it's Thomas Tattler out of the final corner now, and he's sort of meh with his lap, and that's what he was in the semi-final too. It's 8th place.
I was going to say it was a 10-8, but surely not. It's an 8 of a different variety. Dara McCormack gets animated when his laps aren't going well, less so when his laps are going brilliantly. Let's see what he can do into the final sector. The last driver in the final. Certainly someone who's capable of sneaking a 6. Definitely capable of doing a 7. We've seen him win time and time again in ESL R1. He's trying to turn things around this season. Grabbed a couple of victories. It's a bit of a lap, so I think it's going to be a 7-something, maybe even an 8. It's an 8-7. He didn't shake his head, though, so it doesn't count.
Well, I think he raised his arms as if to say there, what more can I do? I just did a 10.8 and I'm only 5th. Max Benneker takes pole position with the fastest lap of the day so far. It is a 1 minute 10.7, and he's joined by the most amount of 10.7s we've seen all day long. In that just one session, Erhan possessing one of them. Great lap from him, by the way, to actually go a step further and improve again from him, having already taken a pole position, was very impressive.
Could see Morris Lerner and Yuri Kasdorp in chat. I know Horses and Porsches, big Max Benneker fan. Saw someone else post about Benneker earlier on. I'm sure there's a group of people watching this right now very, very happy with what they have seen in this session. Absolutely incredible lap time from Max Benneker. That is the Max Benneker that we know and love, and the expectation is that he'll be able to potentially drag that one out again, maybe even to a victory, Ewan.
It's Christopher Dambitz who's going to be on the back row as the Mouse team sandwich everybody in the final. It's Sebastian Job alongside. He was not impressed with his lap time at all. Jeffrey Rietveld probably wasn't much happier in 10th place. Thomas Tattler is 9th ahead of Thibaut Casabon, or just behind Thibaut Casabon, I should say, in 8th. Nikodem Wisniewski just in the bottom half there with 7th. Mitchell de Jong started his way inside the top 6 all over again, just discreetly getting some great points today. Darren McCormack inside the top 5 again. Kevin Siggy is sharing the second row with Luke Bennett, and it's Erhan and Max Benneker who take the front row together. Both of them with a 1 minute 10.7. Max Benneker now has a chance to convert and a chance to win the second round of ESL R1's 2024 spring season.
Do you like a white bread sandwich, Ewan?
Yeah.
It's not a mouse sandwich. The sandwich is named after the ingredients. We've been through this time and time again. I'm very disappointed in you.
But I didn't say that. I said Miles are sandwiching everybody else.
Oh, someone's so all right.
Sorry, I'm just.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. That's a perfectly acceptable phrase to use. Thank you. I might just use it in the wrong way, just for a bit of a giggle later, but we'll wait and see.
Honestly, I'm fuming. I'm sat here seething right now.
Some stuff's going to get thrown in here in a minute.
I'm going to start hitting my sim racing wheel. It's not even attached to my desk, but I'm going to go full team Redline right now and just start slapping it around.
That's a different level of rage to go and stand up and hit it.
Oh, I'll give whatever a go. It's fine. It's fine.
Anyway, here we go. 13 more laps ahead of us. We've seen great racing so far tonight at Orchard Road. Tense finishes have been the order of the day for the most part throughout the knockout and semi-final rounds. It's time for the final, though. Just one more race to settle this. Round 2 of the Teams Championship in ESL R1's 2024 spring season. There's your pole sitter, Max Benneker, looking for more success. Gamers 8 Drivers Champion, looking to add this round to his list of achievements. We get underway for the final time at Orchard Road, and immediately Benneker goes to defend from Erhan Yoski, the fast-starting Erhan Yoski, who again is on the outside, in towards turn number 1. He doesn't quite brake very late, but he is alongside Benneker, who doesn't give him a whole lot of room, and now he's forced to defend from the red line drivers, who are pushed into a spin. One of them goes around. That is such a shame, I'm afraid, for Kevin Siggy.
And Dara McCormack, I think, might have disconnected as well and all that as he drops down to 12th position. So it's once again a final going slightly awry. Sebastian Job getting into the rear of Timmins Tatler and opening the door not only for Thibaut Chasm, but also Jeff Riedfeld, who's worked his way past. So he'd made some decent progress, but now he might be dropping back even behind the mouse driver of Christopher Dambitz.
Down the inside into Grange, it's going to be close, and they're going to rub again on the way through this chicane. Dambitz very wide on the outside there, though, and Sebastian Job is going to hang on to that position at least. It's 9th, so Redline at the moment have only one representative in the top 5.
This is just, again, a little bit messy and all that. Again, race control, I'm sure we'll have to look at what happened down into Carnage Corner, and it's certainly added to it. But what an absolutely epic start from Benneker. You know, to have been able to cover off Hanyovsky, you know, he's pretty good in the starts we've seen before today. Was able to cover him off coming down into T1, was fending off the Macedonian into T2, and Max Benneker with a half-a-second race lead. This is not done yet, though, for sure.
No, absolutely not. Hanyovsky was alongside on the way in towards turn number 1, but was pushed out by Max Benneker. I think what that created a little bit was a bit of a stack up behind, and in the end, somebody got into both of the red lines. Luke Bennett was able to hang on to 3rd place, but Kevin Siggy was sent around. I have a feeling that he didn't spin on his own.
I think Siggy was sent round by McCormack. I think it was a Williams on the inside of him, if I can recall. But I don't really want to, again, point fingers, but I'm pretty sure it might have been.
You sort of half poking out the fingers, you're pointing at him.
I don't want to point fingers, but I think it was bam, 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 bam. Yeah, exactly. You know me.
Yeah, well, we'll give it a guess. Why not? Max Benneker still leads, though, half a second ahead of Hanyovsky. Luke Bennett next, then Nikodem Wisniewski is 4th place. Mitra de Jong hangs on to a top 5. Thomas Tatler's made up a good start. He's now 6th place for Falcons.
Yeah, very good for Timmins Tatler. As we'll take a little look at a replay. So Dara McCormack is here on the outside of the Sigster. Dives down the inside. Whoa, whoa. I will say that for one, that was a bit weird, but his teammates slowed up a little bit more on the inside. I don't know. That was really weird.
That was especially odd. That's going to be difficult for race control to get the bottom of. I mean, how do you even punish McCormack for that, even if you do adjudge him to be at fault? It's pretty impossible, I would argue. So that one might well just be left to lie as a racing incident. How disappointed is Kevin Siggy going to be? Look at him here. He's raced well, really well, all day long. Scored 50 points throughout the first 2 races. Now going to get just 1 from the final. Must be bitterly disappointing.
Getting the triple victory seems to be very difficult this season as ESL R1 looks close. Once again, though, for the 2nd consecutive race, it does. So for the second consecutive final, I've got words in me and they will come out. Williams had all 4 get through into the final, of course, back in Daytona, and then didn't have a great final. Redline have got all 4 into the final here and aren't having a great final. That said, because they're like Williams or whatever, they're not leading. Porsche Cayenne not having a great one. They're still comfortably outscoring their competition in the Teams Championship. But the point is that they're not having a great final compared to what they would have been expecting having 4 cars in. I think they would have expected to have 4 cars basically in the top 6 at least. Yeah,
it's going to keep things close, isn't it, going into the final round of the Teams Championship. It's a bit of a stat for you. Both Porsche and Redline have both been Teams champions in the past. That's in our 2 previous seasons through 2023. And so...
RHG.
So and RHG, indeed. I was thinking about that. But there you go. It was Redline who took the first runs at the spring season. The impressive one for me was Porsche Coanda, who did it in 2 days, basically, to take that Teams Championship. That was pretty impressive for those guys. And then RHG really dominating the fall season, you could say. So all 3 won in very different ways, I think it's fair to say. But you're right to point that out. Although and you were kind of alluding to this, who's going to gain out of this really in terms of teams? I mean, Mao's are maybe getting a little bit, but Dambit's is only getting a couple of points from down there. Yoshki's gaining a little bit on Bennett there, but Casabon's only 7th at the moment, so maybe Vitality are scoring the most points out of this race, actually.
Yeah, of course, we say RHG, that is effectively what Team Vitality is in this. They are run, it is the RHG team, it's just rebranded to Team Vitality for ESL R1. I think the big thing, though, is it's not even that, you know, that the Vitality or Mouse are like taking some points off of Redline. It's the fact they're so far behind them in the points anyway, coming into this, that to be fair, I think Redline will sat there and be like, yeah, cool, whatever. One race has gone slightly awry, but we're still pulling out a hefty margin in this championship over our closest rival. So, kind of is what it is. Care less, you know what I mean? Move on.
And also, the fact that it's only 3 rounds means that there's really not time to gain those points back. There are, by the way, nearly 300 points available at maximum for a team, so I'm pretty sure all of the teams, bar maybe 1 or 2, are going to be in mathematical contention by the end of the day. The problem being that some of the teams might need to win all of the races and then have their second driver finish second in the semi-finals. You get the picture. It might be a pretty impossible task for anybody to achieve, never mind those towards the bottom of the team's standings. That's still to be figured out in a couple of weeks, though. We have a week off before we head to Monza next time out. As I said at the start of the broadcast, Orchard Road really sticks out as the outlier. Wow, words also in my mouth too. Outlier in this team's championship.
Yeah, exactly. It is really, it's the oddity in the season, is Orchard Road. It's the oddity on Rennsport at the moment. You know, with Fuji coming out as well. This still stands out as being, for one, the only street circuit and just being a bit weird. And do you know what? I'm okay with it. Did get a word from Williams that Dara's game bugged when he made contact with the red light, and it took him straight back to the pit. Which sometimes I'd be sat there being like, did it though? We saw it. like there is that car. It made contact, moved really weirdly, and then disappeared off the face of the earth. I've not seen that before in Rennsport. That is very weird.
That is, yeah. But there you go. So weird things happen from time to time, and that's just the way that it goes sometimes. Bit of a mistake from Wisniewski there, who is really slowed up Mitchell de Jong. Now, finally, are we going to see the American flex his muscles? He spent the first 2 races of tonight just waiting for this final, really. He knew he was going to go through. He didn't want to take any risks to prevent himself from going through. Now are we going to see him making moves? Down the inside, the American's going to go in towards turn number 1. He's had so much success in a variety of sim racing championships. Oh, that's not successful at all, though. Side-by-side contact. They both get into the wall. Tattler tries to get involved. He goes wide, and Thibaut Casabon steps into the void.
Yeah, indeed, and I think Casabon's going to have to fend off Thomas Tattler as well for the Falcon squad, who might sneak his way straight back around the outside of Thibaut Casabon and make it 6 different teams in the top 6. Casabon with the inside line, leaning a little bit on the Falcons car. Here comes Jeff Rietveld to make it 3 wide up towards the Grange. This is never really going to work, and that's exactly what was always going to happen. 10 out of 10.
Well, he shouldn't have moved to the left there, I'm afraid. There was always Thomas Tattler alongside him, and Jeffrey Rietveld goes to the back. Weirdly, Sebastian Job has benefited from that because he's passed Thomas Tattler as well. But what a mess that was. Down in towards the first few corners. It just shows that the racing can certainly transpire here at Orchard Road, but that is a prime example of why we didn't see those in the top 6 trying it very often in the first 6 races.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to work out there. I actually get the feeling to roll it all the way back to the start, which was the contact between de Jong and Wisniewski. I think Wisniewski turned in a little bit at T1, you know. I don't know if de Jong was out a little bit, you know, was a little bit overcommitted or whatever. I don't know. But it does, like my gut instinct before seeing it again is that maybe Wisniewski turned in early.
Right.
But again, we'd have to wait and see. But it is what it is. We've seen people overdrive in that corner, including Josh Rogers earlier in the day.
Okay, what I saw was 2 drivers both overcooking it, actually. So we'll wait and see for a replay because we can't both be right. So we'll wait on that front. What that has done, though, is allowed Thibaut Casabon a bit of a gap. Speaking of gaps, Max Benneker's got one at the moment. He's looking calm and comfortable with 5 laps to go at the line.
Yeah, indeed. Dominant performance from Max Benneker, who started out last season with winning, I think it was round 2 and round 3. He had round 2 taken away from him. Obviously, that was at Spa. but started out last season looking actually really, really strong, and then kind of just faltered a little bit and just kind of became a little bit anonymous. Again, now looking as strong as ever. Here comes the replay. This is the second bit where I say Rietveld. As much as you're saying about Rietveld moving left, I think that is quite a large part of it. I think there was a little bit of racing glue between them, where they've come slightly together and then they almost just get stuck together. I think that's probably part of it.
Oh, that was wide from Sebastian Job into turn 1. A little bit, though. A mistake that Nero's makes no difference, really, for Thomas Tattelet, who won't be able to make his way through. The interesting thing for me will be whether Casabon came over on Rietveld, forcing Rietveld to go left, and then obviously no room left. That would sort of exonerate Jeffrey Rietveld almost, wouldn't it? And maybe give race control something else to think about. Not as if they don't have enough already over the first 9 laps of this race.
Yeah, I'm getting the vibe that once we end this broadcast after this race, after we've interviewed our winner, the race is still going to be a little bit up in the air for those behind us. Race control will have to go over a fair amount in this one. It's not going to take them into the early hours of the morning, thankfully, but I'm sure that it's not going to be an easy process for them to actually make this race official. But obviously, you can find out all that on social media, Twitter, Instagram, or whatever, ESL R1, ESL _R1, over on there. Obviously, you can also let us know what you're thinking, !survey, to pass on all the information as to what you want to see from ESL R1. Whether that is Max Benneker dominating, we can't control that, but at the moment, if that is the case, that you want to see that, you're seeing it.
Yeah, certainly are. 2.5 is the gap. Janowski just hasn't quite had the speed, maybe not even the speed that he had in his knockout round, to be honest with you, but certainly not the speed of Max Benneker at the moment, as they get impossibly close to the wall again and again and again. Luke Bennett looking to utilise that as he tries to get into second position. There are a few points on the line for this, of course, as in all of these races. Keeps things interesting in the battles outside of those top 6 positions, but the finals have always been interesting in ESL R1. The positions always matter in these races. Mitchell de Jong now looking for positions himself as well, but Wisniewski putting his car in the middle of the road, giving de Jong almost nowhere to go.
Well, it's not the first time they made contact in this race. They made contact for a second time there, just a little bit on the exit, just a kiss to the rear of the car, thinking, oh, your livery looks a little bit similar to mine. I like it. Maybe a little bit too much, as Wisniewski is still able to hang on a 4th position, but you do get the feeling that de Jong's pace at the moment, with 3 laps left to go in this one, is faster than Wisniewski. It's just about finding that opportunity. Where is it round here?
There's a bit of a different line through turn 1 on that occasion. That could set him up maybe at turn 3. Is the exit good enough? Probably not. And so it's just about applying the pressure from here on in. There'll still be another couple of laps at the end of this one, and so another couple of chances in towards turn 1, which really feels like the place where you're going to have to set this up from.
Yeah, indeed. This is, again, it's a tough scene, but de Jong will know right now he needs to take as many points for the team. As the only one representing Porsche Commander in this one. Wisniewski will feel the same for G2 Esports. For the Red Line squad, for example, there's less pressure on that because everyone's kind of scoring points for the team. That 1 extra, 2 extra points, whatever. We're scoring heavily from this final right now. I do get the feeling, though, that there might even be a switch in this. Bennett, maybe. As much as he doesn't feel the pressure that he needs to make this move, he'll still want second position. Starting out the season with a 1st and a 2nd in the finals, not bad.
Absolutely. Penultimate lap begins at Orchard Road. There's Jeffrey Rietveld. He's not going to be pleased with today, is he? At least not the final, anyway. I'm afraid to say. Out over the line again. It's a run to the end for him, and he'll be hoping that there's a colossal amount of penalties ahead. Otherwise, he'll be finishing 11th.
Indeed, Max Benneker looking for, this will be his 3rd final victory. This will be his 3rd overall round victory, and of course, he would then be, because Luke Bennett didn't win last season, did he?
What do you mean?
In the final, which does mean that Max Benneker will be the first driver to win in all 3 of the seasons.
You mean win a round? Yes.
Win a round in all 3 of the seasons. Which is pretty good going, isn't it?
It is. He was the first person to achieve that last season as well, wasn't he? He was the first person to become the only one to do it twice. So yeah, it's a good start to 2024 for Max Benneker as we go back to the battle for 4th place. This is the one that's probably going to change, if any of them are, here on the final lap. Is Mitchell de Jong close enough at the final corners here?
Indeed. Let's see. See if Mitchell de Jong can make the move. If not, if Thibaut Casabon can maybe sneak one on him. I think Thibaut Casabon's probably not going to, just because of the slipstream bid dished out. And I don't know you, and I don't think that is close enough for a move. I think at the moment there might have to be the settling for 5th position for Mitchell de Jong, the Porsche Commander squad.
Think so. He's looking for the exit off of turn 2 is really one of your last chances. Wisniewski gets a good one. De Jong wipes the sweat from his brow, realising that it may well be 5th place. 3 top 5s on the day is not bad at all, but he has very much been doing it alone. Oh dear, is that Kevin Siggy not even in? Oh, is that Dara McCormack's? Apologies. So that explains a lot. Meanwhile, Max Benneker has controlled this race. He's taken the pole position with the best lap that we've seen all day around Orchard Road. And ever since this race began, he's been under very little pressure indeed. Erhan Yoski hasn't been able to quite stay with him. The distraction of having Luke Bennett right behind probably hasn't helped. But Max Benneker may well have won anyway. Miles back to winning ways in ESL R1 as round 2 of the 2024 spring season ends with Maximilian Benneker winning on the streets of Orchard Road. The first time ESL R1 has visited the streets of Singapore, and it's Max Benneker who takes the full prize.
Certainly so, and again an excellent victory for Max Benneker. It's his 15th win in ESL R1 in its totality. He's 3rd, I believe, on the all-time list, obviously behind Rogers and Sebastian Joe. But what an excellent performance from him. I was going to say, please, might need to cut away from that one, but no, he's kept his headset on and the shirt as well. So good effort from Yoski with a great drive.
Sweaty Erhan Yoski finishing 2nd. A relieved Luke Bennett, maybe relieved, maybe a bit frustrated. As far as Team Redline goes, Luke Bennett has very much performed the best out of the 4 of them there. Not all down to their fault, of course, but it was Bennett finishing first out of them, then Wisniewski, who held on over Mitchell de Jong, finishing in 4th position, and there he is. Pretty satisfied, I would imagine, with his afternoon. But the big stories from that one, obviously, other than Max Benneker taking the race win, the Gamers 8 champion, of course, being a round winner all over again, it's got to be Redline, hasn't it? Scoring so few points out of that final.
Yeah, but again, this happened with Williams just last week. It is what it is. I mean, you've got to look at the positives. They've scored a lot of points getting to this area. It's not as if they've been getting through with the odd 6th place finish here and there. They've scored a great amount of points, a great haul of points getting into the final. They did score a decent amount of points in the final, but still not quite enough, as you can see the results here. Provisional, must be said.
Provisional results, of course. 1.6 seconds at the line, nearly about 1.5 seconds to Erhan Yoski from Max Benneker, who is the race winner. Luke Bennett followed the Macedonian home with Nikodem Wisniewski in 4th place, holding on from Mitchell de Jong, Thibaut Casabon, and plenty of others as well who got involved in that fight throughout the day. Sebastian Joe finished in 7th place at Thomas Tattel, the only Falcons driver in the final. Christopher Downbeats gets into 9th at the end, with Kevin Siggy 10th after an incident on lap 1. Jeffrey Rietveld 11th after an incident midway through the race, and Dara McCormack after disconnecting very early on in turn 2 indeed, finishing 12th. And so his run of doing every race in the spring season so far is not particularly successful one, if you like, if you want to put it that way. These are a look at some of the highlights, and there are a lot of them from this final.
Yeah, indeed, a lot to look at, a lot to unravel. I did get told, by the way, that Jeff Riefeld's received a 1-second time penalty. It's not effective; it's not going to change anything. He was still back. There was another look at that very odd incident with Dara McCormack, which is under review by Race Control, but I'm pretty sure they're looking at it being like, well, where do we start with this? Yeah. Here we got some racing though between Nikodem Wisniewski and Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah, and this is what it created eventually. Jeffrey Rietveld off into the wall, backwards into the fence, and out at the end of the race. He would finish down in 11th, unfortunately. The battle would continue between Nikodem Wisniewski and Mitchell de Jong, but in the end, it would be Wisniewski finishing 4th place, all behind, of course, Max Benneker, who takes the race win for Miles. And you'll notice there wasn't any highlights of Max Benneker in there after getting off to a good start, and that was no easy feat with Yoski alongside, by the way. It wasn't over, but in hindsight, we could say that maybe it was.
I mean, let's be honest, that probably would be up there with most exhilarating, boring drive for Max Benneker. It's kind of one of those ones, once you've got going, you probably kind of, especially once you've built that gap past about half a second to over a second, you probably sat there thinking, right, I've got this race won. Let's think about what I'm going to say in the interview and just cruise our way through the race. It's obviously never as simple as that. Let's talk to the man himself, though, Max Benneker, then. Once again, a round winner, a drive with an awful lot of firsts in ESL R1. Won the first ever round back in Katowice, Gamers 8 champion, first driver to win in multiple seasons, first driver to win in all 3 seasons when it comes to the final. Max, what an epic drive. Where did that qualifying lap come from, though?
Thank you. I have no idea, actually. I mean, the 10 laps I did before in practice, they were not that fast, so I was surprised myself. But yeah, obviously hit a very good lap there. Very fortunate to have the inputs right. So yeah, happy it worked out, and yeah, good to be back here after a disastrous Daytona. And also GG to Chris, who finished in P8, I think now. So good overall effort for the team.
Yeah, exactly. Great overall day for Miles, certainly. What was the start like, or what was your mindset going towards the start, I should say? You had Erhan Yoshki alongside, who I don't know if you saw, but made a blistering start in his semi-final to effectively get up into the final. So one of the reasons why he was there. Was that a focus going in towards that race there, or was it very much focusing on yourself and just executing your plan and knowing that if you do that, then you'll be fine?
Yeah, exactly. That start was crucial. We know it since like the first round that the Audi has a very good start. Like, I mean, the quarterfinal. So I knew it's going to be tough. I need to have a good reaction time and then try to cover the inside. So I had that already planned before the race started. And then luckily it worked out. I think it was a bit close in turn 1. But yeah, afterwards it was just tunnel driving, trying to not hit the walls, because that could end in a bad scenario there. But yeah, just focusing on the start, and once that was done, just remember what we do in testing, and then afterwards you can't really overtake here unless you make a big mistake hitting the wall, and even then it's hard. So yeah, very unfortunate, very fortunate there. There's nothing happened at the start, and yeah, but GG's to Erhan. I mean, that start was crucial.
Now, obviously, you moved this season from an Audi over into BMW. Obviously, we've seen you in the off-season, the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland winning in Porsche. You seem to be fairly adaptable. How does the BMW compare to what else you've driven?
I mean, there was a general update on the game, so I haven't driven the Audi since, but obviously it's quite fundamentally different. You know, the BMW has a lot of understeer, and like it's more tricky on the throttle. The Audi was a bit more planted, but therefore like it was quite hard over curbs. So I guess that especially here, hitting the curbs is very hard in the Audi, but I don't know because I've not driven it. But obviously every car is a little bit different, but in the end it's the same game. You know, you have the same physics, same tires, so you can kind of switch quickly and then adapt like over a couple of hours, maybe days or weeks, to get the most out of it. So in the end, I think it's kind of the same, but obviously you need to get used to maybe driving a little bit different, but not fundamentally different.
You've gone the distance here at Orchard Road to go through the knockouts, the semi-finals and the finals, but it was a very quickly over with a week ago at Daytona. It was a very quickly done day, unfortunately. How was the week been in between that, bouncing back from the disappointment of Daytona to now winning at Orchard Road?
Yeah, to be fair, it was tough because I felt quite good on Daytona and then just had a quite bad quali lap. On top of that, I made a mistake afterwards. I think I could have just stayed a bit behind, checking what the guys do in front, but then there was this huge crash. So obviously not that great. And then it's like, you know, there's only 3 races in the team championship, and although they don't really like count and you're still gonna drive in the final, it's still important for us drivers to prepare well and to be there, right? Because it's like proving yourself that you're good and that you can compete, especially in a new car. So that was tricky, obviously, the first 2 or 3 days, but then afterwards you need to focus again, and Orchard Road is a completely different story again. But to be honest, so many people have the pace to be there. In the end, it's just that one quali lap with a lot of walls next to you. So yeah, quite lucky there, and but happy about it. So yeah, now it's like 1 P last and 1 P1, so I guess somewhere in the middle is the average. So happy about that, and yeah, it gives me strength again to look forward to, especially the driver championship starting just after the next round in Monza.
Well, incredible drive from you, Max. Congratulations on a victory. We'll let you have a breather, and a very well-deserved one, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time.
See you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, what an impressive performance. Said about those accolades again, about all the round wins that he's got, and obviously he was disappointed with the Spa round victory that was taken off of him. Again, we've had a little bit of a conversation about that one as well, as to whether it should have, whether it shouldn't last season. But realistically, to have a drive like that, there is no doubt in anyone's mind about how good Max Benneker is. He is back on form as well. Take a look at the team standings. Team Redline, in a shock to no one, have moved up to the top of the standings and are leading by an incredible margin, 85 points clear of Williams. Vitality move up to third position with their solid performances this evening. Porsche Commander, we're very disappointed not to have had Josh Rogers into the final. They are in fourth position, very close in that second, third, fourth battle as they're all staring at Redline, pulling away into the distance. Apex Racing Team, an evening to forget for them. Team Falcons once again continuing to impress as Mouse now moving their way back up the order. They were a little bit disappointed with how they started out the season, but they are now in seventh position, and to be fair, I could see them definitely moving inside the top 6. G2 PS competition, Gil with some more questions laid at their doorstep. FaZe and Virtus Pro, the rear of the field. But Redline, Ewan, they're looking like a hard team to beat.
Yeah, 85 points ahead of Team Williams now. In fact, that's one of the few changes that we've actually seen there. G2 moving ahead of BS Competition is another one, and FaZe moving ahead of Virtus Pro is another one as well. But lots of points gaps changing, not many positions changing, which is very odd there, considering the mix-up in what we've seen here today. So there you go. It's just one of those things that happens. I think Team Redline are going to take control now. The 85 points is a lot, really. 25 points for a knockout or semi-final win. 35 for a final win. If Williams can get all their drivers together like they did at Daytona, then something could happen. But it's looking like Redline are going to win the team's championship.
But how things unfold here, how things unfold in LAN Riyadh, two very, very different things. So we'll have to wait and see how that's all going to play its way out. Again, a reminder of the schedule, the Teams Championship, at least this first phase of it comes to a close in 2 weeks' time when we are back, of course, for round 3. That is on June the 7th. Then we'll take a couple of week break before we start the Drivers' Championship, 21st, 28th of June and the 5th of July. And then, of course, all roads lead to Riyadh, which will be in August, I believe. Should be a lot of fun. Ewan, though, what are your thoughts of the evening?
Very interesting racing here at Orchard Road. Thoroughly enjoyed it. The tight confines of street circuit racing for the very first time in ESL R1. It was tense racing rather than loads of overtaking all the time. But I don't mind that at all. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And maybe in the future in ESL R1 we'll be back again for more action.
Certainly so. Well, our Gamers 8 champion, one Mr. Max Benneker, wins his third round in ESL R1. We thank you so much for joining us again, ! survey in chat, to give us your opinion as to what the dealio is and what you'd like to see from ESL R1. For myself, Elizabeth, from Ewan O'Leary in the commentary booth. Unfortunately, George Morgan is back next round. We'll have to deal with that as we go racing for one final round in the Teams Championship. We'll see you then in 2 weeks' time.
Stay in your position till the breakout. They're the ones wishing they could turn around.